Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you gon' love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuniki fe la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you gon' love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty, yo go to phone it bunny bucket as your party. And when I'm better Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty, yo go to phone it bunny bucket as your party. Hey, Chua Gamne Welly focus souvenir the film. Hanky wana hande hanky jamon bale sim. Minyala fija nange jamon lengin bada tin. On saa kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi.
Okay now.
To pese between my pen.
I see.
As a father, what I don't really forget, man.
Okay.
Papa, you look at me. One day, you get out. Mama, say, I want to go. I can now move the lumber. Oh, where would he get? I got it on the one more. I don't know what I did. Why I don't want. I want to buy the people. In my body, don't mess with me. I do know.
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
I don't quite know what the Baba Jebu is at the end of that song, but it was only a little song of it, so we don't quite know what he's talking about. But there it is, Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn, so we can at least say amen to that. So for the benefit of the non-Yoruba speakers, Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn means may God never depart from you. So who would not say amen to that? I certainly would. Pardon me. So hold on. You know, the good thing about this daily streaming is I go through endless liters of water, which is always a good thing for you. So I go through endless liters of water, which is always, I'm not quite sure why I'm sweating, but there it is. So Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn, as I said, in Yoruba language means God never depart from you. So amen, of course, to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So I will say that, I'll say that now. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So another day, another session with your favorite or your laughing man, one man went to mow. Yeah, for the OGs, they will remember anytime I say one man went to mow, I used to say the eagle has landed. It's been a while since I said that. So the eagle has landed. This is he. It is I. I am that eagle. And I have landed by way of broadcasting to you, my people. So the eagle has landed, and the session does commence as we cap off the weekend now to thrust into another week. So we thrust into another. The week actually starts on Sunday. I think we've discussed that previously. So a week cycle is Sunday to Saturday, not Monday to Sunday. That's not a week cycle. A Gregorian calendar reads from a Saturday, which is the first day of the week. It reads from a Sunday, which is the first day of the week, all the way to a Saturday, which is the last day of the week. So Monday resets a new week. What am I saying? The Gregorian calendar starts on a Saturday. Okay. Let me just abandon it. But I think you get what I mean. The week cycle is Sunday to Saturday, not Monday to Sunday. So good to see you, Eze. So the week cycle and all that. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. So we go again. Another session. Just joshing around, mooching around, rat-a-tat starring and back and forth in all matters Nigerian. So the usual protocol, just like Eze is directing in the comment section. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to come and join me in the studio, and the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen invites you to super chat to the platform. So all of those things you must do. So you are compelled to do it. It's not, I'm not even asking you. I'm directing you to do it. So do as I direct. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you are not already subscribed. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen, and the dollar sign at the bottom of the YouTube page. Use that to super chat and super everything else to the stream. So that's the protocol. So follow the protocol and follow the chain of command, as Chioma often likes to say. And by the way, it was an exciting, even an explosive session with Dupsy earlier on. When is it never not an exciting session? If you missed Dupsy's session, you missed out. So just as soon as this broadcast finishes, make sure you go watch Dupsy's session, because it's always a banger when Dupsy turns up on Sundays. Another banging session with Dupsy. So thank you, Dupsy, for that. So hold on. Give me 1 microsecond. I've got a call coming in. Just give me 1 micro. Let me just play you. Let me play you a little bit of that Hausa rap. Yeah, let me play you this.
Ewé tí méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ́ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóyè ẹlẹ́mọ́. Àkànbí bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè, wá fi jóyè ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ.
Apologies for all that. A call came in that I had to take. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So let's just launch straight into it. We launch straight into it. With some of this, actually, I'm going to be giving you just headlines in quite a few. Actually, before we even go to all that, let me play you. Let's actually start it with this clip. So let me remove that and let's start it with this clip. So this is the narrative of the lived experience of the international Nigerian now. This is the narrative of the lived experience of the international Nigerian. I'm only going to say it in that ambiguity so that you can so that the man can express it in his own words. Watch this.
Money, you are hustling. Please stop spoiling the name Nigeria. Nigeria, stop spoiling it, because so I flew in from Lagos to Doha yesterday. I was cleared at the immigration and all. And one custom officer stopped me just because I was coming from Nigeria. This guy delayed me for about 30 minutes, just checking me on different machines. And he said he's so sorry to delay me, that recently guys from Nigeria are bringing many substances to Qatar. And I'm like, why? Chef to fair baby by Dubai Jenny. People should stop it to your long way their job. Bubu Lulot in Lewa. Bubu Lulon Lewa. I was ashamed. Oju bamiti. Shemon Kotundi ashamed. Oju bamiti. I was ashamed because I'm like, Kilo day everywhere lefe Lewani, because we can't even enter Dubai. People want to do shiri and be wole their job. And within that process, I misplaced my phone. The rider to me, he couldn't wait. Please now wait a job.
So there it is. An all too familiar story. So that's yet another Nigerian traveler lamenting the travails of carrying that green passport. And we are getting this increasingly. It's a traumatic experience. Traveling through any airport with that Nigerian passport is it's just a real torment, you know. It's a real misery, you know. As soon as you present that green Nigerian passport, they'll drag you out of the line, put you, and it's just so shameful, you know. You're all decked out on an exciting trip, looking your finest, and then suddenly you're dragged out of the queue. Everybody knows that of course, the people on that queue, they'll form conclusions. They will not know how it all panned out eventually. But the people on that queue, you know, I've been picked up from on an airport before. You know, and I didn't like it. You know, in fact, I got quite shirty with, you know, I got quite loud. You know me now. You know, so I got quite loud with the guy. You know, so you know, they see you picked out of the line, but then they don't know what happens next. But when they get to their various homes, they'll just narrate stories that, no, when I was passing through to the airport, a Nigerian drug dealer, a drug trafficker was caught. That's how because, you know, people like to embellish to make the stories a lot more exciting than it was. You know, so every individual on that queue, when they see you being pulled out of that queue, as soon as they get to their individual homes, is a narrative of a Nigerian drug trafficker being caught. So it's just we're getting it more and more. So I feel some empathy for that guy, but then you guys should stop it. Whoever you are, I must blow. I must be Instagram. Look, just stop it. Just go and find work. You know, not everybody can be successful. So and life of moderation is nothing to be sniffed at either. But pardon me. But yes, enough of that. So let's get straight into it. Let's get into the politics of it. A lot of economic news coming in this session. Nigeria's economic future looks challenging. This is IMF, who are reversing somewhat position because there was optimism coming from them. There was optimism coming from them just barely a few months ago. So quite what this turnaround is all about, we find out. And Nigeria's economic future looks challenging. This is the International Monetary Fund. Right. You see, I'm trying to see where it starts because you see the first, it starts with a however there. So a sentence doesn't start with a however. So I'm trying to see, okay, it says the International Monetary Fund has reaffirmed its growth projection of 3.3% for Nigeria's economy in 2024 compared to the 2.9% last year. So that doesn't quite chime with the headline. Nigeria's economic future looks challenging, but then, of course, they are projecting a positive growth. Even though a meager one, but nevertheless an upward trajectory. The International Monetary Fund has reaffirmed its growth projection of 3.3% for Nigeria's economy in 2024 compared to 2.9% last year. The IMF says the growth outlook remains challenging for Africa's most populous nation and leading oil producer. The IMF earlier warned that the country's economy could be at risk if it simply fails to produce. So they're hinging all of the projections on a benchmark level of our oil output. However, the IMF noted that the growth outlook remains challenging for Africa's most populous nation and leading oil producer. And leading oil producer in March, food inflation, food price. Let's start that entirely all over again. However, the IMF noted that the growth outlook remains challenging for Africa's most populous nation and leading oil producer. In March, food price inflation reached 40%, prompting concerns about food security. According to IMF Mission Chief for Nigeria, Alexander, I won't attempt to German name, if Nigeria grows at 3.3%, that is just above the population dynamics, which is a big challenge. So that 3.3%, what they are, because Nigeria's population is growing exponentially because we're breeding like rabbits. So, you know, people that are unemployed now, what do? They just get women pregnant, don't they? So the population is growing exponentially. And what IMF is saying is that if the economic space does not expand to be at least at lockstep with the population growth, then that country will be in trouble. So that's essentially what that means. According to the IMF mission chief for Nigeria, Axel, then some German name, if Nigeria grows at 3.3%, that is just above the population dynamic, which is a big challenge. The fund projected that fuel subsidies could be up to 3% of GDP this year due to the disparity between pump price and their dollar cost. According to Scheimal, I'll call him the German guy. Look at the name. I'm funny with names anyway, but I could never really pronounce this name. So I just call him the German guy. Right, let's take it from this top again and I'll speed through it. It says, however, the IMF noted that the growth outlook remains challenging for Africa's most populous nation and leading oil producer. In March, food price inflation reached 40%, prompting concerns about food security. According to the IMF mission chief for Nigeria, Axel, German name, if Nigeria grows at 3.3%, that is just above the population dynamics, which is a big challenge. The fund projected that fuel subsidy could be up to 3% of GDP this year due to the disparity between pump price and their dollar cost. According to the German guy, he further stated that officials are dedicated to gradually phasing out these subsidies within the next 1 to 2 years. So I think it's pretty much an open secret now that the fuel subsidy is still very much there, but certainly not to the level of the Buhari eras and whatnot, but the fuel subsidy certainly are still very much there. So what the IMF is telling us is that they're going to peter it down even. They're going to phase it out in a graduated form. So that's essentially what they're saying. So the fuel subsidy, in fact, let's not call it subsidy, because subsidy is such a controversial word, especially within the Nigerian dynamic. The fuel support or palliative or assistance, or let's call it intervention. So the fuel intervention is still there, but it's at a much petered down intervention level than what previously obtained. So that's the first thing that you have to take as a base understanding. But that petered down level that obtains now is being gradually phased out over the next year or two. So it's an insulation really for the refineries to come on stream so that they just ease it out completely. So that's essentially what the IMF is telling us. According to the IMF mission chief, let me not take it from there. The fund projected that the fuel subsidy could be up to 3% of GDP this year due to the disparity between pump prices and their dollar cost, according to the German guy. He further stated that officials are dedicated to gradually phasing out these subsidies within the next 1 to 2 years. The reforms are focused on how to raise that growth so that Nigerians can see real impacts on their living standard. We think a lot has happened. We also have to recognize that the problems built up over many years were quite severe. We can't expect that everything is going to be resolved overnight. So I think this needs to be rehammered into the Nigerian psyche because, of course, Tinubu there barely 2 months, and they expect him. They are querying why he has not turned Nigeria into Dubai in barely 2 months that he's been the president. So the German guy is inviting you to pause for caution. Is pausing you for caution. We think a lot has happened, so he acknowledges that progress being made somewhat. We also have to recognize that the problems built up over many years were quite severe. We can't expect that everything is going to be resolved overnight. He added, global rating agencies have upgraded Nigeria's economic outlook as a result of reform efforts. Fitch, the latest agency to do so, has revised Nigeria's outlook from stable to positive. So you have to understand that all these rating agencies, all these global financial rating agencies, they are quite a big deal. And the elevation, the elevation from stable to positive, because they even stable is a strong position, but positive is an invitation to partake. This move now from stable to positive it's a percentile in your capacity to borrow. So if your economy is deemed as a negative, then you will struggle to borrow money from the mainstream places, and then you go to more obscure places, and then the terms of those borrowings will be a bit more stringent and a lot more severe. But then if you are in the positive side of economic global rating, then you can borrow at the top tier of borrowing at favorable rates. So all these global ratings, they actually mean something. Global rating agencies have upgraded Nigeria's economic outlook as a result of reform efforts. Fitch, the latest agency to do so, has revised Nigeria's outlook from stable to positive. The German guy noted that scaling up a cash transfer program and increasing government revenues to enhance service provisions to citizens are key priorities. In terms of monetary policy, the IMF commended the recent interest rate hikes by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to address rising inflation, calling for a data-driven approach for further rate adjustment. So everything in Nigeria must be data. We don't even have the collation of this sufficient enough of a data to make any meaningful policy thrust. I think we're just now, it's actually Buhari that started harvesting and harnessing data. We don't have data in Nigeria, so how are we even able to plan a country? In terms of monetary policy, the IMF commended the recent interest rate hikes by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to address rising inflation, calling for a data-driven approach for further rate adjustments. The IMF encouraged the CBN to boost its foreign exchange reserves. What does this even mean? What did you think? Is this a recommendation? Is this a novel idea that they think they are broaching to the space? Are they breaking new? Are they telling what is not already known? They're saying boost your foreign reserves. What do you think Cardoso spent endless sleepless nights racking his brain about? The IMF encouraged the CBN to boost its foreign exchange reserves and suggested a transparent and balanced framework for forex interventions. While the Nigerian currency was reported to be the best performing currency in the world early in April, in February, it was the worst performing currency in the world. So the yo-yoing of so that is the outlook of the IMF on the altogether positive, quite in contrast with the headline, which says Nigeria's economic future looks challenging. So I think reasons to be optimistic is what the international financial space is telling the Nigerian space. Reasons to be cheerful. Not to be cheerful though, but at least be optimistic. So now this next one, and by the way, the room needs populating. So anybody that wants to hop on. We always say this just so the conversation can take place. Anybody that wants to hop on. So this now next one now. This speaks to. I'm only really going to give you this as a headline. Air Peace flies Prince Harry, Meghan to Lagos as Duke of Sussex hails Nigeria's rich culture. So that headline is just sufficient enough to tell us all we need. The fact that Air Peace has been able to fly them is a real coup. So they can legitimately call themselves now as royal carriers, because they've carried pretty much the paramount royalty within the global space. So they've carried a prince of the leading royal house within the global space. So they can if they don't know how to market this flight, then they deserve not to be. In fact, they should be asking him for a royal warrant, even although they think they have stripped Harry of all of his royal whatever. Air Peace flies Prince Harry, Meghan to Lagos as Duke of Sussex hails Nigeria's rich culture. So a real coup there for Air Peace. A real coup there for Air Peace. And Nigeria's economy, I think we've just done that one. I think this may well still be in tandem with what we just read. Nigeria's reinstated fuel subsidy set to drain almost half of all revenue in 2024. So this runs contrary to what we just read there, which told us 3%. It says Nigeria's reintroduction of a gasoline subsidy months after it was scrapped is expected to guzzle almost half of its projected oil revenue this year. According to IMF, the implicit subsidy will cost Africa's largest crude producer an estimated 8.43 trillion naira, just under $6 billion, of its projected 17.7 trillion naira of oil revenue. The IMF said in a report, and then it tails out into something that I cannot read. So let me just break it up a little bit. Let me break it up a little bit by playing you this video clip. I want you to pay particular attention to. There's a lady wearing a silver. There's a lady wearing a silver gele in this clip that I'm about to play you now. This is the Awujale's 90th birthday, by the way. So this is the 90th birthday and 67th coronation ceremony of the Awujale of Ijebuland. But I'm playing you this clip really. It's the first scene that you see in this clip. But I want you to pay a special attention to what is round the neck of the lady wearing the silver gele. So watch this. You can't see it. Let me remove Ayo's super chat. Thank you, Ayo, for the super chat. Let me remove this banner as well because So what you're seeing around that lady's neck there, what you're seeing, what you're seeing here, what you're looking at here, the first thing I'm going to tell you is that it is not costume jewelry. That's the actual real thing. What you're seeing around this lady's neck here is not costume jewelry, it's the actual real thing. And the next thing I'm going to tell you is that the price of that, what is around this lady's neck, is probably more expensive than your house. Where you are living now, your house. What is around that lady's neck is almost certainly more expensive than your house. So let's take a couple of minutes of it and then we move on. So that's 24 karat gold right there. Of course, that's 24 karat gold. And what these are high, when you're talking about high society, we're talking about the highest, the 1% of the 1% in Nigeria. That's what you're saying playing out here. The 1% of the 1%. And what this is somewhat of an elderly lady. What she's wearing around her neck is the price of your house. I mean, I don't have to tell you, it's 24 karat gold. What that lady is wearing around her neck is the price of your house. So there it is. Well, I don't know. It's the price of the house that you want to buy, the MBQB. So there it is. Happy birthday to the Awujale of Ijebu land, who turns 90 today. I wonder if many happy returns is as many happy returns as the Lord affords. I think it's probably the best way to put that. So let's move on from there to another one. Let me send the link again. The room barely populated, so we would need people to come in for the conversation to take place. So if you are dotting around and not especially busy, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us. Let's move on from there to this one. Look at this guy. He's calling it the nonsense around your neck. You don't know anything. Ask your wife, maintain man, and then she will tell you just what the price of gold is, and then you know. Let me take you to this one. Suspend implementation of cybersecurity levy. Tinubu orders CBN. So is this always reversals of positions? It's becoming. You can look at it. I'm not going to read it because the headline tells us pretty much all we need from there. But it's this continuous reversals of position. So you can either there are two ways to look at this sort of things, because this is not the first or even the second time we've seen policy positions reversed or adjusted. So it is either you can look at it from the prism of government listening and adjusting to the people's wishes, or you can also look at it from a government that is dithering and unsure about its steps. So you cannot say they are dithering and unsure about their steps, because the policies make infinite sense, but the public outcry makes the government make some necessary adjustments. So either it's how you are in the divide, isn't it? And it is really down to the politics of it. If you're an opposition political mind, then you will say this is yet another example of flip-flopping and dithering. And then if you are somebody that is of a more balanced mind, then you will say that this is a government listening. So it's really just down to where you sway in the political divide. So where you sway in the political divide, let me bring you let me bring you this one. So this is a carry on from our previous conversations. We're still on that we're still on that Aba Port Harcourt rail line, and I noticed that in previous sessions, some people were somewhat derisory in their views on the quality of the trains that were being put in that space. But it's horses for courses, isn't it? Do you know what horses for courses is? You cannot put a thoroughbred as a farm horse, and you cannot use a farm horse to run the derby. So it's horses for courses. You have to use the right horse for the right purpose. You cannot go and put a multi-million-dollar train in Aba Port Harcourt when there is no commercial activity going on there. So it's horses for courses. But to that space, Aba trained before and after. So let's now see what it looks like before and then what it looks like after. I'm going to mute the voice. I'm going to mute the sound just for reasons of copyright. So this is what purports to be a train in Aba before the intervention of the we have to say Buhari administration. Look at that. It's even worse than we see in India. So this is what they used to have to endure, and this is what they have now. So I would say that it's sufficient enough of an upgrade for a low. What more do you want beyond this? I just remember how they were condemning this. What more do you want beyond this? I think this would do. This serves and suits the purpose. Serves and suits. So that's the before and after of the Aba train right there. Let's go on from there to this one. I made a mistake with Fubara. We'll correct it at the appropriate time. Wike opens up on River State crisis. So that a lot of people, it's almost a certainty that Fubara is going to be a one-term governor. It's going to be quite brutal in River State, actually, 2027. I made a mistake with Fubara. We'll correct it at the appropriate time. Wike opens up on River State crisis. The immediate past governor of River State, Yemsen Wike, has shared some fresh details about the political crisis rocking the state. Wike, who is the current minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, submitted that he made a mistake in supporting Governor Siminalaya Fubara to emerge as a successor. Speaking on Saturday at the Grand Civic Reception held at Ogubolo in honor of Chief George Thompson Sekibo, Wike begged for God's forgiveness as well as the people's forgiveness for making an error in judgment. Speaking further, the FCT minister vowed to correct his mistake at the right time. Wike said, I want to say this clear. So the fight is now in open glare. They are not even disguising it. It's not. So the fight is now playing out in open glare. They are not even making any efforts to disguise it anymore. It's not a matter of day your day make I day my day anymore. I go day on top of you is what is where we are now. Wike said, I want to say this clearly. In life, we have made a mistake. I have made a mistake. I own it up. And I say, God forgive me. I have said, all of you forgive me. But we will correct it at the appropriate time. I am a human. I am bound to make a mistake. So forgive me for making a wrong judgment. Nobody should kill. Speaking further on the current political crisis rocking River State, Wike called out the camp of Governor Fubara, saying no injunction obtained at 2 or 4 a.m. will stop the law and due process from taking its course in the state. If they like, they can go to anybody by 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. to get injunction. The law will take its course. We will follow due process. So that is Wike essentially. It's a never-ending saga. Which side are you on actually? Who are you backing? Are you backing Wike or are you backing Fubara? I, for one, would love Wike because I'm a Wike man. I like the cut of his jib. I like the way he politics. So I would like Wike to slaughter that guy if you can. Let me take you to this one then. Let me take you to this one. 29 military generals retire from Nigerian army. So we usually see this when an incoming government. Let me say that again. It's not an incoming government even because it's already here. So when a new government takes charge, usually they roll out some echelons out of the army. So those are the dead woods, the ones with questionable loyalty and all of that. 21 generals of the infantry corps, and also when a new chief of staff, when he takes charge, he likes to clear out all of the people he perceives to be his enemies. So let me put it that way. 29 generals of the infantry corps of the Nigerian army have retired from active military service. They were pulled out of active service at the Jaji military cantonment in Kaduna State on Friday. Correspondents report that out of the 29 retired infantry officers pulled out of active service at the Jaji military cantonment in Kaduna State, 19 were major generals and 10 brigadier generals. Speaking on behalf of the retirees, Major General Victor Ozugu vowed that they would always be committed to the military profession. He urged those still in active service to sustain the modest strategic, operational, and tactical achievements made, and also to surpass them. So yes, it's usually a political thing and we have too many generals, by the way, in the Nigerian space. I am ready to face probe over Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. So this is Umahi. So this is going to be over and above all of the things that he achieved in was it Ebonyi State? Yes, over and above all of the things I achieved in Ebonyi State. Is our epitaph is going to be this. This is the make of Ma of David Umahi is going to be wrapped around this particular project. So all that stuff. So I think that's sufficient enough to be going with. I'll send the link again. The room does need populating. If you want the conversation to take place, hop on. We'll play the Kegite music, and then we'll see where we land up after that. Oh, yes. Actually, let me play you this clip first. This one, I was saving this clip for Ekene. I was telling him about it in a previous session. Let me play you this clip. This is a guy. Anyway, let me play you it, and then you see what he has to offer.
Yeah, guys, as you can see right now, guys, look at where I'm standing. I'm currently on the Lekki-Ikoyi Link Bridge in Lagos. Can you see that? This is the Lekki-Ikoyi Link Bridge in Lagos, guys. Lekki-Ikoyi Link Bridge in Lagos. Today I have something to say. See, Ghana, when we are talking about Ghana, you people shouldn't think we are just doing politics. I've been in Nigeria for 2 days, and guys, let me tell you something. The current fuel price in Nigeria is 640 naira, which when you go to Ghana is 640 pesos. But we are paying 13 cedis for 1 liter of fuel in Ghana, and you guys don't want us to talk about it. Even Nigeria paying 640 pesos for fuel in Nigeria, Nigerians are complaining that they need reduction of their fuel price. Ghana, we are paying 13 cedis, which is equivalent to 1,300 naira for 1 liter of fuel. And you guys don't want us to talk about it. When we talk about it, it will be a problem. That's why I tell all of you that I have nothing to say. Me, I won't say anything. I'm now at the Lagos-Ikoyi Link Bridge. Can you see that? Very beautiful view. Bye-bye.
So there it is right there. They are paying over 100% more in Ghana for fuel than we pay in Nigeria, and we continue to belly ache. This is it. Nigerians have lived too sheltered a life for too long. We've been too corseted and cocooned in the cotton wool of state. So now a real dose of reality. So it's a case of welcome to the real world. But first, the guides, and then hopefully a conversation.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Waila ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudode ojare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikukoni Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So, Ikukoni Agbeche joining us, General Thomas. Good to have Thomas here. The erudite, elegant Prince Daddy, father of the bride, Ajan Lekoko. So that's the panel so far. Hopefully, the room populates as we carry on now. Thank you for joining. Good to have your company, gentlemen. Let's kick it off with Prince, if he's ready to go. Prince.
Hello, woman. Yeah.
Yeah, good to have you. And it was quite explosive with our Dupsy earlier on, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I was
Yes,
interesting.
yes, no nonsense Dupsy. So there it is. Is there anything else that you are looking at in the news before we launch into the talking points?
Oh no, none at all. No, nothing I know of actually. So you can just go ahead with whatever you have.
All right. Let's ease you in with this headline on the screen. Airpeace flies Prince Harry, Meghan to Lagos as Duke of Sussex hails Nigeria's rich culture. So yes, of course, hails Nigeria's rich culture. That's standard for every country they go. But really, it's the real coup that Airpeace was able to fly them a real marketing tool if they're able to handle it right.
Yeah, I guess that's an accomplishment. They I guess they flew them from London, I guess, to Nigeria, Abuja, right?
Yes, they flew them, I think, from Abuja to Lagos, just so.
Within Nigeria, Abuja to Lagos.
Within
Okay.
Nigeria, no, not internationally, no.
Okay. Well, that's still a plus. So that's good news. Good marketing. For Airpeace. That is good. Yeah. Nothing more to that. I mean,
Yes,
it would have been more. It would have been more exciting if they had been the chartered airline to fly them all the way from Buckingham Palace to Lagos or Abuja. That'd be more of an interesting story. But 40 minutes flights within Nigeria. I mean, it's good. It's fine.
Yes, I'm sure the
Prince
people in.
Daddy, those guys don't live in London anymore. They live in Canada. What is
No, is it Canada? I thought they lived in the United States.
No, they live in Canada now. With Buckingham Palace. They don't want them in Buckingham Palace. They left those racists alone with their.
You know, Prince Harry actually came to London on his way to Nigeria, and they wouldn't let him see the king.
Can you say that? Is that not shameful? What does
His
that
own father, apparently, allegedly.
See, I don't get into this royal storyline and this salacious airlines, but I can care less about Harry or Meghan Markle. I can care less about them. And by the way, I'm not sure what the racism Angelica was talking about. These people are despicable too, for what I hear all the time, always whining and complaining. I mean, what do they actually do to help propel the royal family? What is their official duties? They're always whining. I'm not the one to be talking about this too. I mean, I don't care. But racism, I don't know why.
Are you talking about Harry and Meghan that they're always whining?
Yeah, Harry and Meghan, yeah.
No. Harry has one initiative that he created this thing called the Invictus Games, which is it's like somewhat like an Olympic style games for wounded veterans, which is a global thing. I think that's one of the reasons it's in Nigeria actually. So it does a lot to promote that brand.
Invictus game. That okay. I think there's something called that before. I don't think it's the originator of that.
He is actually, yes. I think he invented that.
Even as a matter of fact, he has committed to support wounded soldiers in Nigeria. I think he has pledged to, to fund their their financial needs and stuff like that. So but to the racism issue that I was talking about, look, Prince Daddy, you said they are talking or they are whining. if you leave, if you and your wife live in a particular place where maybe because of the color of your wife, they don't, give you that kind of honor that you deserve, um, compared to others, brothers like you that married to white men, white ladies. You have to put two and two together to know what is really going on. They were, um, in that palace, that black lady, was not, or let me say, maybe is not. She's not highly respected, highly honored, like or others. And the husband is not satisfied with that, and she doesn't like such kind of treatment, and that's why they left London to come to United States and finally now move to Canada to their life.
To be fair, she's a divorcee as well, which although the king's wife is also a divorcee, but it's a very messed up family anyway. That's royal family.
Well, but that if everything is right with them or with the couple, if they are giving them that kind of love that they deserve, nothing will have taken it away from London. That is their ancestral home. That is where he grew up. That is where he lived all his life. Why would he? Did you watch her his interview with Oprah? Go and watch it.
I'm not gonna watch it, Coco.
What did you say?
I'm not gonna watch it.
Yeah, well, because you fixated your mind against them, so you don't. But if you really want to balance, if you really want to, really know the truth about their situation, you need to go and watch the couple interview with Oprah. You'll be surprised that why should
Coco, that's them giving their own accounts of whatever they're giving account of. I mean,
so
that's their own narrative.
they are baby. Hold on. So you take them as a baby that will be lying to the in a public.
Although that interview with Oprah, Ajanle Koko, was the final nail in their ostracization coffin. The royal family has a motto. They say, "Never complain, never explain," and that is how they operate. Never complain, never explain. And those cardinal seminal position. That interview with Oprah, it just flouted all of those things.
So does that support my point that they whine and complain? Isn't that the reason how they got there?
Yeah, well, somewhat, yes.
Let me tell you this, one man. We are in a new generation. This never complain, never do this. For if you don't want people to complain, if you don't want people, then you have to treat them right. You treat them with love. You give them what they deserve. When you don't do all of that to them, and on top of it, discrimination, you injected discrimination because this lady is black. The husband will open up because she really loves her. Look, we are in a world where you can't continue to lie and continue to manipulate people, and you think it's going to last forever. It's not going to last forever. Let me leave it there, one man. It's just absurd that the couple can go through this kind of treatment.
What are they going to? Is it because they had a Negro child in the royal palace? Is that a problem? Coco, is that a problem?
Look, you don't know how some family treat each other for one reason or the other, particularly when it comes to race and like what happened to them. they might not want him to marry outside white lady. But this guy, because of his doggedness, because of his, well, nobody can tell me who to marry. He went
But
and
it's not really the heir to the throne directly. So I'm not sure why that's such a big deal. No, I think Angelica, I didn't know you are into this. What you call it? This part of the media. What do you call one man? It's this tabloid headline media kind of a thing.
Yeah, salacious underbelly.
Yeah.
no.
See,
Hold on. No. I'm not
Yeah,
flowing
so
media.
so you read the gossip sections as well,
I'm
Angelica.
not,
exactly,
I'm
exactly.
not, I'm not going through the media headline. I'm going through. I'm going by what this guy, the interview with Oprah. But you said you don't want to watch it. Because for one reason, maybe you don't want to even listen to them. But you go and listen, and then
But see,
he
Angelica,
you
I know you know this. See,
basis of.
Oprah is the mouthpiece of the liberal Hollywood and all those
Oh no! Come on, man! Don't
perverted
let us even go.
people.
Look! Don't
Oprah,
go.
if you know the crime Oprah she's committed in the media,
Hold on. Don't let us go into politics, because we are going into politics of. I don't want to go into politics. Oprah is doing a job. A professional journalist interviewed couple. They
um,
did a lot of things.
Harvey
They told them,
Weinstein, Harvey
what is
Weinstein,
that
you
it
know
got
him,
to do with
you know
liberal?
Harvey Weinstein, that perverted a Hollywood producer, big mogul, whatever. Before he went to jail and before he was accused of this crime, sexually abusing women for many years in Hollywood. He's a friend of Oprah, and Oprah was a number one
It's
champion
a friend to
that marketed
everybody.
him.
It's a friend to a lot of big wit. Even
Yes, and that's what I'm
so,
saying with
yeah.
Oprah too. So this Oprah, let's leave Oprah and this people alone.
No. Don't try to rubbish Oprah because of la liberal politics. Judge Oprah by the by her profession, and I'm in reference to the interview with this Hardy and the wife. Just go and listen to it. Then whatever comes from their mouth is the situation they are going through.
Nah,
You
that's their own narrative.
uh,
See,
oh,
sometimes Angelica, even when somebody is wrong, or even when someone is right, like let's say they are right, this Harry and whatever Megan, the people that did them wrong, what was their reaction? What was their role, their participation in the whole thing? Don't come here and make it sound like these people are just innocent couple that didn't do nothing wrong. Forget about Merkel. What about Harris?
do you have idea of what they did wrong?
What about Harris? I
No,
mean,
no,
see,
no.
I'm
I'm
not the one to
asking
be
you a
judging
question.
people, but
I'm asking you a question. Hold on.
what?
Do you have idea of what they did wrong? You have idea?
No, but
You say
Harry
you
has.
don't know
Hold
anything.
on, that's what I'm saying. Harry has an
No, I'm
antecedent.
talking about the couple. Do you have idea of what they did wrong?
Oh, see, I don't follow that tabloid stuff. All I know is that
Ah,
they whine and complain a lot. Oh,
ah.
they always talk about what they don't get, and this we're talking about wealthy people here that have all the resources in the world at their feet for the most part. So what do I don't spend time talking about these people. I mean, rich people complaining. I mean, I know they had a show on, is it Netflix or HBO, that they got paid over $100 million. Angelica, what are we talking about here? I mean, they make money left and right. I know Ari wrote a book. Of course, I didn't read it, and he got a bunch of money from it, I believe. So I'm like, what is the complaint here? Meghan Markle, well, maybe you know better anyway at the end of the day. But all I know is that it's just one-sided story. If it's coming from Oprah, I don't see that value. In America, we don't care about royalty like that. I mean, what royalty is that? Who cares about if they live in Canada or Los Angeles? No, we don't care. We don't care. They're
The,
just the next.
the people being accused, why haven't they come out to speak against them if they have not actually done wrong against those couple? look, are you trying to tell me that, they ganging up, or they just ganging up against the what do you call it, the palace? They decided, let's just go and say something wrong, or ridicule the image of the palace. Are you saying that is what they are doing?
Yes, well, I don't know, but they have this woke mentality. Okay, that's one thing about them. They're woke. So sometimes where you come from.
Could you do
Hold
something
on,
like, could you
where you come
do
from. You see, no matter what Harry says, it is stock. The royal stock that he comes from. They have a role to play in his life. Now, if he has a different worldview, that is fine, but he can't just go around and trying to criticize where he's always had his bread, and still does from his childhood. So, it can be woke. That's fine, but he has to balance things. I don't know. I'm not sure how smart this guy is, anyways. But he doesn't know how to
this
find the
guy
balance
is
or
standing up
navigate.
for the wife. The guy is standing up for the wife, being
What is
discriminated.
that? The wife? Is she not? What is the wife? She's not black. What is the problem? Angelica, she's not black. What is she, anyways?
No. She's black. What I'm
Nah,
saying,
who's claiming that she's black? She's not black. She's something else. She's
well,
mixed with something.
mixed color. You can call it mixed color. She's not. You can't call her white. She's more of a black. She's
No, she's not black.
okay.
Let,
She's
let, okay,
closer to
Angelica, one minute. I was going to tell you one day. Let's do a
do you
trade
want to
on
call
your
her?
show.
Do you want to call her
Oh no,
white?
Angelica,
Yeah.
one man. You know that Chappelle episode where they did a trade. Have you watched Chappelle's show before? Where they
Yeah.
you remember that episode?
No, maybe not that one, but tell us. Yes.
No, there was an episode whereby Most Def, that rapper guy, it was the what you call him, the commissioner, and they were doing a trade like the NBA, like a sports trade, and they traded some people. I think we traded somebody for Eminem to be a black. To come to the black community. So let's do a kind of a trade also, a trade episode on your show to trade some people. For example, we're gonna trade Meghan Markle to I don't know, Asian race or white race. She's not black. We don't want her. Let's trade her for. What do you think? Let's look for a white person that can be black.
Adele. Let's say that for
And
Adele.
Adele, there you go.
She's
Adele.
already black anyway, so
We take Adele for Meghan Markle anytime, any day. That's a good trade. That's a good one, Matt, and that'd be a good show.
It's actually an ambiguous race that she has. Isn't it? If she's neither black nor white, nor if you look at that, there she is. Although she's somewhat black, isn't she?
Whatever. She's not.
Yeah.
These people, they claim to be black for convenience. That's what they are. And come on, they hear him. Black
Do
person.
you remember the story of? Do you remember the story of one? Do you remember the story of one lady that claims to be black to access some black educational opportunity in the United States? Do you remember that? It's going back a couple of years.
Yeah, I know of her. She was a white lady, of course. She claimed to be.
White,
I think she did a cornroll or whatever. And she sat on the board of a black organization, prestigious black organization, right? I think it was the NAACP. And for many years, for however long she was on there, she passed as a black person. It was funny, but yeah, this lady here might fall into the same category. This Meghan Markle thing. She's not black. She's only as black as But
what about your Jim Crow law, though? That if you have one drop of black in you, then you're black. Is that not what you say in your country? That Jim Crow?
Well, Angelica can talk more on that. We had that law. They had that law many years ago, but this black thing is just like that guy, like Barack Obama too. That guy, everything he's done in his life is always about about other races, not to support it. That guy never did one single thing for black people. So being black or the color of his skin can be relative, quite frankly. I'm telling you that there's so many white people and even Jewish people that have done so much for black people than the so-called black people. If you ask me, for example, I hope you know who this man is called Reverend Al Sharpton. That's the
Of course,
worst
yeah.
black person Negro ever. Everything that man's ever done is just to capitalize on the color of the skin of black people. In terms of meaningful,
Why are you
progressive.
calling worst black man on earth? What has he been doing wrong, or what?
Exactly. He hasn't done anything for black people. That's my point. Just like Barack Obama, he hasn't done anything for black people.
So hold on. So all the human rights and the human right struggle and everything that he did for
He didn't do anything,
black.
Angelico. He didn't do anything because they say so. They didn't do anything.
They say so. Right. Obviously, you don't know how sharp.
Angelico, I know. I was not as much as you do. Okay, we're talking about American here. I mean, just like Jesse Jackson, all these people are criminals. If you ask me, Jesse Jackson is Rainbow Push Coalition. It's so.
Let me tell you.
This before Peter became. These were the true graduate people. I'm telling you, Roman.
OG graduates.
Exactly, OG graduate. These were the people.
What Chris Daddy is doing here, it is very, very clear that you are always on Fox News. You're listening to crazy people, meaning black people and black in order to rubbish them so that black will not have people fighting for their right, fighting for.
I came up with a quote. I tell you this, I came to this point because I synthesized. I synthesized a lot of things that's been happening in this country, and this is what it came down to. I have a quote that says, I don't do black. Hold on, I don't do black. Hold on, I don't do black.
Hold on for him. Yeah.
I have a quote that says, I don't do black. I do what is good for black people, or do what is good for black. So this notion that I'm going to support essentially the reason why I came up with that quote is that, look, I'm not going to support anything black blindly. Like I supported Barack Obama blindly. I did. I was one of the people that voted for Barack Obama because of the color of his skin. I didn't want to vote for him, and my other choice was to vote for Hillary Clinton, which I wasn't going to do anyway. So I said to myself, if Barack Obama emerges, I will vote for him. And the only reason why I voted for Barack Obama was because he was black. He had nothing to offer, He had I looked. He had no resume. Look at his resume. Go Google his resume before he became president. He was a community organizer. He went to Harvard. His
CV was not presidential. Certainly not.
Exactly.
He barely had any work experience.
He had none. As far as his resume, if they published, he had none. He had nothing to offer. So I'm not sure what. So, but I voted for him.
Was he not a teacher in some community school or something, and then
became president? It was no. It's nothing to real. I mean, anyways. So I voted for him because he was black. And one thing I realized, I've been here for a while now, is that look, black people in America, this so-called black people, they are more detrimental to the progress of black people in this country. They are selfish and wicked as their oppressors, as they call.
True. All this.
It is true. It is true. It is true. Tell me what Barack Obama has done. Tell me what Al Sharpton has done.
That is not true.
Tell me what this guy. They all jump on the bandwagon of this black fighting for black cause.
Hold on. As far as this country is concerned, in the recent time, in the recent history of this country, Obama administration started out to be the best administration in this country. Obama took over government when the economy of this country was down.
Yes, it was that for black people.
Hold on, man. Hold on. When the country economy was not proceeding job, when the country was losing job, he stabilized it, he brought it back on track, and turned it to be the strongest economy again in the world. And look, just be careful. Don't follow this, your Fox News and, all these people you listen to on Fox, Mark Levin, and all these rascal people that even hate you as a black man. Those are the people that they're not. I mean, those are the people that the way you are speaking now. This is what they speak on their channel. And it's just unfortunate that you can be brainwashed by them. So all these people you are saying that never fought for black, go and check their history. And their history will tell you, if not for them, you will not even have a place to speak in America today. They fought for the human right of black and minority, and that is what gave us, the right as people in this country to have a law that, we are equal before the law. We are all equal before the law, irrespective of your skin, irrespective of your color, irrespective of your religion. These are the people that fought for it. And just stop it. You might not like their politics. They might be liberal, and you are this thing. Focus on your, conservative politics, or this Christian. What did they call you people? Did they call you evangelical, crazy politics? Just focus on that, and don't try to use that. And these people in your camp, the leaders in your camp, all the rubbish that they say all the time, don't try to use it to come and rubbish the black leader. Whether you like it or not, they are the ones that fought for the freedom of black people in this country, including what you are enjoying today. They fought for it. So let me just leave you alone. Just go and check their history well. Go and read about them, what they have done. Then you will appreciate them and turn against those crazy, that even those liars,
the deplorable
people that even hate you. You don't know they hate you. You think they like you? They be using that coverage. Oh, America, America, and they are using that, to brainwash you, and they don't really like you.
No, Ajale Coco, see,
Really
now,
like
now, it's amazing. I can say, if you don't mind, that you have not left the plantation. I have, just like Chema said in the comment section, that Obama was a pawn first on us. Let me tell you, when I came to this country, I too was stark, all black things, supported everything black. And at the end of the day, it's good for people to learn and observe. You don't have to be like a real scientist in the laboratory. You're doing experiments. You can also observe around you. Observation is part of experiment, and see how things collate.
Prince. Good evening, everybody. Just a few seconds. I just wanted to check it. I'm a conservative, but even I find Prince's takes disturbing. He's an extremist. I think we confirm a black person calling other black people Negroes. That's disturbing.
It's a right-wing hawk.
Yeah, he's out there. Just to clarify, I am not. Don't leave me at this point. I'm on my own. This guy is less than
Babati is brainwashed now. That's
he still believes in segregation. No, he thinks the black guy everywhere.
He said he have found freedom. Which freedom have you found?
The usual talking point now. I'm shouting this. I'm like, man, this is Fox News talking point.
No, it's not
Fox News. It's a Fox News talking point.
No. Say
they say all the time on Fox
News.
Every leader.
All these people.
No leader among all the blacks that these people doesn't.
Ajale Coco, tell me one thing Al Sharpton has done for black people. Tell us.
I have just told you that a lot of things that they did is what is responsible for you to.
No, stop. This is for people that don't know the history or know the story. Let me tell you, Al Sharpton was just by association, with Dr. King and some the true civil rights leaders that fought. Okay, Al Sharpton was just
among them.
It was just there. It was. Do you know he's an informant? It was an informant for the FBI. That guy is an awful Negro. He's an awful Negro.
No. So you have all your facts. It was informant to FBI. It was.
Was it not? Was it not?
This is all this Republican talking point. All these lies, propaganda they carries on Fox. So
But
it's unfortunate.
to be fair to Prince, our captain was an informant. They have him on tape, so that one is a fact.
You see, it's
a bad example of a black leader. You can't count that guy as a black leader.
Exactly to the point.
He was an informant, and he was still fighting for the right of the
people. Fighting is that stuff.
They never took him out.
For the people. No, you can't be. So it was double agent. It was a double agent. I mean.
Exactly. These were the people. These were the people that murdered Malcolm X. That led to, these were the black informers that worked with the government, for example, that led to the assassination of Malcolm X, for example. And these were the people. Al Sharpton is a mole, is a rat, is the worst kind of a black. Is an awful Negro. I'm telling you, because he had this label of. The reason why you think he's such a champion of civil rights is because the white people that are using him. Given that label, so he walks around every time there's a shooting or anything that's to do with black people in America, a struggle, it becomes the face of it. But people like myself, thank God, we've been able to go beyond that pale, so to speak, and have other sources and actually think about what is going on.
Republican. You don't.
It has nothing to do with Republican.
You are a Republican.
It has nothing to do with Republican.
This is the way Republican. Hold on. You are a Republican. This is where Republican talks. They will rubbish Democrat or whoever that is affiliated with Democratic Party politics. This is the way they rubbish them.
To be fair, what Prince is actually saying is that, and I've heard this pushback from Prince. I've been hearing it a lot recently from different quarters. That being black does not mean you have to surrender to the kumbayaism of that black narrative.
Nobody surrender to anybody. You don't live in. Look, let him go and apply for federal job. This guy, Prince Daddy, let him go and apply for a tough, highly well-paid federal job. Then you will know what this country represents.
But I'm not discounting. Hold on. I'm not talking about discrimination. There's no discrimination. I'm not saying that.
Stop it. Go and apply for federal job. That is a job that is highly competitive, highly paid job. That you see a lot of white folk, even applying for the same job as a black man. Go and do it. You will know what this country, you will know America. And you will know the kind of fight that Al Sharpton and all the rest have fought in the past to make sure that this kind of discrimination doesn't happen to black people in this country. I have friends that apply to highly paid federal job and know what happened to them. And I know what they did after that.
Favoritism.
Hold on. The kind of lawsuit that they pursued to fight against discrimination. You don't know.
Hold on.
And when that situation happened, you see a black man fighting for fighting against the discrimination. Then your people on Fox News will start, crying and carrying out propaganda against them.
But if I told you, Angelico, that discrimination,
rascals.
Yeah, that discrimination that black people suffer all across this country is actually reinforced by black people themselves. Why do I say that?
Okay. One man, I gotta go. Prince, God help you, man. I'm out.
What do you mean? Don't run away, Babati. What do you mean?
Babati, just stay. Don't worry.
You doesn't know. What is wrong with what I said? I say allow me to learn anyways.
Look at the guy. It's real. What the guy that was even killed by the white policeman? Don't you see the way some white people were pushing against the black fighting on the street for that guy to get justice, for the family to get justice?
What? Are you talking about George Floyd? George Floyd? That guy was a drug addict. It was a drug addict. That it was a criminal. It was a criminal. It was a drug addict.
Please,
It was.
hold on, please.
Even on Fox.
Hold on, please. Hold on,
Hold on, Ajale
Hold on,
Koko. Are you saying he's deserving of what happened?
Yeah, because
let me land. Hold on. I will let Babati speak. Even on Fox was running narrative against George Floyd, a person that was openly killed in the public space. We see the way the police.
He was resisting arrest. It was resisting arrest. You know, that's a crime.
Hold on. Just because you are a criminal, people that I've seen patients in the criminal justice system that have killed people, that have raped. Sorry, I can't use the word on, but they still have the right to medical care. You won't say because somebody is a criminal or they don't have.
But we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that.
No. But like you're condemning to that. That's the point you
no, I'm not condemning it. I'm talking about the character.
No. Hold on. Here's the thing, because I've gone through that myself in this country before. Somebody will be maybe a black person. Something happens to them with the police. The first thing you will do on Fox News is you go and dig up their criminal history from 40 years ago and say, 40 years ago that person stole the car. The police slapped them or beat them up.
Not 40 years ago. Just few months prior to his arrest, a year or so, George Floyd put a gun on a pregnant woman.
That is irrelevant to the case.
Oh, really?
It is not.
Really? Okay.
No. You're missing the point. Racial injustice and you lost your life has nothing to do with what you did 40, 50 years ago.
See,
bring that up as the reason why.
Let me tell you, Walmart. See, Walmart. What is Ajale Koko is trying to prime you and inoculate you from the reality of American system by trying to paint this horrible picture that goes on. Of course, there's validity to what he's saying in a lot of ways, but I wish I can send you the video. I've seen it. I don't watch a lot of this kind of crazy videos online, but there was a video of a white young man that was killed by another white police officer. And this was the most gruesome, forget about George Floyd. Go Google this video. The most gruesome thing to watch. This guy was called out of his room in a hotel in Vegas. And the police officer gave an instruction. Unlike George freaking Floyd that didn't listen to instruction. This young man was told what to do. Get on your knees, hands up, all the instruction. And guess what? This white police officer went ahead and assassinated this guy. He just killed him like a rat. It's right on the video. Google it. See, so my point here is that if you're talking about police abuse, if you want to talk about that, yeah, we can talk about that. There are more white people that die in the hands of police officers.
If he was resisting arrest, why is the officer that pied him serving a life sentence now?
Oh, good question. It's not actually the officer got away. He got away. Woman, I'm telling you,
that pied George Floyd.
Come on, woman. That has to do with just this.
Answer this question now. Why is he serving life in prison?
Oh, he had to. With the sentiment in the country.
Why?
He had to, because if he didn't, the
sentiment in the country, really? The sentiment in the country?
Yes, the sentiment in the country. The people that criminal out shouting. You know what he's gonna do? That criminal shouting. Your friend Ajale Koko, you know what he's gonna do?
Okay. No, those sound ridiculous.
I'm not.
Look, those sound ridiculous. Look, in this country we have today, if people like Art Sharpton, people like what do you call it? What's the other one you mentioned the other time?
Jesse Jackson.
If all of them were like you, coward, if they have not fought hard for the right of the black people, you and myself will not be won't be able to live.
Where were you in 1996 when I was in Washington D.C. with the Million Man March with Louis Farrakhan? Where were you? You can't call me a coward. You don't know what I've done for black people too. Where were you?
Oh, okay. So you are.
Where were you?
Sharpton. So you are.
Sharpton wasn't there. It was an awful Negro trying to get corporate money in America. It wasn't there to support the black people.
Okay, let's forget about this. Let's go to the point. Don't let us argue too much. But that's fine. You want to continue to
where were you at the Billion Man March or Adanle Koko? Because you've questioned Prince's credentials now.
Exactly. Where were you at Adanle Koko?
Were you at Mama Nkechi's in Dallas eating?
When you are if you want to continue towing this line of Fox talking point and Republican rascality, fine with you. But everything you are saying now, it is clear to everybody. It is Fox talking point, Republican rascality, evangelistical. Those of you that call yourself evangelistical rascality, politics, this is what you are expressing here. It is clear. So let's just leave it here. Let's go to the politics of the day.
Yeah, okay, it sounds good. But I think we started with Prince Harry, and I did like a quick search. It says right here, the Invictus Games were funded by Prince Harry, the Ministry of Defense, and with the assistance of Sir Keith Mills. The inspiration came from Prince Harry's 2013 visit to the Warrior Games in the United States, where he witnessed the ability of sports to help both psychologically and physically. So this guy doesn't have original idea. To my point, one man. And 1 second.
Well, your readout just suggests that he did, but it does. But there it is. So that's Prince that I think is taking a moment to attend to matters.
Yeah, and no, that's where it came from, 2013, and the word Invictus, anyways, is a Latin word which means something about maybe a warrior or something. But anyways, I'm not trying to down him. I mean, he's doing great with that, I guess. So that is fine. But there are other. I mean, it's whatever it does. I mean, if he's helping the royal family in that regards, that is fine. But the opposition of the royal family to him has its roots somewhere. He's not been the best, representative of the family. But again, maybe you should leave this storyline for Ajale Koko, because I'm not into this tabloid royal family stuff. I don't really care what they do or what they don't do.
All right, Prince. Let me play you this clip and then invite your response. I played this earlier, but it's just a minute. Watch this again. This is commentaries from Ghana.
Yeah, guys, as you can see right now, guys, look at where I'm standing. I'm currently on the Lekki Ikoyi Link Bridge in Lagos. Can you see that? This is the Lekki Ikoyi Link Bridge in Lagos, guys. Lekki Ikoyi Link Bridge in Lagos. Today I have something to say. See, Ghana, when we are talking about Ghana, you people shouldn't think we are just doing politics. I've been in Nigeria for 2 days, and guys, let me tell you something. The current fuel price in Nigeria is 640 naira, which when you go to Ghana is 640 pesos. But we are paying 13 cedis for 1 liter of fuel in Ghana, and you guys don't want us to talk about it. Even Nigeria paying 640 pesos for fuel in Nigeria, Nigerians are complaining that they need reduction of their fuel price. Ghana, we are paying 13 cedis, which is equivalent to 1,300 naira for 1 liter of fuel, and you guys don't want us to talk about it. When we talk about it, it will be a problem. That's why I tell all of you that I have nothing to say. Me, I won't say anything. I'm now at the Lagos Ikoyi Link Bridge. Can you see that? Very beautiful view. Bye-bye.
So, Prince, we've lived there for too long, a corseted, cocooned, sheltered life in Nigeria. We've been feeding off the state for too long in that Nigerian space. Not once have we ever lived in the reality of the real world. So that's the Ghanaian guy now. Ghana is somewhat of an oil-producing country. Maybe not to the volume of Nigeria, but certainly they've got oil there. He's telling you that they are paying 13 cedis for a liter of oil in Ghana, and we are paying 6 cedis 40. So even they are paying 100% more, and yet Nigerians will rile and rage all over social media that they are at death's door. And even the price of Coca-Cola, a bottle of Coca-Cola, is 300% more in Ghana, etc., etc. So what are you then making then of this foreigner now telling us now that we should shut up, that we're acting like spoiled brats?
Yeah. Well, it is. I mean, we've always known that the Nigerians, we pay way less for fuel at the pump compared to most African nations, and that's why smuggling of our petrol to other West African countries or maybe even farther, it's a big business. It's a big business. So, um, but what the government does is so it's, you can almost say it's non-Nigerian. What I mean by that is that, look, when a black person or a Nigerian does something for somebody, they always like the rest of the world to know that, no, they're big man, they're helping somebody out. So I'm not sure why the government would be hiding that they are subsidizing electricity, fuel for the people at the pump. Shouldn't they want the people to know, so they know the benefit that they are enjoying, including education subsidy in that country? Why is there so much charade about it to not let the people know the true value of value of services or amenities that they enjoy in that country? Why is always shrouded in secrecy somewhat? It's I've always thought about that. What is going on? Um, if if the people should pay the actual fuel pump, maybe that will help them get a grasp of what Nigeria is, and compared to what they've been paying in the past. I don't know what to make of it. That they hide to pay subsidy, and
Yes, that's what's been alleged internationally, by the way, that the fuel subsidy, I think we all know that the fuel subsidy is still there, but
well, internationally and Colata too. But again, why don't the why is the government not letting the Nigerian consumers know that they're still subsidizing? Is it good because Tinubu's government is trying to save face? Is that it, or what? Yeah, it's I don't know what to make of it, quite frankly. I mean, so at the same time, my understanding also that all this, the revenue allocation to all the states, these governors, has increased, tremendously. So where's the money coming from? The whole accounting, maybe if Emeka was here, if the whole accounting business in Nigeria is getting so weird and convoluted, I'm not sure what is going on. The states are getting more money. The government says they're not paying subsidy, but international bodies and I don't know say what they are paying subsidy, but they're paying subsidy different way. It's just so convoluted. I don't know. Um, I don't know, man. I'm not sure who's helping, but it's quite clear. If the price of fuel per liter goes all the way to 1,300 naira, huh? There might be war. Really, people can afford it.
I think they're just holding steady for Dangote and Port Harcourt, because as soon as those spaces start pumping, then you have a stabilized fuel supply and price. So I think it's a matter of hold station till those spaces are come on board.
So okay, if you have enough capacity, or you have enough volume of fuel in the land, um, I'm not sure that equation works out. So are they going to let everything free flow, the market free flow, in the sense that the true price of petrol per liter would be realized, or that's what the people will be paying at the end of the day? Because it sounds like it's going to get more expensive, even though we're going to have enough supply of the fuel.
I think it might well be marginal. I think it will probably settle around about the 700-800 mark when Dangote starts pumping. And I think when the government-owned refineries start pumping, that would then compete the Dangote in a downward trajectory price-wise, but everything hinges on those refineries starting to pump, but more to it, there'll be stability in price.
Well, man, so in England, how much is a liter of petrol at a station?
It's £1.20 thereabout.
£1.20 for a liter. So, which is about what, 1,500 naira?
Yes, thereabout. No, it's actually over 2K because a pound now is 1,800 plus, so it's about 2K plus.
Okay, and we're paying about 600 naira in Nigeria. Okay,
And that's what the Ghanaian is saying now. We've lived too sheltered a life. They are paying 100% more in Ghana, and still
they are.
we ever complain.
Yeah, I know they are. So, okay.
But
Well,
one man, when you keep on talking like this, why are Nigerians complaining because they are paying more in Ghana? We have to wait until we are paying 1,300 before we start complaining. Is that what you are saying? So
no. What I'm saying is that we've lived too sheltered a life. We've been protected for too long by the government from the realities of life.
Talking about what shelter in life we are talking about? Do we have to?
Is it not a sheltered life? When you are paying half the going rate internationally and you are still complaining?
Are they oil producing country? Is Ghana oil producing country?
It is.
Are they oil producing country?
Yes, Ghana is.
They don't export oil.
I don't know about that.
Yes, they don't export oil. What they produce is not even enough for their home consumption. So you cannot tell me that I, as a producer of a particular product, should not enjoy that product. But
you are enjoying it. If you are paying half the international price, you are enjoying it now.
What is international price? Is that place that they are exploring that product, which is within my territory? Is it international country? Is it international territory?
The Ghanaian told us that they are paying 13 cedis. Hold on, Ajanle Koko. The Ghanaian told us that they are paying 13 cedis per liter in Ghana.
That is their own because
hold on. But you are paying 6 cedis 40 in Nigeria. So that is to tell you then that you are enjoying the benefit of being an oil producing
one man, no. Because
if you don't have that benefit, you'll be paying 13 cedis.
Hold on, because them import that product, and in the real economic sense of it, they have to pay more. But we produces this product at home, but bad leadership that
and you are paying 100% less than the international space.
Hold on. Bad leadership that couldn't allow.
No, are you going to skip over the fact that you're paying 100% less than what they are paying internationally?
Look, we are not paying less. What we are paying is even too high. If we have developed our potential, to produce more, we have that potential, but we incompetent leadership and corruption.
Jolly Coco, the price of fuel at the pump in America is the average price. Let's just say like $3, which is really low. Where I am is way more than $3, but let's say $3 is still more expensive than the average price in Nigeria. If you do it,
Mister, don't use America.
America is an oil producing country.
Oh, a lot of it. We got a lot of it.
Don't use America situation to compare that of Nigeria. It's always wrong.
Why?
Description is wrong description because the average American workers are more paid than that of Nigeria.
No, that's a different argument. Now,
is it not your income that determine what you spend? Is it
So
not?
an average Ghanaian is wealthier than an average
Average
Nigerian.
Ghanaian workers are more paid than Nigerian workers. That
The petrol is 300% more expensive in America. Petrol.
Look. In Ghana, the minimum wage in Ghana is higher than that of Nigeria. So how do you want Nigerian workers to cope with the prices of this oil that is so exorbitant and is so it's out of reach? It's so expensive. So Nigeria, and you know what petrol means in Nigeria. It determines every economic activities. It drives every economic activities rather. So you can't continue to say, oh, Nigerian are over pampered, Nigeria are this, Ghana are paying more. Ghana is supposed to pay more because they import the product. But we produce this product, but yet we cannot really enjoy it. It's not even affordable to Nigeria. We can't continue to carry out this kind of argument. It's not right. It's not right. This is product we produce in abundance. Ghana doesn't.
Babaja, please. Ghana minimum wage. They increase their minimum wage, daily minimum wage, from 14.8 cedis to 18.15 cedis in January this year, 1st of January this year. They have increased their daily minimum wage. We only talk about we don't talk about the crisis of our own the failures of our own leaders. Come on, Ghana there. January this year have increased their daily minimum wage. Compared to Nigeria, workers is still asking for increase in minimum wage. It's increasing from in the pump price and every other thing. So one man, I don't know what you are saying. I don't know what you are saying. It's your income. Your income that determines your expenses. So when you are suffocating Nigerians, you can't even increase their minimum wage.
Forget the suffocation. I've got the table right here. This is the minimum wage Ghana, Nigeria. In 2018, it was $54 to Nigeria's $58. 2019, it was $53 to Nigeria's $97. In 2020, it was $54 to Nigeria's $83. In 2021, it was $56 to Nigeria. So our minimum wage is higher. You can say country comparison, Nigeria versus Ghana.
Currently, 2024. Show me, let me see.
Yeah, what's the 2024 figure? You tell me.
Show me now. Show me 2024 figures.
Even
what you are saying that your minimum was not even up to $50 as of today. Nigeria minimum wage is not up to $50 as of today.
All right. Back to your Prince. But it's a non sequitur.
Even the figures you showed, the last figure you showed, your minimum wage as of today is not up to $50. It's about something. I don't think it's even up to $20. If you check it very well. Check 30,000 naira by 1,400 or something. Is it up to $20? Why Ghana is paying up to $90-something or $50-something or so?
See, in Ghana, they don't get all the benefits that we get in Nigeria.
Daddy, hold on. As at today, if you want to, look at the exchange rate today, the minimum wage in Nigeria is $22.62. At exchange rate in Nigeria today, $22 in a month, minimum wage. Is that not shameful? Is that enough to even feed dogs in America? But you want to compare, you want to use, we are paying more to buy gas in America. compared to, look, we can't continue to talk like this. One man, we cannot. Ghana they don't have oil. They're just lucky to have little. It's not enough for their home cost. They still import. They cannot export. Nigerian export. But yet, it's the price is too exorbitant. It's killing businesses. It's killing economic activities in Nigeria. And then you say, oh, Nigeria.
Well, see, I like the argument that we have crude oil in abundance.
In 1980, let me tell you, in the 1980, the minimum wage back then was maybe 120 naira. And 120 naira is like $150 compared to where it is today, 22. To see how, can you see how Nigerian workers have been seriously battered? The income has been seriously battered. Purchasing power is like they already killed them. They don't even have anything.
Well, that is true. Well, yeah, I mean,
we have to look. We have to know what we're saying. We can't use Ghana case to compare Nigerian situation. No, particularly in the price of oil.
But Angelico, Ghanaians overall, they pay more for services and goods than Nigerians. Even with the higher minimum wage, they don't have a better standard of living than Nigerians do. They just don't. They don't. See, the government doesn't intervene.
Because the Nigerian life, the Nigerian life is they don't.
Standard of living,
they don't now.
The standard of living in Ghana is higher than that of Nigeria.
The
standard of living.
No, it's not.
Have electricity. You don't have electricity.
We do.
Yeah. Where's your electricity?
The electricity is epileptic now. So forget all of that 24-hour electricity. That's a bygone story.
You said now. How about before?
They have electricity.
They've not been able to sustain it now. So
it's
a bygone story now.
No. It's just recently it started happening like that. You can't have it for that long in Ghana. I lived in Ghana before, so I know what I'm talking about. So Ghana don't have the problem Nigeria has when it comes to electricity. So if they are maybe recently they're having problem, even here in America we have electricity problems sometimes. So, but not for that long, whereby a whole day or a whole 2 days you don't have light. It never happens in Ghana.
See, one thing Ghana can get
by so many factors. Ghanaians live better life than Nigerians.
For the most part, higher than ours.
Is it their education you want to talk about? That is not even the educational system, the educational
their universities don't rate in the international gradings now.
Their facility in their public school. Is it their health sector you want to talk about that is not better than yours? Is
Nigeria
it their
is a health tourism country now?
No. See, you read too much headlines. See, if you go, I think Simba would tell you about Kolebo Hospital in Ghana. But listen,
people that went recently, some of my friends that went there last year, I mean, what they saw, they were marveled. What they saw in Ghana. Come on,
a lot of these countries, a lot of this, and this happens in not just Ghana, all of these African countries, Benin Republic, all of these things, the sparkle of those spaces, they don't go beyond their capital city. So go outside.
That is true.
And you know that Ghana is a hellhole.
Yeah, if you go to Accra, Kumasi.
If you go to Ibadan, it's not a hellhole. If you go to Abuja, it's not a hellhole. If you go to River State, it's not a hellhole. If you go to Lagos, it's not a hellhole.
Go to the rural areas, not only the city of Ibadan.
Go to any state outside of Accra, and Ghana is a hellhole.
That is not true, one man. You don't know.
Listen,
the same situation you have in Nigeria. Leave the capital city. Go to other places outside Cybersecurity. In every
no, you can go to Kaduna, you can go to, of course, Abuja, Port Harcourt, River State, as you said.
We are talking of Kaduna, we are talking of go to Kaduna capital city. That is where you will see a little civilization. Go outside there. It's all like
yeah.
No government existence.
Well, that's the point. You're more likely to see pockets of developed cities or areas in Nigeria than you do Ghana. Apart from Accra, you go to Kumasi. Kumasi is very well developed, I guess, but you have to. Everything revolves around Accra and Greater Accra. Everything else is nothing.
Forget about that, Prince Daddy. Check if you compare our road infrastructure than Ghana own.
See, let me tell you, the things that
I don't know the comparison you are trying to bring in.
Hold on. The same arguments apply. Go outside of Accra and then make that comparison. It's not even pit. It's like mud.
One man. Let me say something to you. One man, hold on. In Kumasi, I've been to Kumasi. They have steady light in Kumasi. In Takwarani, they have it. They have light there. So I don't know what you're talking about.
No, what are we talking about here? Okay, let's. Okay. See, you have to.
Can I land?
Go ahead.
So, if you go to the eastern part, they have lights. Even to the village part, there's light for the most part. So I don't know what you're talking about, woman.
Okay, to that point, and you're right to a certain degree, rational mind. But let me tell you, if you go to the village, yes, they have lights because all they have is this light bulb that they have to power. Okay, let me finish. Let me land. And so my point here is that the demand of economic activities and pressure on a lot of resources is almost non-existent in Ghana compared to Nigeria. It is the fact.
Yeah, well, that's an excellent point. That's an excellent point.
I know what I'm talking about, rational mind. Don't think I don't know.
Apple to oranges. Why you doing?
No, it's not. So you can go to a remote village in Ghana and see electricity. You can't see electricity because there's nothing going on there. There's absolutely nothing going on there.
That's not the point. The point is they have steady, constant supply of power. Let's agree that they might not have the kind of economy that we have, the population, because they don't have the population like we have. The little that they have, they manage it very well. You, the plenty that you have, the much that you have there, are you managing it?
No, we're not doing a good job managing it. But the Ghanaians are quite conservative in a lot of ways, and I'm telling you, it's now that a lot of things are kind of. Maybe a little bit of things are opening up in Ghana, but again, beyond Ghana, you mentioned Takoradi, but if you go to, well, of course, you want to mention Tema also. Tema is the port, so Tema is well developed. It's a very nice place to stay in Tema because they have the ports there. But Tema, Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, you kind of hand that, but the majority, I don't know, 70-60% of the activities are in Accra, Ghana. Kumasi is like a what do you call it? It's they do a lot of trading there. I mean, it's a nice place. But anyways, in Nigeria, I don't know. I wish if they can raise the minimum wage to a certain level, okay, fine, and let them just let the people carry the burden. I don't know if that's what Kenya wants. Let them pay them 200,000 naira a month, and let them be paying $2,000, $2,500 per liter of fuel at the pump station, and pay the electricity and pay this and that. Maybe that is better. I don't know, but I don't want to be not to be sympathetic towards people's livelihood. When we do all this comparison, at the end of the day, we want our families to live well. I mean, to have an improved standard of living. But Nigeria has a lot to offer. We all know that, and we have the capacity and the human ingenuity to do so. But we just, we just don't do it because some people have hijacked the nation in a lot of ways. It's unfortunate, but that's what it is. And by the way, yes, we produce oil, crude oil, but I don't think that Nigeria as a country is better off than Ghana. That doesn't have as much more oil than we do, because we import it. We import the damn petroleum into the country. We ship everything out of the country and we import. So how are we better off, even though we are oil producing nation? We're not better off. We're just not.
Let me, I'm a Prince Daddy. when our minimum wage was 19,000, it's about 90 something dollar. It's about $95 or so, $95 something or so. You understand? So that $95 that time can get
They
you
don't
a lot
spend
of things.
dollars in Nigeria, by the way. They don't spend dollars in
No,
Nigeria.
you calculate. That's at least internationally. When you want to do trade or you want to check anything, you check it in dollar. You understand?
When
So
you
when
go and
our
buy
minimum wage,
when you go and buy yam, when you go and buy yam,
was 19,000, it's about $95 or so. Today, our minimum wage is 30,000. It's not up to $25. So you see the decline. The purchasing power of the people has been reduced to nothing. So if you check what $95,000 is now, at least that our minimum wage should start from there, so that people can still meet up with their daily demand. And even the price of petrol, most people will not complain about it. You can't be reducing the purchasing power of the people and saying you are Ghana is buying petrol cheap and all that. Even when you compare, I can't even believe that Ghana only exporting cocoa is doing well in minimum wage more than Nigeria. Ghana only export cocoa.
You don't know that. Can they just talking? They have gold. They have other things. You don't know
Really,
that.
they used to
Which
call it
gold?
gold
Tell me,
coast. They used to
internationally.
call it gold coast.
Internationally, what they know Ghana for is cocoa.
No, it's gold.
It's
Well,
cocoa. Go and check it.
Ghana used to be called Gold Coast.
Why they call it Gold Coast? I mean, they don't mean they export gold.
Cocoa is the main. Are you joking?
Cocoa is their
Are you
main
joking?
export.
Well,
Can
and
I chip
cocoa,
in
cocoa
briefly?
was a number one cash crop for many years, and I think the Western Nigeria also did cocoa somewhat. So why are you talking down on cocoa? Cocoa was very, vital for the work,
Source of their
Their main source is
foreign exchange. What?
yeah, foreign
It's
exchange,
yeah.
majorly is cocoa.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's great
Yeah. But
cash.
what that is saying is that if those people that cocoa is the major product that they export that give them this foreign exchange, can still provide electricity, can still have good hospital than Nigeria.
That's not a good argument. That's
Well,
if it doesn't matter, they
hold
export
on, no,
toothpaste.
Prince, look, Adele Coco, look at it on your screen. It's even you are making that argument on a false footing. Ghana's main exports are gold, cocoa beans, and timber. So gold is their main export, not cocoa. Which economy is built on cocoa exports?
That they mentioned the three now. They said
Where are
gold
you
cocoa. What
getting
are you
this from?
doing, one man?
Where are you
They
getting this
said
from?
gold, cocoa, and this thing. Yes, but we are saying cocoa is the major. Cocoa represent, the number one product that give them that.
Well, yeah, you probably maybe represent like 80% of the export. Okay.
Yes, that give them that forex.
Can I
So
chip in something?
yes.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, the Angboy now.
Okay, thank you very much. I was listening in the background and I saw that people comparing Ghana to Nigeria. I don't know people that are comparing. I don't know if they've been to Ghana recent time. I've been to Ghana, though not so much in recent time. I drove from Aflao, that's the Togo border, to Accra. That's a major international road that links the country with the neighboring country. That road is a narrow way. Those kind of road, they call face me, I face you. Even though not too many potholes, good, but that's the kind of road you get. You can't say that their road network is better than our own. One. Two, when I was in Accra, they took light. Kept taking light and bringing it. I was like, that I was telling my host that I thought they don't take light here in Ghana. He said, I said, nah, lie, then they take light. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not as if it's better. But the fact that Ghana is, even if Ghana is not doing well, it doesn't mean that we should not do well. You understand? Success is not what you are compared to what another person is. Success is what you are compared to what you are supposed to be. Give me the available resources that is available to you. With our resources, we are not doing well. In short, we are even doing ourselves a disservice comparing ourselves to Ghana. And if you ask me, I will ask everybody this question. in the last 1 year, what has been the program that Tinubu administration has presented that is geared towards improving the purchasing power of the people? Not even minimum wage now. Because if the purchasing power is good, you can even pay people $100. There was a time now when we were young.
Repeat that, because I said that just the other day and Ajale Koko nearly chopped off my head.
I didn't know.
That is not so much increasing minimum wage, but to improve
the purchasing power.
Thank you. I did say that.
If you remember, in 76.
No, tell me what
let me finish now.
Tell me what to do urgently.
Okay,
let me
give you the. If you remember in the 70s, that's 75, 76, some of our brothers then that were already working, even our parents, someone like me, I don't think my dad annual salary was up to, I don't think it was up to 1,200 naira a year. About 100. And we're like 5, and we're paying rent. We had a rented house. We're paying rent, we're eating, we're doing everything. Though not as much as every other person would eat, but my father was not borrowing. He was just living his life as a moderate poor man with his pride. You understand? That cannot happen now. So if they say, let's increase minimum wage now, everything will also increase along with it. But because he is the president,
thank you for saying that. I also said that to Ajale Koko.
We are demanding from him. We are demanding from him that whichever the ingenious way he wants to do it. Because he has promised, was making him at that time, say, I have something in my pocket. I don't want to give it out. You remember that his interview that they asked him, he said, no. If I
at the business school summit, yes.
all my opponents will know. He should bring all those things out now. You understand what I'm saying? He should present his card now. He's no longer competing with anybody. He should start playing his card fast. Because Nigeria at a point will not be patient with him. The idea of, wait till 2027 now, you can go back. Who is going to, another 4 years of our life like that? We'll just watch it. No. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. We must demand performance from him. He has not carried out any program now that is geared towards increasing the purchasing power.
Patrick, hold on.
Do you believe him when he said he had something in his pocket? Do you believe him?
No, I believe people like that on their face. The same way I believe you anybody.
You believe me at your own parents.
Patrick, Patrick, when you are comparing the 70s, the salary that was paid, and the way people, and the purchasing, the purchasing power that was very strong back then, comparing to what we have today, very weak currency, weak purchasing power. I think when we are comparing the two, how do I say it, two different times, I don't think we ever get it right. And the reason is that back then in the 70s, we were producing states. We have industries scattered everywhere. They were looking for people to even work. You cannot, what was regarded back then as unemployment in Nigeria is the period of time you are changing from one job to the other. But to say you are a graduate, a school leaver, or an able-body looking for work and won't get it, never existed that time.
Yeah, so, okay.
What I'm saying,
sorry, Ajale Koko, what was the education? What was the percentage of educated people compared to the population then and now?
Well, man, when you are talking of people that were educated back then,
the percentage,
percentage, I cannot tell you because reason why.
Guess at it.
Hold on. I can't tell you because I don't have the figure and I don't want to guess. If I'm guessing, then
30%.
That is totally will be totally out of.
There were fewer educated people chasing an abundance of jobs then. Now we have, in fact, anybody with a first degree is almost an illiterate now in Nigeria. So you have a vastly more educated population now chasing fewer jobs because there are more qualified people now for those jobs compared to then.
Okay, hold on. See, I know the room is populating, so I probably have to wrap up soon. But I was going to say, I finish up Angelo Cocoland. Okay.
Hold on. Let me say this to one man. How many textile industry do we have in Nigeria back then compared to what we have in Nigeria today? One man, can you answer that question?
Maybe at least three major ones.
Hold on. How many textile industry do we have?
Let me answer.
Kaduna, hold on.
Okay, you don't want to answer. Okay.
In Kaduna alone, how many textile industry, how many workers do they have working in those textile industry compared to what we have today in Nigeria? Can you tell me?
I can tell you, but I'll answer it in my own way.
Okay.
In those days, we did not have Chinese dumping, and now we do.
No, you are not answering the question now.
Well, you say that's the answer now.
Let him answer the way he wants to answer now. Let's let him answer.
But one man, we had Taiwan dumping then too now. We had Taiwan dumping.
But you are not answering the question. Just hold on 1 second.
We had Taiwan dumping.
No, Patroski, not to the same degree. Not to the same degree. Not to the same degree.
Now, yes.
No, relative to the population. Relative to the population. The proportion of dumping Taiwan relative to the population and the proportion of dumping from China relative to the population is increased. It's the same, almost.
I disagree.
It's just that
but go ahead.
I think the problem with job is that we have more population, but we have lost more jobs. Not if the job had stayed static and we had more population, it would have been better because more population.
No. Before you go too far, Patrick.
Wait, now let me finish. It will mean increase in demand.
What did we lose?
Which means if those companies have more demand, they can grow their capacity. If the textile industry are still there, more people are still wearing adire.
Yes,
are still wearing Ankara even now than before.
There's an elephant in the room that we are not addressing. What did we lose those spaces to? Because there are two ways you can look at it. You can say bad governments and lack of investment and all of that, but really what we lost those spaces to is the vagaries of international business. And a lot of
but some other countries protected their
go to the northern
now.
part.
If you make your company
not the English, not England, though, not
the
United Kingdom, not the United Kingdom. They didn't protect anything.
So did you lose jobs to China?
Of course. Who did not?
But you created more
Canada
jobs.
Not lose in the service industry? Banking and finance. That's what sustains the UK now. The UK is a service
that's what leaders
now.
are supposed to do. You created more jobs to the point that you even want people to come in.
But is that not where Nigeria is pivoting to? But to say, we had industries then and we don't have now, that's the narrative of every other country as well. Everybody lost industry to China.
One man. Yes. You see, the strategy of the West then was deliberately outsourcing the odd jobs to China and to the East, and then keeping the technical job for themselves. The United Kingdom did it successfully. The UK did it successfully. That's why pounds is still rising.
Nobody hemorrhages job. Nobody hemorrhages job. They couldn't. The economics of it forced their hand because they could produce at volume at a cheaper rate and to reasonable quality in China. But in the United Kingdom, where you have all this employment
now.
Okay.
I know companies in the US, like when Jack West took over GE, Prince Daddy. I'm sure you have read some of Jack West's book. When they took over GE, they deliberately outsourced some non-technical jobs to China. They kept semiconductors, they kept some aerospace, they kept some. But the other small jobs, call center, Capital One, all those small things, they outsourced to China, India, so that the technical one will stay with them. And because that's the one that makes the big money. You understand? So countries do that. But in our own case, We lost those jobs. The job we are even looking for now to create are not even technical. We are looking for, okay, we can screw things, we can assemble, we can couple. The last job is what we are now even struggling to get. It's just bad leadership. Let's just accept that. Bad leadership, and there are no other explanation. And bad leadership comes
No,
in
well,
phases.
but bad leadership is part of it, but the real reasons is the vagaries of international competition.
Are you not part of the international competition? Why don't you compete too and take their
you want to
jobs?
compete with China
Why
in
not? As at that
manufacturing?
time,
You
as
must
at
be
that
joking.
time,
You
in the
must be joking.
60s, can you compare the economy of China in the recent based on the proportion of population to Nigeria? No. Mao was still flogging them now. Mao was still flogging them,
Patrick has a
driving
point.
them towards productivity.
Patrick has a point. I agree with Patrick.
But what were we doing? We were killing our
see,
people,
Patrick,
wetting them with petrol and putting them on fire. Mao was driving his people towards productivity. Awolowo and Co, they were wetting the West. The Sadana, they were killing, and the rest of the North were killing my Igbo brothers. It was disaster.
No, you see, no, Awolowo is not. You see, this is where we're going to go.
No, let me not blame Awolowo, but you get the message I was trying to say. The rest were being productive. We were playing tribal politics. We're fighting ourselves. We're saying, I can see Queen in Lagos. Mao was driving people in the rural village, forcing them to work. Now China is enjoying it. That time, the Americans were using the black to drive the economy. They were enjoying it. Now they're enjoying it. But what were we doing? We're killing our people. We were assaulting ourselves. We're playing tribal politics. We're discriminating. Sadana would rather hire an expatriate instead of hiring an Igbo man or a Yoruba man. That was the strategy. And we expect the same result. And we are doing that now. It will be more terrible in the next 10, 20 years if we don't change. That's just the truth. Let's go and write it. It will be unfortunate because now we're educated. We don't have any.
Let me say this real quick. You see, we have leaders that are visionless. Who, like already you said, it's
visionless. Money is one selfish. They are just after.
Let me just land this point. Just to support what you just said. I think everything. I think Woman, you are right. You have a point. I think Patrick has points too. For me, you see how I see the whole thing is that you see with the case of Nigeria is you see this politics of this toxic politics that we play in that country is what is hindering our progress. When other countries are moving forward, we are all just stuck in this supremacy battle among ourselves. Yoruba wants to be supreme, Fulanis want to be supreme, and we get sidetracked from the main thing. So for me, you see, and again, from what you just said too, Woman, you see, the world is dynamic. This powerful nations, economically powerful nations, they keep changing. They keep dictating the ebb and flow of trade, of commerce, international commerce. If you look at what is going on recently now, there's a trend now going on that even China now has attained to a point whereby the cost of production in China is in fact many. I was looking at one documentary a few days ago where so many malls are closing down in China. A lot of the people are moving to more countries whereby they can produce more cheaper, because in the West, in Europe, in America here, even in Canada, the inflation is killing them, and so Americans are looking for cheaper things to buy. So, and China cannot produce cheaper things anymore because the cost of living in China now is just the same. So they have to keep at par with their income and the cost of living there, and so they're moving to Vietnam, Cambodia, and other Southeast Asian countries. But the point is this: why can't our leaders understand this international commerce, international economics, and tailor our strategy towards that? I tell you what, man, if you look at what is going on in the immigration space now, in Europe now, in Korea, in Japan, they've opened their doors for Nigerians and other people, nationals, to come in. They are giving out visas now. Imagine like places like Portugal. Portugal now can give you a visa. You can just come in, come search for. This one is not as if you have a guaranteed job waiting for you. You can just come into Portugal and search for a job. They give you the visa. So the way countries are the aggression with which they're looking for workforce, people to come in and you know, because they see that the economy is also is going down, and they need the workforce to come in. And Nigerians, our leaders are not looking at that. How can we grow our own local economy? Our Nigerian people are flocking up, both if you're not even skilled. If you can drive a tractor, you can drive a forklift, you can walk, you can sew clothes. In some parts of Europe, they will employ you. You don't even need to have a school cert for that. Like Portugal, you don't need a school cert. They will employ you to come in. They will give you the visa. So, but what kind of these are our skilled laborers or our people moving into other countries to go and develop their economy. What is wrong with our own economy? So we're still locked down in this supremacy battle of Yoruba. The next election, it is Tinubu. No, the next election is going to be Atiku. I mean, I don't get it. So for me, I don't know. We're going to be in this spiral for a long time until we do away with these leaders. These leaders are just visionless. They are just that's how I see it.
All right, brilliant.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in. Before you come in, Ogweni, good to see you. Let me just wrap up that Ghana space. This is it says during the last five reported years, the export of Ghana have changed by 2.7 something. The most recent exports are led by gold, which I did say gold drives the economy. $9.5 billion. Crude oil, which Ajale Coco says they don't export, but they do, 5 billion, and then cocoa, 1 billion. So it's gold, just as I said, that drives that economy. Ogweni, good to see you.
Thank you, Woma. So sorry, I promised to be on the show 2 days ago, but I couldn't make it. Just
you're a busy man, of course.
Even when I wasn't there physically, sometimes I try to, play what maybe replay sometimes or play live and then try to listen to it by the side.
Sorry, are you in Nigeria?
No, I'm not yet in Nigeria. Okay. I'm still in the UK. So I greet everyone. It's what I think Patoski was saying that I just want to just make some contributions. See, let me start by the fact that there's something Fashola in his book called Fallacy of Unfair Comparison. We tend to compare our country with on some criteria, on some parameters that are not comparable, without looking at other indices that you should look at when you are carrying out a comparative analysis. And it worries me sometimes when I see people making comparison without looking at these variables. As at 1960s, that I've heard, I think Rational Mind also talking about, we're paying, Yoruba is superior, outside is superior, this and that's why we're not progressing. That's incorrect. That's not totally correct. And the reason is this: what you call tribal politics in the 60s was regionalism. It wasn't tribal politics, it was regionalism. The political structure or the political entity was structured to be so. So what the British left with us is what they still practice in their space today. In Scotland today, the Scottish man find every means to ensure that there is no English dominance within their space. In Scotland, where I am today, you hardly see Englishmen leaving England to come to Scotland to come and do what? The reason is this: there's a strategic plan in terms of nationalism for Scottish. In fact, as a matter of fact, if you're looking for a job in Scotland here, they think of the Scottish first. It is when you can't get any Scottish that you start looking at British. That's English, Irish, Welsh. It's Scottish first. It's not going to be British first. It's Scottish first. Why? Because what they practice is regionalism. There's nothing evil about it. There's nothing demonic about it. And there's nothing unproductive about it. That was what we got in the 60s. Awolowo was developing the Western region. Back in my university days, the former Attorney General of the Federation, Richard Akinjide, came to our school. There was a lecture I delivered back then, I remember. And in that lecture, he did a comparison of how the Western region was developing at the same pace with Spain. And this Portugal you talk about, they were all behind. The pace at which the Western region was developing under Awolowo, and mind you, Awolowo never led the Western region for 10 years or 15 years, or no. He only led that particular space for less than 8 years. That is plus or minus when you put it together. But for those periods, he was able to annex the inherent, advantages in regionalism to make do with the resources they have and channel it toward what they think should be the priority of that region. And so when you have Nnamdi Azikiwe, who tried to contest in the Western region and lost, then went to the Eastern region to go and contest, and whatever he got from the Western region is trying to replicate it in the Eastern region. The Northern region also felt that, okay, our own strength is agriculture and all this. Okay, let's annex it and let's ensure that we are getting it right in that area. Why you have your House of Representatives at the central, which is Lagos, where everybody come and they play all their balters and everything. The same thing they still do today, and is working with them in the Great Britain. So as far as I'm concerned, that was not our problem. Historically, if I have to trace our problem, I would trace our problem where our decline started happening was the military intervention in Nigeria. And this is one of the things we do comparison without looking at. How many of these countries that you mentioned that we are all comparing Nigeria with actually had their development, their growth, their economic prosperity truncated by military juntas? The military juntas in Nigeria truncated our development from 1966. They plunged us into war. And after that, we recovered from war. They stayed there. They released us back in 79. I took it back in 83. And ever since then, we never had a breathing space until 1999. That's a whole space of about 30 or 30 years plus. Out of how many lives do we have yet? 60 years or 65-year-old man, you have about 30 to 40 years out of his life being truncated by the military. I know people like Babajale Koko may want to say, oh, during military, we had development, we had this. They were pieces. And if I say pieces, this is what I mean. During military era, you don't have what we call national strategic plan. What was our strategic plan? Nothing. We just had few guys there who were just there. They are not accountable to anybody. They are not answerable to the citizenry. So nobody could even question them. So they were there doing whatever they like. If they like, and that's the reason why we still find ourselves in all this mess. Somebody will just wake up and say, because I'm head of state on Kano, you can just wake up anytime and you create local government in Kano. You keep creating local government as you like. Why in some other space you have where you should create local government, you're not creating local government. You're not creating enough local government. We're creating local government in space where you shouldn't even have probably more than 15. You're creating 30 plus in that space. And so all this political imbalance now came in military, until 1999. So as far as I'm concerned, it's more like you pause somebody's progress, no national strategic plan, and you dented our nationalism, no patriotism at that point again. Nobody was thinking about their area or thinking about how do you want to give back to the country. We're not thinking about how do we want to have our own national, infrastructures and other things that you need as foundation. But while we were battling with that, and even activism, if you call yourself activist in the military guys' days, what you are fighting for is not economic prosperity in the military guys' days. The only thing you are fighting for, most of the civil societies we had in our space, were all fighting for transition back to civilian government. Could you imagine for whole 30 years plus? That was what we were just busy fighting for. That was what Gani died for. That was what Sariwa died for. That was what Delegiwa died for. That was what countless. I can't pick you.
Patrick, your connection is choppy. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
No, it's breaking. Patrick is breaking.
Okay, maybe I will get back when I connect.
Okay, it's fine now. It's fine now.
Okay, what I'm saying is that we had already had 25 years. That's the quarter of a century of uninterrupted democratic process. So this argument might not be totally correct.
Okay.
What have we gotten from
Why
it?
do you think so? So let
Yeah,
me
if it was interrupted, we had 25 years of uninterrupted, and we are worse
so
off.
it's like this. You've had it's like this. You see, you've had a stunted growth, all right, of 30 something to 40 out of your life. You jump into your 50s. That is when you need, at your 50s now, it is when they want you to start going back to where you stopped in your 10s. That's the problem we're having in Nigeria. And I will give you a practical example. Let me give you a practical example. Okay, for instance, in China have what they call their national strategic plans. Chinese strategic plan has evolved for decades, right? And they have vision of 20 years, they've completed it, they reassess. They have vision of 10 years, they completed their reassess. They have vision of, presently now, they have vision of 50 years and they are on it. They've not completed that. Our own, we've not even finished one circle of our vision. And we don't even have it. Why? Okay, when the military were going, assuming what they did in Singapore or don't let me, Indonesia was something they do for us. Possibly by now we should be talking about, okay, let's blame our system. Why are we not getting this thing right? But they didn't do that. And what do I mean? Look at this from this angle. I'll give an instance of Indonesia and their oil palm prosperity. Somebody mentioned Ghana and said, oh, Ghana is exporting cocoa and we are seeing that as prosperity. That's not prosperity as far as I'm concerned. What's their strategic plan on that? Indonesia got oil plant plantation. They funded a research, what do you call it now? Network around it. And do you know what Indonesia did? They closed their border. They closed their border completely against exportation. China did the same thing. They were exporting other things, but they picked that oil palm as their strategic product and they closed border. And by the time after decades, they opened their border, they became the best. Everybody knows that today there is no way you not mention Indonesia, Thailand, and others when it comes to oil palm plantation. All right. So where is strategic plan for Nigeria? What the military simply did for us when they were leaving, they gathered some civilians. Those civilians drafted the constitution. Those constitution, there were a lot of imbalances in our constitution. They handed it over to us. We've been using that constitution and we've been test running that constitution. Yes, we've been amending them, but at what pace? Politics will come and play in. Why is it that we cannot return back to our regionalism? That is the problem I keep having as a person, particularly with this present government. They should start thinking about how can we go back to that our 1960s. Because in the 1960s, we were productive, we were producing things, we were exporting things, and we were developing, at least at a very good pace, if we can compare Western region with Spain in terms of development. So as far as I'm concerned, when we are, the point I'm just here to make is that when we are comparing ourselves to some nations, we should try and pause a bit and look at indices that should determine all these comparators that we're using, so that we don't just make what Fashola call unfair, comparison here, a fallacy of unfair comparison. That's just my point on that. I'll wait for my turn to address other issues.
All right, excellent. So that's the majestic Ogweni. So back to you, Prince Daddy, if you can remember where you were, Prince.
Yeah, well, man. Yeah, if I can remember, indeed. I was going to talk about, you were talking about the IMF. That did it downgrade Nigeria's rating?
No, the headline would suggest, but the read through is somewhat optimistic. So they've recalibrated our growth trajectory from 2.9 to 3.3%. But a lot of it hinges on a steady oil production and a raft of reforms at the So at the monetary level, a lot of it's taking place. And also, all the big global rating houses, they've upgraded our rating from stable to positive, from, from worrisome to wholesome and all of that stuff. So the readout is more positive than the headline would suggest.
Okay. I think I've kind of expressed my view on this international rating organizations, Moody and Co, IMF, and other institutions, right? I don't have confidence in them at all. I don't think they understand the Nigerian market, or the country Nigeria as a whole. They don't have a clue. They don't. Um, I mean, their expertise is just like me telling you, one man, go buy your goods. The toothpick you want to sell. Make sure you find a seller that sells it to you for a really cheap price but good quality, and go to the market and sell it for a higher price and make profit. What is so ingenious about that? Nothing. That's even a Kenyan knows that. Any business person know you buy low, sell high. So all their recommendations just futile, if you ask me. They don't know what they're talking about. I don't pay too much attention. Tomorrow they're going to downgrade you. Do the Nigerians know, the people in power, they know any better? Do they know what they're supposed to be doing? Every country has a unique, unique substance, if you want to put it that way. And I think in Nigeria, um, we do too, of course. And that unique situation that we have is not being looked at. I've talked about it here before. Applying all these international models to our country may not yield anything at the end of the day. If we don't address the real elephant in the room, as they say, there's something wrong. I know now the naira is I think you read like a couple of days ago, it's the worst performing currency in the world. Okay. Why is that? You know, it's not working. Things are not working the way they should. I've always been critical of these models, not because they are bad models, but because all these models have to be tweaked and applied at the right time to the right situations. We have a lot of rent seeking in Nigeria. Okay, a lot of it. And Emefiele and his boys, included with Dangote and them guys, what they've done to Nigeria's foreign exchange market is cannot be recovered overnight. It's not something that can be recovered overnight. It's a long process thing. Cardoso and the guys, they're making their moves. You know, you know, Forcing all these banks and all these money transfer agencies to or companies to to convert all the foreign exchange into naira. Fine, but I don't think they've done a good job so far trying to remove dollar transaction in our economy in totality where it does matter. I don't think they've done that, and the big people or the people that have the influence, they seem to be untouchable in a lot of ways. We It's gonna be a long road, really. It's gonna be a long road to resolve Nigeria's problem. Um, just like most countries now, the presidency, the people in power, they're all connected. You can't really go around throwing your own kind in jail. I mean, we need, you know, I'm not an advocate of military rule like Ajelico is, but at this point in time, really, to have a real change in the economy, it has to be a draconian, drastic change to resolving our problem. Really, that's what I think.
But President, do you see the current administration solving half of this problem we are having in this country?
Half of the, well, which
Just
problem are you talking about? Like what? Like the fuel
all this
price?
economic issue. Yeah, all this economic, because now it's about economy.
Even quarter
Nobody's
of it,
even.
even quarter of it can even solve the
Yeah,
problem.
can you see the current with their policies and everything they've put on the table?
They are
You
making
giving
all the right moves now to solve it. So what? Why are they not making all the right
say
moves?
Naira being the worst performing currency
Say,
in the world as of today?
uh,
You see the
can I?
current administration solving half of the problem.
Well, see, if you
They are
look at
making
it,
all the
all
right
the
moves.
policies, just what am I saying? They're making all the right policies, but all the policies they put in place and all the moves they've tried so far, everything points to um a tougher economy, from the naira to the inflation to the price of goods and this and that. It's everything naturally points to a worse economy. That's what it is, and it's because for things to get really to get to a point where it's going to be stable and people are going to enjoy or have a better life, it's going to take some time. And I'm not the one to be telling people that are suffering, oh, take your time, take your time. I'm not the one to be saying that because I can understand the pain. But if you want to be realistic, it's going to take time. I'm not in some people like yourself that want things magical. I don't know when I mean, even in the West, they don't think like that. But you guys want things to turn around
Then
overnight.
if I want
It's not going to happen.
President, if I want things magical, what then now happens to hit the ground running from the first day, and they
They
to
hit the
continue
ground running
hitting the
now. Who
ground?
told you they hit the
They've
ground
done
running?
exactly. They did not do exactly that.
They did exactly that
So
because
the ground is running to you now.
Don't worry about all that. Sorry, Prince. They pardon me. Look, even the IMF, I think you came later into the session. The IMF, everybody that knows anything about finance, they are all in accordance that what these people are doing is what they should be doing. The Naira could no longer be supported, so they had to float it. So they floated it. The Naira needs to be defended, so they are putting in a whole raft of policies to defend it. So the whole of everything revolves around being able to defend that Naira. And what it establishes is true value, and that will be the rescue. And that will be a permanent solution to a problem that don't worry. No, just wait, leave the propaganda. Just let fact actually have a way to come in. We already know what you're going to do, whatever it is. What they are doing now is what should be done. And anybody that says to the contrary, then that person is not fit for purpose. That's just it. But the Naira could no longer, they have to take it back to 400. What held it in 400? It cannot be sustained there. Anybody with half a brain knows that. So they had to let it go. And then they've put in all this raft of policies, all of these things, trying to squeeze the dollarization out of the economy. They are streamlining the banking policies. They are making it more stringent. They are removing hard currency as a player within the local economy and to drive the value of that currency. All of these moves being applauded by all of the financial houses. So whatever it is that you have to say,
Your own financial
everything they have
houses.
to do.
Let me tell you.
Yes, people that actually
Everything
make
you
their
talk about,
living. Yes.
everything you talk about IMF, saying this or saying that, is that you know all these things is for their own interest. They
Right.
support it because these things are for their own interest.
According to your financial expertise, that's your financial
Yes,
expertise you're talking about.
against the will of the common man of Nigerians.
The common man.
Yes.
What
You
don't
understand?
understand. Oh God.
So what IMF, even when you listen to Obasanjo when he spoke, you shouldn't know that these IMF people, they have their own agenda in our own space. You understand? And that agenda is what they want you to do. If the Naira is not doing good, it's not doing good today, it is to their own favor. So what do you expect them to do?
How is it to their favor?
It's to their own favor now.
In what way?
They continue to tell you to devalue your Naira, devalue. Why should they
How
be
is the
doing that?
Naira not doing good to IMF's favor?
It causes more debt. Hold on. It impoverishes the country. It ladens the country with more debt. And when you devalue your currency, it means you need more to be able to get more of the dollars. Yeah, you're going to pay back to the IMF or your lenders.
No, that doesn't. That's not economics. What are you
talking about? What's not kind of economics?
Repeat what you just said and see if it coheres.
Okay. Now you were changing. Let me put it this way. When the dollar was subsidized, let's use the word, Nigerians were productive. And you see, if I'm going to explain this, it's going to take me a little while for you.
No, because it doesn't.
Rational, just take it like this. When we are doing well in our exchange rate is it in the 80s or in the 70s?
No, that's not even go to the 70s. We're talking about
nobody. Nigerians are not attracted in going abroad to sort for education. Those days, you see many of these foreign countries coming to Nigeria to acquire education. Even most of those days, with what I learned, the people that manage to go abroad, then you even send them money from home, because the currency, the dollar to naira the dollar is nothing to write home about. Then our currency is very high. Our exchange rate is very good. Then that whenever you change your dollar, you get it to nothing. So if you look at the indices those days, nothing attracts you to go to the abroad to acquire education. Even those that manage to travel.
When was that? When was that?
Go and check the history that was. I was not born there.
No, that's why I'm a bit incredulous.
So when those days,
there was never a time that Nigerians did not lost after international education.
Let Rational hold on. Let Rational was trying to point out.
No, Rational Mind was cornered in his own logic. That's why.
Rational Mind. He said, he said when the dollar was 400 to the naira or to the dollar, we are more productive. In what sense? In what regard? In what industry?
All right. So this is it. The country wasn't. We're not having local manufacturers being squeezed out. Hold on. They still had assets, even though it was subsidized to most of them. Some of them let me not go into those things that are not really necessary. But the point is that we're not having companies folding up the way we are seeing right now. Nigerians are out of jobs. Now, under this Buhari and Tinubu APC, Nigerians know where they are today in terms of the purchasing power of their naira.
No, you're speaking to something different.
Hold on.
You said it's to IMF's advantage for the country to hemorrhage.
Yeah, that's what you said. Because that's where I'm going. So invariably now, if you bring in those IMF policies, these policies, you don't see them being test run. Like you come here one man, you're championing. You don't see them being test run here in America. You don't see them being test run in other parts of Western countries. But they want to experiment. The same one that they did, the SAP that but what's his name? Babangida tried then. Look at where it led us to today. Now, and it plunged us more into debt because we keep borrowing because you're already squeezing people that are not working because listen, hear me out. Manufacturers are being squeezed out. They are closing down shops. People are being laid off. And in order for you to make money as a government, you need the tax that you'll be getting from those companies, from the people working there. And if this tax is not coming in, your revenue will dwindle. And then you have to ask for more money so as to be able to offset some of the things that you have to pay for. You borrow money. Hold on. So when you borrow more money, you keep devaluing that naira and you keep impoverishing the rest of other companies that are still struggling.
No, it's quite it doesn't.
Currently the implementation of zero. The implementation of
just hold on for him.
Hold on now.
The more you keep borrowing, you keep devaluing the naira.
You've not made a tenable point to land at indignation. What you've said is not tenable enough to land at indignation.
No, this is not indignation or whatever thing you are talking about.
No, you made you made a plurality. You are landing indignation.
Look at how it happened in Zimbabwe when the people pulled out, the people who were investing there, the white farmers and all of that. They were not getting more foreign exchange. They had to continue having to devalue their kwacha or whatever they call it. And because they keep borrowing a little way and they keep devaluing and then until they lost. So the point I'm trying to make here is this one, man. The more you implement these IMF policies, it impoverishes the country. Your revenue dwindles. You have to see more reason why you have to.
Okay, go on. But you are not making any point, but it doesn't.
That's up to you. If you don't want to understand it that way. My point is this: if you only get revenue when there's economic activities within your space, right? When you have production going on, or people are exporting, or people are importing, and people are able to buy these goods that they are being imported. But when you don't have that anymore, because these people who import, who export, or who do this international business, they need this hard-head currency. They need foreign. They need dollars and other foreign currencies to be able to do that, to do their business. Hence, they're not getting it anymore, or they're getting that higher premium, and they can't afford to get an higher premium. And even the little one they bring in, nobody's buying it. What do you expect? The government will not be able to tax, except they want to squeeze the people screw the people to debt, as already they are doing. Because in order for them to meet up all these obligations of the money they've been borrowing, and which they keep devaluing that naira, and the more they devalue that naira, people are being laid off from their work, and there's no income tax that the government is generating from getting from people, and the companies are not paying company tax anymore. What will be the last resort? To keep borrowing more money, and they keep getting themselves enmeshed into more and more debt that way, because they're devaluing their currency, which is affecting the local economy. So that's how it is, one man. I don't know what you don't get.
Did you know? Hold on. Can I just hold on, please? Now, just hold on. Before the liberalization of these policies that you are saying is IMF inspired, did you know that Nigeria was servicing its space with 111% of its revenue? Do you know what that means? They were borrowing to service the lifestyle that you are insisting that we should continue with.
Not at the scale like we're doing right now.
But what do you mean? No. Hold on.
When Jonathan was okay, go on, please.
No, I'm talking about under Jonathan. I'm talking especially the carry through from the Buhari space. They were borrowing 111% of the revenue of the country in order to service, which is to tell you that we were actually spending more to sustain more than we were earning. So they were borrowing money to defend the naira at the spot that they were subsidizing it at, vis-a-vis fuel, etc. So what is the sustainability of that? That you don't even have to be a Tinubu.
Let me say this real quick before I will allow this. Prince, that I know you need to move on. Let me just say this real quick. You see, the problem with Tinubu's policy, so that we're not saying that after all, the other candidates all say they're going to remove this, they're going to bring about fuel subsidy and maybe float the naira. I can't remember if Obi said he was going to float the naira, but I know he talked about fuel subsidy. He will remove it. But the point is this: is that you did two things that sank that economy. And those two things you cannot do them at the same time.
So you don't object to the policy? No.
I don't object.
All right. So they are making the right
move. Hold on, man.
So you agree they are making the right moves?
No. Hold on. I don't object, but the timing is what I'm objecting to.
But you agree that those two policies are correct?
At some point, they have to do such.
Are they correct? Are they correct? Those two policies.
Hold on. You see, the point is this. This is the same thing we keep talking about. This man that does
no, forget Tinubu now. We already know your position on Tinubu. Are those policies correct? Are they the policies?
Well, man, I know you want to box into one kind of. I already said
because the whole debate started with they are making all of the right moves to rescue that economy. Yes.
English, they make the right moves. Yeah, we know they're making the right moves, one man. We know. But the timing is what we're talking about. This guy just busting in there. He has not even got an idea of what he's going to meet there. He just announced some big policies that really sunk that country down. You could have got in and then allow time pass, put in place things that you're not talking about, which even your CBN is even criticized. I don't know if you listen to what Cardoso was saying a few days ago, when he was saying that these palliative things that they're doing is even sinking the economy more. Did you read that? Did you read that article, woman? That the CBN said that the palliative that the federal government is doling out is even killing the economy.
No, you will not read that one. You will not read
No,
that one.
I read it, but I read it differently because
So
I read what he said, not your
so
spin of it.
What did you read?
It said that the way the state governors were sweeping up especially the palliative spaces is leading to a spike in prices. That's what he said.
Okay, fine. Let's agree that. You see, this is what we're still saying because of what he did in a hurry. The same way he's doing this crap of a coastal road that they are doing in a hurry. We're not saying it's a good business. We're not saying it's a bad thing, but the timing is what we're talking about. This guy just does things on impulse. He has no strategy. The other time I was asking,
well, you've just agreed with all of his plans
and
you say
I agree. I don't agree. That's not the issue. My point is this: the timing is what it is. You don't have a good grasp of what is on ground, what you are going to face. You're just making some big policy on the day of inauguration that you don't even know what you're going to meet in there. You don't even know the CBN has already collapsed. The CBN government
can I contribute?
Contributed. I mean, sorry, you contribute. You contribute. It almost sank the economy of that country, even bankrupt the central bank. And then you just announce those policies. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's bad, but the timing. Come in, understand what is going on. This issue of this giving out money, like the CBN was saying giving out to the. Put in place real structures. If you have to go to the point of local government and monitor this local government as they distribute this palliative, not the way you give it out, dole it out to this what's it called? These governors, and in their turn, they do whatever thing they do with it. It doesn't get to the end users. That's what we're saying here. At least when you're done, you put those in place, then you can now jack up or bring into this policy we're talking about. You have not done that. You just hurriedly do it, and then you're trying to do medicine after death. I mean, medicine after sickness. How they say it. So the point is this, in conclusion for me, it is that Tinubu's policy, the way he went about this policy is what I'm against. I'm not against the policy per se, but the timing. I leave it at that moment.
Can I just
just 1 second, Ogbeni? Is there one policy that Tinubu has rolled out that you disagree with? So let me give you just a few. The students' loan policy, do you object to that? The removing of the subsidy from all of those spaces, do you object to that? The squeezing of foreign currency as a transactional tool within the Nigerian space, do you object to that? So which of the policies, the work of Atunji, which policy do you object to?
I don't know how many times I'm going to reiterate this.
No, you see, the guy is doing all the right things. It's just as simple as that.
He's not doing it right. That's what I'm saying. He's not doing it right. He's not doing it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm not saying those policies are bad in themselves, but he's not doing it right, the right way and manner and the time. That's what I'm talking about here. He doesn't seem to. I don't know. Maybe he just want me to just like come here.
Rational mind, you've been disingenuous when it comes to time. See, Cardoso, Tinubu, they're not Nostradamus. Okay, nobody knows the perfect time for everything.
He has said the job. You're no Nostradamus.
Well, you make it sound like they know they're supposed to know the right time to execute everything so things can work perfectly. Stop.
A good leader should know when to introduce policies. Yeah, that's what.
All right. All right. Let Ogbeni come in. So sorry, Ekene, you come in after Ogbeni. Ogbeni come in.
Sorry, Ekene. You see, Mama, 2 areas where I want to come in. First and foremost, whoever says that you see some companies closing down in Nigeria, and some companies probably leaving in Nigeria, and the person is connecting it with federal government revenue. That is affecting federal government revenue, that is plummeting into radically. That means the person doesn't really understand the revenue structure of Nigerian government. The revenue structure of the Nigerian government is not something hidden. Go to Federal Ministry of Finance website, you will see today. And what do I mean by revenue structure? Where does Nigerian government, federal government I mean, sources their revenue from? It's very clear. There are 6 major areas where we source our revenue from, right from the day of Obasanjo, right from the day of, in fact, maybe military days, but I can pick it from right from the day of Obasanjo, and it has not changed. The only thing that has changed is that from Buhari times till now, from towards the end of Jonathan's time to Buhari time, foreign borrowing has become part of it. Ranking number 1 is our crude oil. it takes about 65% of whatever revenue and allocation you see federal government sharing monthly for those states, those useless governors, which we never talk about them. When we talk about governance and government in Nigeria, you hardly see us talking about our governors. And those are the guys milking the whole allocation we were talking about today. That is number one. And rank after that is what you are collecting from your importation, not even exportation. So sometimes when people talk about, oh, it's going to reduce what you are exporting, where we are sourcing our next money is importation. And what do you get? That's the custom duty, the excise duty, and all those things we get from whatever is coming in, automobiles coming in, anything that is coming in through shipping, through airline or whatever that is coming in. And that is the second leg of where we're sourcing our major money from. From the days of Jonathan, towards the end of Jonathan's time, we started borrowing heavily. Jonathan started it, and Okonjo-Iweala was making noise there that the rate you were borrowing. Then go to down to Buhari time, we didn't even non-stop. Now to Baba time, we've been Tinubu also have been borrowing now. So borrowing now rank number 3 again. When you see them, they're sharing that money monthly. And then after that, you now have our own IGR. Now, inside this our IGR, you have VAT, which take the highest. Then you have personal income, which rank next. And the company income ranks last in our revenue generation. And so almost all these companies we talk about, they rank under the company income tax. That's what they pay. At most, they also pay their capital gain tax by the time they are leaving the country or they are expatriating their money, which a lot of magomagos that happen. At the point in time, I think during Buhari time, there was a company they said they granted maybe 80% of their profit, maybe MTN, maybe 80% of their profit to fly it out from the country. You could imagine something you would never try in the UK, for instance. 80% of your profit to leave the country for what? You know, so for me, this is the structure of our revenue. Now, if you now ask me, what has this government been doing about this our revenue thing? For me, I look at their policy and I try to rationalize. I try not to rationalize. I try to be objective enough and say, okay, what exactly are they doing about this thing? Because when they got there, they realized that when you make all this money, this revenue, and you sit them down and you want to do your spending, it's just like you see the way I want us to be picturing this government, because sometimes people pick government and governance like an abstract thing. Oh, they are making this money, they've not produced it. Pick it like your family. You are the head of family, and you have.
Can I ask a question before you move on? Can I ask a question?
Okay. Yes.
Now, real quick. This last budget that Tinubu said he wants to spend something trillion, almost 30 trillion.
Yeah.
The bulk of the money that is going to use to finance the budget.
Yeah.
Where is that money coming from?
It's crude and borrowing.
Crude and borrowing. So which one takes which one has the highest chunk of it?
It's crude.
It's borrowing. Yeah, borrowing.
No, it's crude. The reason is
no, it's crude. It's crude.
It's crude.
Crude. They are benchmarking it. Okay, hold on.
It's crude now. Borrowing is like 1/3 of it or something like that.
So how much are they borrowing? How much are they expecting? I don't know if you guys know.
How much they're going to borrow? I mean, the budget is like 27 trillion, right? Ogbeni, is it not 27?
Yes.
I think crude will represent like maybe 17 or 20.
Crude is the major thing. Everybody knows.
Crude,
it's not even about.
It's crude now.
Don't argue that. It's crude. Now.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go and dig out the facts. Then I'll put it there.
Okay. So it's crude. Now, you see our borrowing, there are projections. Don't forget that crude also there are projections. And at the end of the day, they don't even draw all these things completely. Because the country you are still negotiating with that will borrow you may not borrow you at the end of the day. They may realize to borrow you less than what you want to borrow. Same thing with crude. Presently now, they say we are not even supplying our OPEC quota. They were not producing even our OPEC quota. And in another bread, they told us that Buhari has even used our production, that pre-production is already used as collateral, some of it. So by the time you are getting your money back, you are producing some without getting anything back because you are paying back. So, but this is where I'm even heading to, one man. Where I'm heading to is this. Now, like a saying goes that you can be chewing gum and be walking. There's nothing that stops you from walking while you are chewing gum. There's something that say you must sit down because you are chewing gum. You can be walking and be chewing gum. You can be dealing with your economy, dealing with how to revive your economy. Whether we like it or not, Tinubu made they messed up your economy and everything before Tinubu got there. Hate him or like him, that is the reality. Except you don't want to be objective. If you want to be objective, they mess up the whole thing before Tinubu got there. Okay, Tinubu inherited your mess. Allow this man to clean it. And what has been his approach over time for me? I think his approach is that, look, if I keep cleaning this thing, I won't make any significant impact in this government. I'll just be there and there won't be any visible thing done. So while we are reviving, can we be making some things? Can we be making some impact that will show governance, at least to a certain extent? Now, what are few things I see him doing? In recovering our economy, first thing is he has to deal with all those parasitic, the actions that we've been doing. One of it is that we're paying to close, we're subsidizing dollar. Let's just put it at our exchange rate. We're subsidizing it by what? So we are trying to balance in what exactly the thing is in the market, where demand and supply pool, the bull and bear are pushing the thing. But when we look at it, we say, no, this thing will stigmatize us or it will kill our economy. Let's balance it and top up and buy from it so that the real exchange rate should not be open to the public. That's what we've been doing over years. Buhari did it throughout his time. And they made us to realize, whether right or wrong, that 1.something billion, it was what they were spending monthly to bridge that gap, which we all know on this platform, and we have agreed before that it was not sustainable. Except we are just doing blind criticism. It's not sustainable. You can't keep playing. I just told you now that our sources of income. So from these sources of income, we will be pulling 1.something billion monthly to be balancing what? Now, what exactly are we balancing? Now, when you now go to even our foreign, our forex and what we have been paying for, you realize that there are so many commodities there or products that are not even essential. Buhari tried during his time to balance it. Sometimes they will include education and health. Sometimes they will remove it again. They will put some, they will put industry. But you see a lot of Nigerians still manipulating the system. If they put manufacturing now, you see somebody that is not manufacturing, that is just simply importing, not manufacturing product, will still go and get that under that form him to still go and get the one that government has subsidized. And the gullible Emefiele was signing all these things out, sabotaging government. Imagine how much we wasted on Dangote alone and the little thing Dangote gave us from that refineries. So if you are somebody now said, okay, no, let's remove this thing completely. Let's know what exactly is our rate, how exactly we can really stand. So that even if we're going to subsidize this thing eventually, we know our reality. We know this is our reality. Then we know how to tackle this. Then we'll go for that. Now, secondly, many people talk about we're not producing anything. We are not producing. Is it just 9 months ago that your country stopped producing things? We have not been producing over years from the military days till now. What exactly do you really produce? Somebody gave me an example. He said, oh, don't love tire left Nigeria, because I said, okay, what exactly was Donald Tire be using before? Light? Did we at any time have constant electricity in Nigeria? No. But they left because your cost of production was too high. But was it just 9 months ago your cost of production was high? The answer is no. So our economy has been messed up over time. We've not been producing. It's not today. So sometimes when we complain about we've not been producing, I feel like, so when was it that we were producing before and 9 months ago we stopped producing? The answer is no. But when you now ask me that, okay, what's this government doing about our production? That's another ballgame for me. I've not seen anything visible this government is doing about production. And I keep saying it, agriculture alone, a government that cannot feed its people, I don't think there's nothing that government is doing. So for me, I won't pass Tinubu anything on agriculture, because I expect by now for federal government to have a lot of local government initiative at low government level in terms of food production, so that we can have food security He's going to a year into the government. I don't even know who my Minister of Agriculture is. I've not seen that man on TV talk before. I don't know what are his plans. I've not seen.
Benny, do we have federal farms?
You said?
I'm asking if Nigeria has federal farms.
We don't, my brother. Federal farm, we don't. Where is our federal?
So it all goes back to the state governors or what the states are doing. The Fed can only do so much.
I agree perfectly with you, because when you now say governors are doing so much, those governors are doing only for their state, and there are few governors in Nigeria. Don't mind that one that bought tractor and is making noise. I don't know where he wants to use those Chinese tractor that he's buying. Which of them? Is it Kaduna? Is it which one? Which one is it? So my own is, let there be local government initiative. Take food security back to the local government level, and let's know where exactly are we in Nigeria. But when you now ask me, which is where I'm concluding this, what are the things I've seen Tinubu doing and struggling with? Student loan is still, when they're still struggling with the legal framework for that thing. You blame him that he's rushed into removal of subsidy and others, then wait for this student loan and let them restructure it well. Do you want him to rush into it the way you are blaming him from first subsidy? We can't hit our cake and have it now. If you are blaming, we said Jonathan was too slow. Another person came and he was fast. Oh, he's too fast. See, you can't please Nigerians. That's my problem. Okay, recently they said they increase salary. Oh, on some platform, I've seen some people say, oh, it's too small. Oh, they should do 600 plus, which is the gullible one that NS and others are bringing in. Oh, they should do this, but at least they've increased. What's our state governors doing? Are they going to comply? Are they going
Who
to
increased what? Who increased what?
The federal government has announced. The federal government announced on May 1st, 2024, of increment.
Something that the Labour Congress and the TUC rejected.
Yes, they reject it. Does that mean it doesn't? There was no policy? I don't understand.
Is that the way to increase salary?
You didn't have any negotiation. You just come up and announce the increment of.
Trying to.
What are the ways to increase salary?
Federal government has, what have they done?
Baba Jale Koko, I was alive and as an adult when Obasanjo did Bemaremu. He did it exactly like this, so I don't understand what you are saying.
Bemaremu, when he did it, when he increased to 3,005, he agreed.
Yes.
He agreed with these people. Ooh. They agree. I mean, he agreed.
So Obasanjo just made this announcement, and that was. Don't forget that Abdul Salam Bakar was the one who agreed before he left. He did his own. When Obasanjo got there, he did his own. So how else do you want to announce increment?
No, you did it. Look, this is democracy. Back then was just a military way of doing things. You can't.
I said Obasanjo was not military. Was democracy.
I mean, kill so you now when the
Bemaremu was not military.
Obasanjo come with that military mentality when he started running this administration, and you saw everything that
even that increment then was reasonable, and it was very, very okay for the workers. Then they were able to do a lot of things.
Do you know that? You see, sometimes we try to rob you.
This is wrong. Don't
you can't wait now.
It just come when already they promise us that they have set up tripartite committee,
which they even spend a lot of money for that.
Now,
so they should keep waiting for the committee till that kingdom
come. Really? Okay. What's the point of the committee now?
Why did they set it in the first place?
Wait now.
When you know that he can come out and announce increment.
Wait now. What are you guys saying? Workers are saying that. Wait now. Let me make a point now. Workers are saying that we need this increment. NSE is saying come and pay 600 and something thousand naira. TUC is saying 600 and something thousand naira, which we all know is not visible.
Then you negotiate with them. Sit down and let them negotiate.
When do you think such negotiation will end?
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So they should keep.
Doesn't matter. Come on. How are you saying that government should just impose their own will on the people?
That's not imposition.
This is an imposition.
No, this is the way
it's an imposition.
You see the issue. You see the issue I have with you. Now, if it takes you 2 years to negotiate with neighbor.
How can it take 2 years for what? What are you saying? Why must
they
it
are
take
on
2
it?
years?
They are on it now
If
for almost a year.
If you have a serious government that really have
it's
the
not about
workers
government.
at
It's
heart.
about two parties. You see the issue now. It's about two parties.
Since day one, we are almost 1 year. He has not done anything else on worker salary, and you are saying that he just gave 35,000 and just take it. Is that the way to run government?
Wait. I don't know which maybe a political office that you have heard before. I don't know. This is my
I don't
point.
need to know to hold political office.
So
What is what doing well?
Can I say a few things?
You may not really understand this.
No, this is not to really understand. When it comes to negotiation,
don't be too
you
abstract.
negotiate to agree on what is better for the people. We are talking about workers and the government. Let them sit down. Let them
agree. They've been sitting down.
They've never sat down. The government
they are sitting down now. How can you say they've never sat down?
Okay, then let them agree on something.
So the point is that it's not only about government. You see, the issue here is it's not only about government. It's about two parties negotiating, right? And the federal government is saying, why you are doing this negotiation? This is what I can afford now. Start paying it now. This is my point.
Look at this one I can avoid. This is what I can avoid. Where is that done? Does it even make sense?
Now, do you think right? I don't know if
he's trying to corner the workers' interest. He's trying
he wants to corner them. He wants to use Jagaban stance on them. He wants to use Jagaban stance on them.
It's why you're saying so that some people say, they have increased their army. What is the workers fighting for when Tinubu already increased it by 35,000? You know the danger, and this is the same thing he did in Lagos when he was Lagos State Governor.
I say something?
It's a dubious way of increasing salary. I mean, worker salary. That it has to go through negotiation.
That's your own perspective to it.
It's not my own. That is the
your opinion.
Right way to do it.
This is my understanding of it.
Obani, when he increased the salary of the judges that rigged him into election, he didn't waste any time to give them a very good increase and all those stuff. So what is stopping him now to do the same thing to the workers?
You've just said what you don't know now. The president does not have the power to be increasing judges' salary. You just said what you don't know now. You see, my point is this. See my point. My point is very simple. You see, a bet at hand is this issue. When you are negotiating with labor is bringing a very unreasonable demand. And you have been sitting, you've been moving your sitting, you've been moving, they will see it, go on strike, we do this. If care is not taking...
Did you take a look of the breakdown of labor's, how they arrive at that figure?
It's not sustainable, it's even so useless.
Hold on, Benny.
You are supporting that, I don't know.
Hold on. Now. Did you take a look of the breakdown? I've
not taken a look at 600
so when you don't take a look, then you don't know how they arrive at that 600 plus you are talking about.
Okay, can you enlighten us?
Even Babaja, the TUC guy came up and said that even though they gave that demand, they don't believe that demand is still the final demand. That the federal government should come to round table with them. At least, if you want to come up with a proposal, let me finish now. He said, let me finish the word of the TUC man. Even if before you come up, we are coming up from a proposal. For a proposal, you have to bring in something that is reasonable. So, what their belief is not that 615,000 is the final position of the TUC or NLC, but at least that's a starting point for them for negotiation. He made it clear. That's a starting point for them for negotiation.
If you are
and a lot of people has come up to say that at least 200,000 is okay, 150,000 is okay, and you are now giving them is it 10% or 15% increase, just adding 5,000 naira or 10,000 naira to their wage, and you want to say you give them an increase for what purpose? That 10,000 naira cannot even you cannot still afford a half bag of rice. So why are our government so wicked and so self-centered?
They increase their own vehicle what do you call
vehicle salaries and even the
it?
legislature, they have increased their own. They have increased their own. That one is not easy for them, but to increase the workers' wages because now becomes you now know that inflation it will cause inflation this and that, and you are starting to give us analysis that this is what will happen. But when it comes to your own increase, it will not cause any inflation. So we are doing too much to ourselves.
If you don't know the relationship between inflation in your economy and the salary you are paying your workforce, particularly in the public service, then there's a little I can engage you on this matter. The increase the federal government did was 25% in one and 35% in the other. So when you people come out and say, oh, it's 35,000, I just smile. It's 35% for some cadre and 25% in other cadre. The question I keep asking, and I will still continue asking, is this: my state governor, your own state governor, because sometimes we just will point accusation on the federal as if it's our main problem. Prince Daddy just mentioned something like that today. What's your state governor doing? What's my state governor doing? Fashola are now 70,000 naira. Edo State is paying 70,000. You as a Canadian, what's your own state governor paying? But instead of you to face your state governor and say,
no, Benny, don't digress. Don't digress.
Where was Fashola there? I mean, what are you talking about?
Sorry, Sanwo-Olu, don't
forget about state governor. The issue is that the federal government.
Why will you forget about state government?
Hold on. That one is a secondary. The primary.
Why do you say the secondary?
It's secondary because it's at the federal level that they make that law of minimum wage. The minimum wage law. The minimum wage is agreed at the federal level.
It doesn't affect state. I hope you know.
And the state will follow. That is the way it works.
No. That means, Baba Daiko, that means you don't know the way it works in Nigeria.
Oh, no, hold on now. What do you mean by it? I don't know. Even if it's a constitutional, hold on. Even if it's a constitutional, it is a constitutional issue.
It's not.
It is that they must the salary. Hold on. The salary must be. It's a law that the salary of workers must be reviewed every 5 years.
5 years.
What are we talking about? There's a law to that effect.
By federal government.
Oh, yes.
You are not correct, sir.
Oh, okay.
Federal government doesn't determine salary for state governments in Nigeria.
No, I'm not saying the time minimum wage. I'm talking of the national minimum wage. There's a law to that effect.
It's not binding on states.
Hold on.
You know there are states in Nigeria today
every 5 years.
Do you know there are states in Nigeria today that are paying less than the present minimum wage of federal government?
That's right. I know.
So it's not if it's law, it will be binding on them. The issue is this.
Yeah, because you guys, they are lawless people. I'm not saying
there are politicians. I don't even know where.
They are lawless people. Okay, all those governors. Hold on now. All those governors you are referring to, they sign to an agreement that they will pay minimum wage, but yet they didn't pay it. How can you describe such kind of people?
Do you know why?
People.
Do you know why? The reason is this. There are bargains and then they reach agreement. It's not law. There are bargains. They all reach agreement. And in most cases, they put conditions in many of the agreements they reach. They reach agreement with labor, generally. They try as much as possible to include state government with it. Some state government will not even bother. They don't go. They don't care. So when you reach agreement with them, it's a bargain. So we have a bargain and then we sign. And then they may decide to say, see, based on XYZ condition, I can't fulfill this. Let's push it forward. Sometimes workers will fight. Sometimes workers will agree with them. Then everybody push forward and everybody move forward. But the point I'm just making is this. If I'm on negotiation table with you and I say, look, the way this negotiation is going, I don't know where it's going to end. Pending this time, let me attend to these people and be paying them XYZ that my government can afford. Then continue to do your negotiation till you arrive at it. For me, it's a better governance than neglecting those people, not giving them anything.
That is not right. That is what you have done
on bargaining table.
Hold on. That is what you have done on the day one when he assumed office to say, okay, let me do this, then let us enter the negotiation. But let me give them this for
even removal of subsidy. You people said he rushed to do it. He should also rush to do that one.
The removal of subsidy.
Nigeria, in Nigeria.
Look,
I think military is the best for you in Nigeria.
No, you are now talking like military. You are talking like military now. This what you are saying is a military mentality.
Even the government, this current government look like military government now.
Yes, for government not to negotiate before increasing worker salary, to say, oh, I am doing this just to do good. It's just for them to do good, though, politically, so that they can, if when workers continue to push for higher pay, then people across the country and their followers and those.
No, Babaja, he did it on that Workers' Day to please to make a nice speech that day.
They know what they are doing now. It's just to corner the workers and make them look bad. That, oh, after all, Tinubu have increased.
Are they even started paying it? That's the question. Are they started paying it?
I don't even want to care.
No, NSC rejected it now. They just make an announcement.
They say NSC rejected it. Are they even started paying it? You see, these people, hold on. These people, they just do something just for the optics, just for people to know that at least they're doing something. Yeah, I mean, when they are admitted to what he said now, so at least he's doing something, right? He's doing something like as if he's really doing something. He's not really doing anything. That's what they do. That's what they do. They just throw out figures there. Oh, we want to start giving out a loan to. I mean, how many kids have you heard now? These children going to universities. How many of you heard that are going to this university and getting this student loan? And thereby they have a site, a website. They say they design a website. I mean, when this government
which website for that? They don't have any website for it.
That's what I was told, because sometimes people brandish all kinds of different websites. What did I see? I think on one man platform I've seen one they were brandishing here. So the point is this: they only say something just for the optics, at least so that people know that they are about doing something. But it's not really what they want to do. That's why I was saying. I was arguing with one man here. Look at what these people are saying they are doing, and look at what their real action is. You are saying you remove subsidy. But what is this action? I mean, what the real main thing in Nigeria now? What is going on? In a sense, they're still paying that subsidy. They're still paying it. So what's the point of the announcement in the first place? And you say you want to float the naira. You want the naira to find its real value. Now you are determining the value of the naira. But when you did the policy and the thing just backfire in your hand and it went up almost like 2,000 naira to $1. And you see that
even in determining and in paying the subsidy is still very high, because I don't know why they deceive Nigerians like this. I don't know why.
You see one thing and they will do something different. That's what we're arguing here. That these people, they don't really mean well. They're just a bunch of hypocrites. And so why should anybody do it?
You come into office, putting yourself in a position that you have the best brain in Nigeria that will propel and prosper the economy and all those stuff. Do everything. At the end of the day, look at your ministers. Look at your ministers. And that day we told you, we said it here, these ministers are nothing to write home about. But people campaign for him on the basis that he knows how to sort best brain. He knows how to
I don't think any fair-minded person will say David Umahi is nothing to write home about.
Okay, forget about David Umahi. David Umahi, even the coastal project is just inflated there. It doesn't look good for his caliber. So, but I don't want to go to that David Umahi area. But still, even this guy that is in charge of interior and this passport and issue, the thing is still having issue now, because my friend just my friend just applied for how many, getting to 1 month now. So that still it's not even a new one. It's just to renew. It's just to renew. The thing is taking a lot of time now. Telling him that
I can have noticed something. It always seems to be different with you, because I've had a personal encounter with Atunji Ojo service, and it was excellent.
No, it's not that it never worked then. I'm telling you currently now. They are telling us we are on.
When it comes to you,
No.
things never work. Remember
No,
when they were doing
there is nothing like when it comes to me. Let me finish now. Let me finish. There is nothing like when it comes to me.
When they were
yes, I praise him then. I praise him then. Things maybe it worked for that period in time. But now just to renew my friend passport now, getting to 1 month now, they're telling us there is no paper. What are they calling it? Is it paper or what?
Hold on. Let me say this.
Yeah.
You see, woman, we're not saying to you go no does not mean well. I give an example. Recently, I have a family member go do police character report. I mean police character certificate. When the first thing, because when we were doing it way back then, when we were doing it for our own processing back then, you just walk into a lagmo and you can get it done. Although they don't have all this thing they have now. When you digitize everything now, they have a website now. You have to go a police website where you can just go fill out the form and then you go in and go do the actual fingerprinting. Now, when we're doing it back then, we just do it manually. You go in there, you just pay those guys, they do it, and they give you a receipt. Internal revenue receipt, they give it to you. But now you do everything. So my point is this: when they first started this thing, people would go online, used to be able to go online, access that website, and fill up those information they required, and then they will now go into Alagmo, or maybe if you go to police in Abuja, you go and do the actual capturing about your fingerprints and everything. And then maybe at that point you can just pay like 5,000 naira. But now, if you go to that website, they jam that website. You cannot even you can't even type in your details. They'll keep telling you all kinds of things. This is wrong. Why are they doing that? They want you to come into their office so that they can now extort you.
They will collect bribe.
Hold on. Something you could have done maybe when somebody said he did it many months ago, like a year ago, when something was freshly new. You just give them 5,000 naira, maximum 10,000 naira. You just take your fingerprints and you just give them something, and that's all you pay. But now they are extort you for over 60,000 naira just for them to do everything and then give you the police character report. So the point I'm trying to make here is this, and so same thing with this passport. Now I'm hearing stories about it now within the Nigerian space. If you go to Alagma, if you go to Ikoyi there, or you go to Festac, you will still see these immigration officers and their touts. They will block you. They won't let you get access into there. They want you to patronize them. So you see, I'm not saying the guy doesn't mean well, he's not doing something, but you see, Nigeria is like when we come here.
But if you process it online, I don't think
you can't even do it. You can't even do it online. I mean, maybe here in America. Hold on, maybe here in America.
Sorry, Ajan Lekoko, are you having your meal?
Yeah.
Carry on, rational.
Here in America, you can do it.
Please, before in America, good evening, everyone. I've been hearing this conspiracy about this passport. I think I've narrated how I got my passport in Australia. Very easy and very straight. They send it to my. Let me finish, please. I'm sorry. It's very easy. They came from Canberra, which is the capital of Australia. They come to Melbourne. They did biometrics here. And before 1 month, my passport was sent to my address. So that is what we do. But I'm hearing that they are trying to stifle people getting passports in Nigeria because they don't want people to japa. It doesn't make any sense to me, but that's the conspiracy online. So that is just my contribution that I want to say.
What you said now is just what I told my friend. I told him that maybe purposely the government now is doing something not to give people their passport because if you go to that immigration office and if you see population, people really want to leave this country. So I don't know if that is their reason, but for now, it's not working in Nigeria. Maybe people staying abroad is working for them. Maybe the system is very easy for them. But Nigerians now, to get a passport, it's not easy, even to renew. So I don't know how what is happening. I don't know why our system.
I still did this passport for my nephew last week now, and he got it. So where in Nigeria that passport is not being?
I'm telling you here in Lagos.
It's always
I'm
different
telling
for
you here.
Ikene. It's always different for Ikene.
Hold on. Let's Ogbeni, your cousin or your nephew.
He's my nephew.
Okay, fine.
I did passport for him last week, and he has gotten it.
So he
where in Abuja?
Hold on now. He went to the passport office directly, and he
did everything online.
Okay.
He only went there for his biometric capturing, and he has collected now.
Well, that's what we're hearing in Lagos. That Lagos is I don't know, maybe that's just Lagos, but that's what we're hearing. That Lagos is something else. Now,
if you read your screen, Money More is also backing up.
Forget this thing, I beg you. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know. You go online.
This thing worked. There were a lot of testimonies when this guy came on board and everything. But today, it's a different ball game.
They found they figured out a way of extorting Nigerians.
I don't know what they are doing now. I don't know their problem now. But my point is that all the ministers appointed in this government, all of them look docile to me. Almost all of them. Let me even
Cardoso. Did your friend apply online? Did he apply online?
No, he went to the office direct.
That is why we have the delay now. Why can't he do it online? When you do it online, it's more easier because once you completed everything online, they just give you dates to come. And that one will give you a kind of receipt or like a certificate that you will.
I will still tell him to maybe to use that online, but he has already done his capturing and everything. But I don't know. The thing is still taking a lot of time. So I don't know if it is possible to still go online when he has already.
If they have done his capturing, biometric, then you'll be waiting for his passport.
So, but my point is,
don't say it's not working. Because your friend did not do it online, that is what caused the delay in his case. Everybody that wants a fast, application to be processed, in a fast manner, go online, do it. You will get your date for biometric, and you go to the office. They will do it, and they will tell you when you should be expecting your passport. It's easier online.
That's where Babaja. But the system is still what it is because this government, the way they projected them when they are coming into office, you forget all these things, excuses. All this now. People say all this. I'm not talking about passport anymore. One man. All this. All this openly explanation about the Tinubu government and all these things, you've heard his campaign promises, but most of the time you guys say it's politics. It's politics to the detriment of the good life of Nigerians.
Which
you
of
play
his
politics on them.
Did you listen to? You that did not listen to him throughout. Tell me one campaign policy apart from.
Well, I listened to one that said. I listened to one that said that he will reduce the purchasing power of the people, further slow down the economy, and take in more tasks. I listened to that one. So that's the only campaign. And that one.
That's the campaign.
What other thing did he even say? Somebody that said he came to dance. He said he came to dance.
That's the campaign promise. Somebody you do not even listen to.
I listened to that one, and that's the only one he has been able to fulfill since he got into office.
You people that
he did not.
People that did not listen
like
to
like this. People like that were talking for him. People like
no, he said that he said that he would catch
How many of you have read it?
He said that I listened to the few words I heard from him. He said that he would charge the lake in order to give us electricity. I don't know. So all those charging and all those words that he's
in London when he was in London at that time, Chatham House, when they were asking him question, what did he do? Was he not sharing question, giving everybody?
He said that's all you listen to now. If they ask you now, what was the subject matter of the EU discussing now, you don't know. But the one you will remember is a shared question.
Stop this thing.
Do you know? Tell me the subject matter.
No, I didn't know because I didn't go to school.
You won't, but you remember that the shared question. You see,
I remember because
when they are talking American politics
that's
now,
all he did. That's all he did.
But in America,
So and in those days when he said he will share the question. That's how he said he will share his government. This one will
you
handle
share
security. This
responsibility.
one will handle.
He came
You
with
say
And
you share responsibility now.
he came with
What is
now
responsibility.
then sharing
One man, can I wrap up? If rational is involved, it never ends. So let me just wrap up and get out of here.
Praise
What are you
You
let's
can
us
wrap
move on,
up,
I
but
beg you.
you can't get out of here because you've held the space for 3 hours.
3 hours.
Praise that. I think you should remain in your space because I don't think all we want to do here is to interject. So I want you we want you to be speaking so that we'll be interjecting you. So don't wrap up yet. You understand? Because
No.
in a
I've been
few
there
days time
from the
we are going
beginning.
to come here. We are going to come here and
I
give
want
an
to leave it for
account.
you. I go leave it for you. You
No,
can take
don't
over.
leave
You
it
can
for
take
me.
over.
Oh. No, you must be here. I'm here for interjection. So I don't even want to be given a
Can I
space.
let Prince Daddy speak now? He's the one that have the floor. We have taken too long.
Actually, I think I'm done.
Praise Daddy. Before you speak, let me shout out to our mother and our wives. Is in Australia today. Today is the Mother's Day. Shout out to our mother. Happy Mother's Day from Australia. From Melbourne. Oh, thank you. Yeah, go on.
Is Shoma included?
Ekene, there's
Thomas.
something I agree with you that you said tonight, and that
Yeah.
is that many of Tinubu's ministers are not working. I think it's time for Tinubu to change many of his ministers. You can only count few ones that are working. Maybe Umahi, Wike Olubunmi Ojo, maybe Keyamo fairly to an extent, and maybe Alake. Others, I don't really see them. I don't even know.
What's
his
Alake
minister of
doing? What's Alake doing?
Is that?
What's
What
Alake
is
doing?
Wike doing?
Alake, what's Alake doing?
Alake is working very well in Ministry of
Doing
Solid
what? Doing
Minerals.
what? Doing what?
You said?
Doing what? What is he doing?
They've as it is today now, they've realigned our cadastre. Don't forget that Ministry of you don't even know cadastre. So how do you want to assess
what is cadastre? Tell us.
How will you know? But you will know America. If they mention it in America now, you know it. But you don't even know the one in your own country. What you don't know now.
Oboni, if you look very well, in the last few months, no, let me say this.
I think Oboni was making a point, so let him make it. Yeah.
No, I just mentioned some few ministers that I agree with Ekene that many of them are not working, and I think it's time for him to reshuffle and throw some people away.
So what is cadastre? I'm asking you. What is cadastre?
What do you call so you more kasabubu for what?
It's simple now. It's just like you are talking of aviation now, and I mentioned embankment, and you don't know embankment. So where do I start from?
Embankment. I mean, what are you talking about?
Google is your friend, is what you're saying. Google is your friend.
No, but I don't believe embankment now.
Embankment in aviation, you don't know it.
Embankment. Oh, come on.
Yes.
Come on. It's good. What are you doing?
But you don't use English, confuse us here. You know that don't use English, confuse us.
I don't think it's supposed to be
now.
English.
You see, if you want to engage on a topic or a subject, there are some basic things I would expect you to know in that area.
But I don't know it, and I'm asking you. Must you now make me look stupid like asking you the question?
No, don't take it that way. No,
but that's the question I'm asking you. I'm asking, what is cadastre? I mean,
no, don't take it. Okay, let me explain. No, I thought you were even being, sarcastic about it. I don't know that you didn't really know it. I thought you just want to pull my leg, like blah 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 and all these things. Now, in our country, the way we cut our state, like a federation. Now you have Nigeria, you now have Ekiti, Ondo, there's a how do I call it, a political structure, right? In terms of climate, there's a way they cut us also. It doesn't go with the political structure. They tell you Sahel, Savannah, tropical, In terms of, I just want to give example before going to what cadastre is now in Solid Mirror. So in terms of tribe, that's the way they cut us. It doesn't go on a state line again. So you have Igbo, Ijo, Yoruba, Efik, Tiv, Hausa, Fulani, da. So if you bring those map, they will give you different patterns, right? If you bring map and you say, I want map that reflect tribes in Nigeria, there's a pattern it will give you. If you say you need map that will show political space in Nigeria, there's another one it will give you. If you say low government, there's another one it will cut it. Now, if you now move it now to solid minerals, if you say I need map that shows the solid mineral resources in Nigeria, there's a map it will give you. If you go on Google. Now, this is where this cadastral comes in. So it is how you cut is like, you know, when you get your mining lease, for instance, let's say limestone now, you have your mining lease. Your mining lease, they gave you that lease per, in oil and gas, for instance, they gave you per, it's like a block, okay, where you can drill and produce and get oil. You must not go beyond that your block, except if they are following what they call rule of capture, where your own oil underneath get to another block. So two of you can now unitize your block together. But they award mining lease to you block by block. That's the way you have all these cadastra. So that cadastra is like a per plot, more like plot. Let's take it now like plot, okay, in terms of our solid minerals. So if you want to get lease now to explore, let's say gold, for instance, in let's say somewhere in Kogi, okay, so you go to what they call our cadastral office. So that cadastral office is in Abuja, okay. That is where they will put up the map and tell you where exactly they are giving you to go and do your exploration, and that's where you now go to and try to explore. If you're able to now get samples and realize that you have that solid mineral in commercial quantity there, you return back to them. The one you first get is the prospecting license. You now return back to them to get your mining license. That's when you can now go ahead and be mining, and then you paying the government their royalty, and you have your. So over the time, they bastardized the system in Nigeria, particularly during fire time. That one was just there like empty head. They were just doing anyhow thing. So there were possibilities of, like the way we sell land and there are double allocation. Let me put it that way. I know they will have their own terms that they also use. So they have possibility of, you see people fighting on. Let me give you an instance of a case that I involved in. There was a cement factory in Okpela. Okpela is immediately after Okene. You are going towards that Edo. There was a cement factory hit there, built by Bua Cement. There was a limestone mining lease there in a particular cadastra there that is owned by Dangote. How did Dangote get that? Dangote got it from Aiko. Aiko was Ado Ibrahim, the late Ata of Iberland. He was the one who got that land. Now there was an issue on it. What was the issue? Issue of more like a double allocation, because the Opelas were fighting on it. Till today, as I speak today, Dangote and Boa are still fighting, and the communities have been fighting over years on that particular cadastre. And because of that, they've not been able to explore anything on it, except maybe on something like illegal minings that have been going on. So,
but Benny, essentially, cadastre, the whole purpose is to show ownership. Shouldn't that be in the record of the state that shows the ownership of the land?
Yeah. So what they are doing, what Alake is doing now is what you can call digitalization of your plots, if there's a way I can put it down, in terms of our solid minerals, so that you have everything on the computer. Just like how in Lagos now, it's compared to in the 80s and 90s, where Omonile will just go around you anyhow. There could be double allocation. Presently in Lagos now, if you want to search, if somebody says I want to sell this land, because they've digitized, not all lands anyway, according to them, but they've digitized the substantial part in Lagos. You can easily go to their lands in Alausa or something like that and go and run through computer and realize that somebody's already on this land. You will run away from that land, you won't buy it. So that's what they are doing now. And for me, I think it's the foundation first. So when we are able to do that first, then we can be rest assured that whatever comes out from that office, you know that there can't be double anything there. And then you'll be able to give account of how many people are even prospecting or mining on your land. And then what are the solid minerals that they're actually mining in Nigeria? I think it's the foundation. That's where we can now know, okay, this is the quantity they are mining here. How many royalty are they paying back? What are they doing here? And that's why I just list him as maybe number last in terms of few ones that are working in Nigeria. But I agree substantially with Kenneth that many of them are not working, except these few ones that are just, or maybe they are not on media. I don't even really understand. Today, I don't know who is even my Minister of Agriculture. I've tried to go to YouTube to search and see what's he doing, what are the activities. I can't see any activities that Draman is doing. And everybody is saying there's no food, food is expensive. What's Minister of Agriculture saying? It should be the one to be vanguarding everything and say, okay, so state we've given them improved seedling. So people, when Additional was there, we knew what Additional was doing now. So why is that ministry just quiet?
Let me say something.
Yeah.
It's good to offer. I mean, or shall I mean, we can do this kumbaya of this guy. What's his name? Alake doing something or not doing something. It's good that to geomap everything, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but you see, the very thing there, how we can make more money from mining, especially mining like lithium, cobalt, and all those mineral resources. Now, take a look at what is going on in Congo. If you've watched one documentary by Al Jazeera and I think DWT TV or news or documentary, you understand the whole thing behind this cobalt and this mineral resources, this metal, these metals that are being used for manufacturing of chips and what's it called, telephone and computers. Now, the same cobalt that is being dug out of the earth in Congo and being shipped out with nothing to track, just everybody's just having a free day over there. It's the same thing that is going on in Nigeria. Now take a look at what is going on in I think in Finland. Finland has cobalt in high quantity, but the way they license it to be mined is so that they will not destroy the ecosystem.
Ration, are you talking about cobalt or Coltrane?
Cobalt.
Okay.
Yeah. Also lithium and all of those resources there. Now, what even Finland is doing, and some other Scandinavian countries, that they not only mine it, but also they have factories. They don't take it to China. No, they don't allow China to do that. So if Alake could be doing something like that, but when we talk here now, they will say we don't have the technology for that. Yeah, we don't have the technology. But what does it take you to make it? We can manufacture as they are mining it. We're manufacturing, doing the finishing there, right there in Nigeria, and shipping it out to these countries.
Look,
but they prefer to, but rather they would prefer it to be mined so that they could not track it, like what is going. You see, I encourage you guys to go and watch that Congo. Oh my goodness, you see how these people are slaving. The Chinese are exploiting them. The Europeans are exploiting these people. Look at the condition they work. But if you look at the one in Finland, oh my, look at the way they mine these their things over there. You like, what is going on? Why is Africa so backward? Why do we treat our fellow Africans like as if they are nothing? So that's what I'm saying. If this guy is really working for me, but let's say, okay, fine, he's not able to do it, but at least some of those mineral resources, let us mine them, and not only mine them within Nigeria, let us also do the finishing within Nigeria and sell it to the outside world. We can employ our people that way. Because okay, go on.
Rational mind. You see, in the case of Nasarawa State, what this administration has been able to do within first year in office, I think, is first of its kind in Nigeria when it comes to mining. Nasarawa State is now producing lithium battery, not raw. I mean, the complete, finished, already processed, ready for marketing lithium battery. And the industry they have now, according to them, is going to be producing maybe 4,000 metric tons every year, which will rake in like $500 million. You understand what I'm saying? So, and at that very location, they have discovered another location where they're going to have another industry that will be producing like 180,000 metric tons a year. That one is even bigger than this. And they said there's another location that they've discovered a larger deposit of that lithium. So they are not exporting it raw. They are building the mining factory and process it to a final product. That is what they have started in in Nasarawa State now. And one of the biggest buyer of this thing from China, one of the biggest buyer of this product from China, has promised to invest $200 million in the
That's
next.
slavery. That's where slavery comes in again.
What did you say?
I said that's where slavery comes in again, Papa.
How does slavery come in there?
You see, that is investment now. It will take it back in form of lithium at a price that is not open to the public. That's my problem I have in Nigeria.
The same thing they are doing. The same thing they are doing in Congo. That's what they're doing in Congo.
No. This is not raw. This is not raw. This is not raw material. Finished product.
At what price? Is he at the market value they are selling to him?
Pure, the finished product, that battery itself, that lithium battery.
So why is it that we can't be marketing it on international trade instead of
that is another way that we should. I agree with you. But already what they are saying is that they have discovered a buyer for it from China who promised to invest $200 billion, in the factory.
$200 billion or $200 million?
$200 million rather. $200 million. In the next. But one thing. This is within 1 year. This is within 1 year in the office. This is not Buhari administration that started it.
I agree, sir. I agree. It's an achievement, but for me,
I have a video.
I gotta go. For me, just your opaqueness.
Rational mind. Let's Prince Daddy wrap up formally. Then just so that we can move it around. Prince, are you still there?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Thanks, man. Actually, gonna end by wrapping up by saying to your video.
Daddy, when did you start being controversial? It's only Kolata is always controversial when he had the floor.
I'm not. It's rational mind. But anyway, I was gonna end to talk about the video show last week about David Maye's achievements when he was the governor, right, of Ebonyi State. He showed some structures and buildings of things he did. And I must say that I've not seen such hideous looking structures before in my life that he spent a lot of money to design. I truly hope those structures actually serve their purpose in terms of the internal structure and what they have to offer. But in terms of the aesthetics, the outside of the facade, it was.
I agree with you. It looks
horrible looking. It was like a masquerade kind of. It was so backward, like in the 80s or 70s.
It has this penchant for this multicolored, like.
Yes. It was grotesque, if I can use that word. Really, like, man. No, serious. No, it's serious. Like, what is this?
You see the airport it built, ugly looking thing like that.
Yes.
It's Baba.
Hello. What are you saying? Did you say it look ugly?
Okay, let me go. Continue. Thank you, one man.
You see, I don't know what this guy is talking about. The fact that he introduced something that we never seen before in that country, painting multicolor of public infrastructure, make it, and does that mean, I mean, how do you say it look ugly? Because
it shows lack of creativity. One or two colors, or one or two main colors, and a third color in the background would have. I'm not even a designer, but I can do much better, I think.
Is it the color that really matter, or the infrastructure itself?
That's what I'm saying, Jellicoe, that I hope
to
that
be aesthetically pleasing to the eye.
right. That's what I'm saying. I hope the value, what the structures have to offer, is superior to the outside looking at those structures. I'm telling you.
President, what you do is just like that airport. You should check and know the number of planes that have landed in that airport since he left office. Just that it, then they will find out the true value of those structure. If they really want it.
That all those infrastructure he has built and put that in place for the future of that country.
For the future, when are they going to use it? When those when you are not using, when you build a structure that is dormant, sometimes those structures become weak and they begin to fade. So those money would have been channeled into other areas like human capital development.
Use now. The Bonye Airport is in use now. What do you mean?
The Bonye Airport is not in use. It's not in use. You can check it. It's not in use. It's not in use. Up to today, no plane has landed there. You just check the economic activity of that environment now before building such a magnificent project. So you should have checked the economic value of that environment. Since he built that airport, no plane has landed there except the day that he commissioned it. In fact, I saw a video of a lot of people, beggars, sitting in front of that airport. So sometimes that's what we call priorities in terms of building an economy and trying to build a state. Today in the southeast, Ebonyi State is still lowest when it comes to education. In the whole southeast, just check their ranking, both in poverty rating and everything.
Are you sure you are not just jealous because they have outperformed?
I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous about it. It's good that at least some road he built is very useful.
We are suspecting jealousy. We are suspecting.
No, not jealousy. Not jealousy. I'm not being jealous. I'm telling you facts.
Many people.
No, I'm telling you facts. When I tell you that these things are not in use, it's not jealousy. It's fact. The road is built. I'm not complaining. Most of the road are good for economic. Yeah, he did a lot of roads which are very good.
He should have shared the money with the boys. Well done.
No, not necessarily. He would have invested it in.
What of the schools that he built? What of hospitals?
That school. The tuition fee is very high, so it's not meant for the common man.
They are high.
All right.
So, but at least if the elite find it, if the elites in the state find it accommodating, I think it's good for the elite in that state to train their schools, their children in
all those flyovers.
No, the flyovers are okay. The flyovers are okay, but that schools we are talking about the high. I think it's about 1 million or 2 million.
Did they build any flyover in his 8 years? Did they build any?
Go and check it now. Go and check it now. 100 and something flyovers.
We know he built a lot of flyovers.
No, just dig it out now. Just dig it out now. 100 and something flyovers, and the most of them are in the rural areas for transportation of goods and services, which are very useful
in rural.
So, but for that, I'm not talking about.
Are they wooden flyovers?
Traffic in the day for rural
they are quality ones.
Flyover in rural area.
In rural area, flyover.
I've never heard it in my life. Flyover in rural area.
One man. Please digest that one. Flyover in the rural area. Have you ever heard that before?
It's just imagine. my God.
You don't know. You don't know the man. You just like. You just like.
So Yega was right.
It's just like there is nothing like I'm not being any jealous of Bonny. At least for the first time in his government, Bonny State experienced some of infrastructure. They have not experienced it like that before. So
God
maybe in
bless you.
time to
God
come,
bless you for saying that.
in time to come, those infrastructures they may use it, or maybe he's overwhelmed that my state has not experienced it. So let me give it to them. So he now did the ones.
Ekene,
Yeah.
let me tell you something. Let me share one experience with you. Under Governor Fayose, second term, I had a position under that government. Now, when Fayose started building the very first flyover in Ekiti, a whole lot of noise everywhere from political space, religion, everywhere. Say, oh, this is not the priority. They should what do you Ekiti? They don't need all these things. It's a rural area. It's deep, da. The former governor, the one that just left, Fayemi even swore that he would not ply that bridge because, as far as he's concerned, it's a very useless bridge. Do you know that in the first 1-2 months of Fayemi in office, he started plying that bridge? In fact, he started the picture. There's no way you see Fayemi without seeing that picture at his back. It became a pride for him. And as it stands today, that's the major infrastructure you can actually spot in that state ever since Fayose has left government. And I learned that the new governor is also planning on building his own. So one thing I know is this: infrastructure generally is not meant only for today. People build infrastructure, they look into future. They see the future of their
when Ebonyi State is a place, if you come to the south, they are known for rice production, agriculture. You understand? So I wish he had put in more money in that regard. You understand? When you talk about that,
are you saying he did not? Did he?
No, because he did not, because
he did not put more. Look at this guy. Do you want
let
us
me
to go and
finish
dig it
now.
up?
Sometimes when somebody wants to talk, you don't want to listen. You just want to bring in your own narrative to counter that person. You don't even want that person to make his own point. It's not everything that you will do. Maybe that one didn't come to his mind. But even we from other states from the southeast know that when you talk about Abakaliki rice, this is the best rice in the east. It's produced in Ebonyi State. A lot of our people go there for such business. So there are things you know state for. There are production you know them for. If you come to the east, Ebonyi State is known for rice production, and they are mostly farmers. So why should Ebonyi State today be the poverty capital of the east? Why? In terms of ranking, why should Ebonyi State be the poverty capital of the east?
Because
you talk of education, they are in the lowest. You talk of you don't want people to make their point because you already see that person as your party member. But I'm not talking about party affiliation. At least I know there are areas he did well, which I commend him for. But if he's business minded, if he's somebody that has been into business before, he would have known that this area is what my people need to alleviate them from poverty. But he neglected it. He was overwhelmed by infrastructure that made him go and sink him money into an airport that he know that his state don't have the commerce, even the population to build them an airport. It's not a must that your state will have an airport because he has a nearby airport, even in Enugu State, airports surrounding him. So it's just like Abia State now. Abia State airport is a less priority to them because they have nearby. Anambra State needed it because they have more businessmen going out and coming in. So these are priorities. If you're not business minded, you will not understand it. It's not about not liking the person or whatsoever. I will tell you,
we just told you that building infrastructure is not meant for today alone. It's as well meant for tomorrow. So
maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow,
what that guy
maybe
has
tomorrow.
done, what that guy have done
I
for
maybe tomorrow, because I don't see.
Hold
I'm
on,
not
hold
seeing
on now. Hold on
because
now. Hold on, Ekene. He has built infrastructure, road, airports, schools that will propel the economic development of that school, of that state. So he has done his best. If he doesn't, if he had failed to build that infrastructure, to have economic development will be so difficult. So the foundation of it for economic development of that state and for investors to move in and invest in that state is the infrastructure. So don't let us condemn everything. Yes,
I'm not even condemning the ones he built.
Hold on.
I'm not condemning but I know it's just like I said, I know the power. I know the power that Ebonyi State. I know, let me tell you, Babaja, I know the power that Ebonyi State possess in terms of agriculture. So I know. So when I say I know the power they possess in terms of agriculture in the east.
Sorry, Ekene, do you think was David Markey not aware of the economic strengths of Ebonyi State for the 8 years that he governed it?
I don't know, but I don't know why. But if he's not aware, but Ebonyi State possessing that kind of privilege in terms of agriculture, and now in terms of rating, poverty rating, you still see them at the lowest, even in education.
If he didn't
It shows that.
How would they be able to move that rice and agricultural produce that you are talking about? You see, government business, let me tell you, government business is a continuum.
You should even check where the roads were built.
Hold on, just hold on. Sorry, can I just, you have to be able to navigate the conversations.
Yeah. Government business is a continuum. It's not static. So when one administration, build something, another administration after that will, build over it, or rather improve on what they build. So he has built the infrastructure now. Like you're saying, in the area of agriculture, the present governor, maybe that one will dabble into agriculture and some other sector of the economy. And then, but the most important is that infrastructure is there that can make other things to develop and to work for the good of the people. Without infrastructure, a lot of economic activities will not exist. But he has put in place of infrastructure that will attract investors, that will drive economic activity. And we have to give kudos. Don't worry about the airport that is not functioning now. It will function in the future better. When economic activity started trooping in and, getting better in the state. He has done well. At least when Obi was there, Obi didn't build airport. Another person came. He built it. So, and another administration is the one that is managing that airport. So, if Obi was the one that took over after Obi, if that one did not come up with that, Obiano, if he didn't come up with that idea to build that airport, you won't be talking about airport.
Babaja, when Obi was there, that airport was proposed, because that airport was even in my town in Oba.
He did not build it.
It was later removed, but what he said then was that
Obi did not build it. So another person.
I know, but I want to give you something. I want to say something. Let me finish now. What he said then was that Asaba Airport was close to us. So he said then no need of building it when we have Asaba Airport. So a lot of us use
that one now excuse.
So but Obiano let her build it. And it's still useful to us today because we have a lot of businessmen using it today. You understand? The cargo, this thing is working. Onitsha people that are bringing in goods like clothes and other cargoes are using it. So, and it's still generating funds for the state today. So, and I'm not saying that Umahi didn't do well. At least his road infrastructure is the best in the state because he's using this concrete type of road infrastructure, which
You
no
mean
state
it's the
governor.
best in the whole of Southeast?
Yes, which no governor from the east has been ever found it as a priority because what they do is just pour all this colota, do some just like what Soludo is doing today. It will just grab some surface and pour it colota. When the rain falls, the thing will just wash away.
What of the
So
one that happened in Abia State? Why didn't you make a reference to that?
nothing happened. It didn't happen in Abia State. So
Adanle Koko, let me take the window bailout hand over to Thomas. Thomas, let me set the order. Adanle Koko to speak next. You won't believe that we've only been on one speaker. We're 4 hours in. Adanle Koko to speak next.
One
Maybe
man,
we do
really? One speaker?
Because there was only 3 of us for a good while, so we just let it flow.
Oh, yes.
Yes, so Adanle Koko to speak next, and then after Adanle Koko, Ogbeni Rational Mind, Ekene, to Nigeria is here, Pansat as well to make sure he gives you a hard time and all that. So all those stuff. Let me hand over. Let me do the super chat. So of course, I'm going to mention Ayo, and he gets a mention. So that's Ayo rattling it off as he often does. So that's Ayo still. I think that's 4 sequences from Ayo there. That's Olatunbosun. That's Tumbosun right there. Oscar Blackbone. I'm not quite sure what the Blackbone is. That's our party right there. So that party passed by Prince Daddy, who is also on the screen. So that space still opened. Anybody that knows Thomas can super chat to him as well. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to you, Thomas.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Adanle Koko, let's kick it off with you. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Once again, welcome to this the news section. No more too much interjection. Not talking on each other, please. Let's have some decorum. Thank you so much. Adanle Koko, do you want to free
General,
flow?
where is your introduction music?
No, one man don't delete him now. One man doesn't like me anymore. He don't delete him. That's all right. Yeah. What do you call it? Adanle Koko, are you ready for us?
Okay. Let me say greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. And to our ladies, our sisters, our mothers across the world, happy Mother's Day to you. God will continue to bless you for us. Without you, we won't exist. So so happy Mother's Day to all our mothers all over the world. So I sent a video to one man. I wish one man can play it. It's about Showore that is back. Showore is back to business. Yes.
Koko, really? Is that guy still exist?
Yeah.
Tell him to go and find job to do. Come out for this politics. It's not for him. Adanle Koko.
Don't worry so much. So everybody have a role to play in our life, in human race. So he's playing his own. You can play your own the best that you know is good for you. If everybody can play their own positive role in this world, the world will be a better place to live in. So
yes, you're right. You're right.
Is back, and he has started fighting for the right of the people. As the guy
is it back in Nigeria or back in online?
Is back in Nigeria, and
he's back in Nigeria.
Yes.
Wow.
Back.
Does he want them to lock him up again? This guy. Ajaniko, continue.
Everybody will not be scared of ridiculous people in government. People that, people that don't love their people, So Showore is back, and he has taken up the issue of these journalists that are in detention. That guy they call Ojuku, and if the Angel media, our guy that been here to talk to us for some time, that's been in detention for the past 45 days. Showore is on the street fighting for him, and is been to police headquarters, been to the court to get them out. So the video, I sent it to one man. If he's listening, if
Yeah, I will tell him he hasn't uploaded to the section.
okay.
Yeah, I will tell him to upload it, then I'll play it.
He's listening to
Man
us.
is listening. Yeah, he's listening.
So
Yeah.
if you like, I mean, if you really want us to see what Showore is doing for the betterment of Nigerian people, particularly people that have been, illegally detained by this administration, one man should please play this video for me and let everybody.
Are they detained legally? Did they commit any crime that they should be detained for?
They didn't commit any crime. Injele went on his Facebook asking for one rascal pastor in the East that was deceiving people, that it was doing magic, or what do you call it?
Miracle.
Yeah. He said he said she should provide proof how that miracle happened. And he went to the police. Maybe he bribed the police for them to pick Ijele up, and since then, Ijele has been in jail. That should not happen in a country where we have law. It's illegal. And the one for
has it been charged to court? Because if you are not being charged to court, it should not last 24 hours in police custody. It should be bailed.
Which 24 does Nigerian? What does Nigeria know about when they want to punish you? They will punish you. So as long as police is, I mean, when you are strongly connected with police, when you are friend with them, when you are friend with their boss, when you pay them to do the job, punish a poor man or a man that is not it doesn't have the capacity to challenge you, at the law court, doesn't have, the
balls,
wherewithal, the money and the power it doesn't have that power as well to challenge the illegality against him. They will punish that person for free. So that is what they have done to Ijele. But Showore is standing up, fighting for him now, mobilizing people against the administration. And he went to the first headquarters. Even the head of the, I don't know, the department, he came outside to meet him. They talk. Showore said, you have to get this guy out, or this thing is going to, the way you people are looking at it, you think it's going to be a small thing. It's going to get worse than this. We just want this guy. And the man assured him, the police officer, he's an Igbo man too, from his accent when he was talking. He assured Bure, he said, please, I assure you, I am on top of it. I will going to get them out. I will do something to make sure that they are.
But Ajale Koko, why are we going to change this narrative you just narrated now? Is a bailable offense. It didn't kill anybody.
Abio, I don't know.
He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to stay there for 48 or 45. They can still charge him to court when they will tell him to be coming to the police station. It's a bailable offense. What you just narrated now doesn't make any sense to me. It's a bailable offense.
It's power show. People in power.
Can I say something?
Yes, who is that?
Ogbeni, yeah.
Oh, okay, Ogbeni. Yeah.
You see, sometimes the way we paint some stories.
Don't defend rascality here, Ogbeni. Don't defend rascality.
No, we can't all sleep.
Don't defend rascality. Don't defend rascality.
So we can't, I don't know how to translate it. We can't all sleep.
Okay, like our friend said now, Thomas said it's a bailable offense. Is it not?
Coming. Let me analyze the EU first.
Go ahead.
The lawyer will do the baby
the law.
No, yeah, Thomas, no. You see, if you observe me on this platform, you remember that there is one. If there is anything I always stand for on this platform, it is that freedom of speech.
Yes.
It's not recklessness. It's not freedom of recklessness. I keep saying it on
you
this
always say
platform.
that. Yes, yeah.
Until we keep holding our people responsible for whatever they go online to say, we cannot sanitize our environment. I can't build reputation for years, and somebody, because you have a phone, you just say welcome to my channel and you start talking anything about me.
Do they have reputation? Do they?
So yeah, so the point is, you see, the way law of defamation work is that if you don't have reputation, okay, and somebody tarnish your reputation, then you take the person to court. It's the person that will come and prove that you don't have reputation. It's not you that will be proving. It's that person that says, he doesn't even have the reputation he's trying to protect. And the court will let you go because the person doesn't have reputation. But where I'm going is this. If we now use one more brainla to brush everybody and say, do they have reputation? One day, it will touch you, General Thomas, where you are. All you have been building, your reputation you'll be keeping over time, name that you have been building. In the place where I come from, name matters to us even more than money.
Yes.
That's what we hold in a very high esteem, more than money. So, not your money to show. Sometimes you want to do something, you remember that this all name and bearing.
How many times your mom always sing that to your head? I can still be remembering that
she died
in my head.
My mom will always say that thing because sometimes you want to do some things, you remember that this all name you are bearing, somebody has been defending this name for centuries before they handed it over to you. So it's not yours, it's an heritage. But where I'm going is this: what happened to Ijele? Let's try to analyze, because the way Baba Jai go just to just say now we are not saying Chore is not working, but what they pick Ijele for, I pity Ijele anyway, but I think by the time he's coming out from that dungeon, then he will learn how to be measured too when you're online. Ijele called this man thief, right? He said he's a thief. That why the federal government allowed him to be fooling people, okay? That can he be above the law? I think he even called him criminal. And then he said the police should arrest him. Now, why? The major reason is because he made reference to some of his miracles that he performed, that they are scam. My own about that is this: first, Ijele as a person has been professing that he's not a Christian, he's not a Muslim. He said he's a traditionalist, and he never shy to say it. He will always say it. First thing I always have issue with people is this: if I don't profess your religion, there's a limit to which I poke nose into yours. If celestial people today sit where they are sitting and they put all their Mario and their candle and everything in a place,
and their
turaris, I won't call them deceit. That is what they believe in. Whoever is okay with them should go and patronize them. That's their own. If it's Hindu with all their red dugu, they are doing everything. That is, you want to patronize them,
go and patronize them. But I won't stay in my own corner or probably where I'm watching Shango or Ogun or Oya or Amadua.
And criticize the Christian.
Accusing finger to the Christian and say, look at what they are doing is scam. That is where society finds disorders. I don't belong to that folk. So why am I? What's my business with what they are doing there? Those that are patronizing.
Ben, sorry if you can hear me. There's one thing to criticize one's religion, another thing to try to question what the religion proclaims to do, especially when it has a physical manifestation to it. Yeah, it's not to criticize the religion, but if a religion claims to do some miracle, and miracle, to my understanding, is that something that can manifest physically, and you can't prove it. Why can't you make a comment about that and criticize that religion for it?
I didn't get the point.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but I'm trying to get
hear you praise that. Yes, say that again.
I say there's one thing to criticize a religion, and it's another thing to question that religion, what it claims to do, especially when that claim has to do with something that's physical in manifestation.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so if the guys say, well, the guys are, I don't even know, I think he called it a man of God or whatever, a pastor, a criminal, and they do a fake miracle. And if he can, if he's able to prove that in the physical sense of it, why not? Why can't you criticize that person?
Okay. So this is it. I agree with you, Prince Daddy. Completely, I agree with you. So I'm trying to create a background that first and foremost, the fact that you don't have miracle in your own religion doesn't mean you should call miracle in my religion scam. Let's start with that. Because it will look like a scam to you. Let me give you an instance. I read in a law report, CCC, I don't know if you know about this case, Owodunne and CCC, Owodunne against Celestial Church of Christ. It was a legal tussle on the leadership succession in Celestia. When Power Shofar died, Power Shofar did not tell them who would take over after him, but he told them that the Holy Spirit will tell them. And then people started
So who is the Holy Spirit going to tell?
That became a question they took to court. And they wanted the judges to determine who among them did the Holy Spirit say. And my Lord, judges.
Are you serious? Who among them?
I've cited it to you. It's called Owodunne against CCC. Go and read it. It's a law. It's a law report.
Sorry that I'm laughing. This is very ridiculous.
Okay.
Well, you know, it's very critical. When we were treating this case, we were reading this case or review it in my office back then. I had members of Celestial Church of Christ, as my junior in the office. So I took it serious. I didn't even allow anybody to. I wanted all of them to be objective and open their mind in analyzing it. So the fact that, and I have Muslim, I have, our office is a law firm, so it's a mix of many, many colors. So some will say, particularly those Muslims, say, which Holy Spirit will tell us, shut up. The fact that you don't have that concept, let me call it concept now, God forgive me, but let me call it concept, within your own religious space, doesn't mean you will now say it doesn't exist. When somebody comes and says, Holy Spirit,
I hear you, but again, that is more subjective than a miracle that can be proven.
Physical miracle.
Religion is generally subjective. You see the point now? You see, that's the subjectivity I'm talking about. Somebody said, God just whispered to me now that 10 people would get alert in their account now. And they got alert. Don't laugh, oh. Look at it, oh. Somebody who never believed such can never happen will say, look at that deceptor, just deceiving them. How can God tell you something? How can alert happen in somebody's account without another person posting it there? Where is the thing coming from? You see, so it goes to religion and what they believe in. Just keep on your own lane. That's what you believe in. Let those ones that you think they are fooling them be fooled. They want to be fooled.
Glenn, you're not suggesting that men of God are beyond the law, are you?
Now, that is where the you now comes in. If I'm saying, if my criticism is that you are crossing the line of the law, is different from when I'm questioning the tenets and the doctrines
of your religion.
They're two different things. If I'm saying in your church, you don't follow the rule of law, it's something different. For me saying that, oh, the money they are collecting in that church, they are all thieves. So before you know it now, look at them, they will start talking about tithe. Tithe is part of the real religion. The fact that you don't have tithe in your own religion doesn't make that one scam. Do you get the point I'm trying to draw here?
Yes, I do I get what your point is saying, to the tenets of the religion. Yes.
Yeah. So don't pick one big brush and just brush everybody. Look at them, they are scammers. They collect this.
But Ogbeni, as you rightly said now, you are a lawyer. I always connote you with the law enforcement agent as well, because I know you have dealings more with the police and the law enforcement agent in Nigeria.
Yeah.
What you just narrated now, he called the man the thief. He called him criminal. Is he a bailable? Yeah, is he a bailable offense?
It is. Now,
yes.
Let me now go to that bailable or not. You see, when they say that an offense is a bailable offense, it simply means that this offense, if police pick you on this offense, they must interrogate you within less than 48 hours.
48 hours, yeah.
Yes, and extract whatever they want to extract from you. And in less than that 48 hours, they either charge you to court or release
you. Yeah.
They either charge you to court or release you on bail. In case where they release you on bail, they can charge you anytime and invite you to come to court and take your plea. Now, the moment they charge you before the court, the moment you get to that court, you are already no longer in their custody
anymore. Yeah.
The court now that will determine whether it will still release you on bail pending trial or not. If the courts in the wisdom of the judge says, no, this guy will run away, this one, I won't release this one, he won't hand you back to that police. He will now hand you to the correctional center, which is prison.
But that is the prerogative of the judge,
that is
not the police.
Not the police again. That is as at the time the judge will charge you. Now, see, there is one thin line between it, which many.
Before you go further, Ogbeni, sorry, before you go further, see, if you call somebody a thief, I guess under law, what does that fall under?
So in Nigeria, don't use US law. Don't use US law. So let me quickly give you Nigeria law so that you won't think. In Nigeria, it can either be civil or criminal.
By calling somebody a thief.
Yes. So it's the colonial law that we have inherited and we have refused to reform. Sad and unfortunate. In developed countries, is simple civil matter, defamation. In Nigeria, I can pursue civil part of it and get compensation from you, and I can pursue criminal part of it and jail you for it. Because we still have what they call criminal defamation.
Okay, so that makes sense now. I guess that makes sense now.
People are still fighting that it should be removed from our law. I'm one of those who think that it should not be removed. They've even tightened it more and increased the penalty. Because social media is a big deal. People don't still see me. I see social media. I view the future of that thing called social media. If you are not careful, you see the way they use social media to bully. Look at Mohbad's wife. That lady cannot even step out of her house again.
They don't burn her well. Then go stone her to death.
That girl bastardly. So I look at it like, okay, and where are those people that are bullying that girl? They are mostly in abroad. Mostly abroad. Buki, what do you call that one? Is in London.
Buki Jesse.
Lizzie Anjorin, that one fly up and down. Otobola is in
Germany.
Mama Esabod is in Ireland. He's flying Ireland to UK. You see, so
how do you know all this, Baba?
I watch all of them. I watch that. You know, lawyers gather information from everywhere now. So
yeah, I know.
So for me, if you can take the fight to go and meet them in their comfort zone, they will keep quiet. But you know, the young lady, I pity the young lady, the Femifa and others that are just following. It's just for noise. This one like just to make
Ogbeni, sorry. This is just by the side. Are they just bury this Mubak case
they've
like
not
that?
buried it.
But they are not telling anything.
They are waiting for they said the toxicology report is out.
Come on now, Benny. Since how many months now? Oh my God.
No, it just came out like 2 weeks ago. It just
Does
came
it
out
take
now.
that so long?
They said they sent it to US. I think it's from
Jesus
US.
Christ. They don't finish this guy.
I'm telling you.
They don't finish him. Maybe they just forget about it.
It's sad. It's so sad.
It's sad. It's sad. It's so sad. Yeah.
It's sad.
Okay,
so that's my point on this.
Ajale Gogo, do you hear what Ogbeni said?
Well, so sorry, Baba Jao. There is one area I still want to clarify. You know, I've told you about whether it's bailable, police can release you, or court can release you. There is one that is in between. That's where all these police used to hide. The in between is this: if police arrest you today and they are interrogating you, and they realize that according to them, this is what the law allows, but that's not what usually happens. So don't quote me. They now say, we won't be able to conclude this our interrogation in 48 hours. The law allowed them to go to court.
They will get another.
Yes, they will now get another to hold you, to detain you more than
48 hours.
More than 48 hours. So useless police will now go to magistrate. Magistrate will now grant them maybe 25 days.
Yeah, you're right, Benny. That is what they did to on this case of Njele. You know, when they presented him at magistrate court after arrest, maybe they suspected that he might get bail on that day. Yeah. They went to another court, another magistrate court, and get another to detain him.
And Ajale Koko, after 25 days, they can still go back there and get more days. They can still
Let me now shock you again. When they go to all these courts to get it, they don't need to take you there. They don't even need to inform you.
Ogbeni, our learned lawyer. Please, I have a question.
Sorry, Ogbeni, so can I get simultaneous
please, I have a
orders?
Question. Ogbeni, please, I have a question. And I know you are learned.
Hold on, Rosie, hold on. You can't just bash in like that.
I'm sorry.
You've been happy for long.
I've been very sick. I'm just getting over my
sorry.
Yeah.
Happy Mother's Day to you, Rosie.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day, Rosie. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I really appreciate
it. Get well soon, I say. Get well soon, my sister. Yeah, ask your question, Rosie. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, sir. Ogbeni, I know you are a learned lawyer, and I have a question. You said you are talking about defamation of character, that if you have a name to protect, you don't want anybody to defame, to mess up your name. Okay, this guy that we're talking about is Ebuka. He's a pastor. He's supposed to be representing Christ.
Yep.
Okay, now he feels he has a reputation that somebody is defaming. Did they not call Christ Beelzebub? Did they not say all sorts of things to Christ? How many people did Christ take to the court? How many people did Christ go get power and lock them up? So these people, they just come out and they are deceiving people because they have money. They want to use their money to suppress anybody that comes up against them. I know Ijele said something that, he accused him. But if he is an ambassador of Christ, Ebuka that calls himself a Christian, a pastor, is that what Christ laid down for us? So that's just my question. Thank you, sir. I appreciate all your kindness. Thank you.
Madam Rosie, please get well soon. I pray you get healed in the name of Jesus. Now, my point is this. You see, you are taking me to using Christian.
You want to tell me that you lawyers believe in Jesus? What are you telling me, Ogbeni?
I'm a Christian. I've always been professing Christ
anywhere, including this platform.
You guys that we see the truth and you will say, you will mix everything up and
No,
because of your
it's not
daily
like
bread.
that. Papa Jare Koko, you know, I used to have one uncle like that. That has this, he has this, you know, this understanding about lawyer. That don't mind them, these tricky people and mature people. The day that my old uncle ran into trouble was the day he started valuing what lawyers do. He ran into a very big trouble. You know, sometimes if you don't make trouble, trouble will come and make you. So he's not a troublemaker, but some troublemaker now put him in trouble, serious trouble that can take his life. And I got some of my friends to help out. That was the day. Till today, he will tell me that I cherish this your profession. So a profession you can't subsume into, no. There are a lot of things we do. But back to question President Rossi asked. Yes, and President Rossi, you are looking for me from the angle of using the man's own tenet of his own religion, you know, to analyze what he's doing. I agree with you perfectly that possibly what he would have done is just to leave Injele to God and say, okay, let's see what will happen. But don't forget that there are characters also in the Bible that don't share that same approach to issues. Elijah approach was different from Elisha approach. Even Jesus, different approaches to different issues. After all, at a point in time, he brought out Cain and started caning some people. Somebody may want to analyze that and say, why would Christ cane them? Was it not the same Christ that was so gentle in some other issues that were similar to this? But similar, different issues.
Ogbeni. Also,
Yes.
Jesus Christ, when he was going on the journey, he expected to see fruit on the fig tree. There's no fruit there. He caused the tree, isn't it?
He caused the tree in that situation, although the Bible made us to understand that it was symbolic, that it was passing, there's a message it was passing across. But in the physical sense, in terms of their event, empirical thing, it caused that tree. And this same Jesus, that thing can happen at different occasions, and you won't approach it that way. So, but for me, I'm just talking under the law. That pastor also is a subject of the law. So he's pursuing his action under the law. He's not pursuing it in Christian court. He's not pursuing it in that side. He's pursuing it under the law. So the question, does he have that right? Yes, he has the right. He has built a name for himself and his family. So if somebody call him a thief and is on record, and he passes tomorrow, and he has his own children and others that will inherit that name from him, then they become grandchildren of thieves. Tomorrow they will say somebody call him to you and he didn't even challenge
But Ogbeni, do you know the premise Princess Rosie is coming from? We call ourselves Christian. Why do we call us Christian? They call us Christian because they see the Christ-like in us. So why can't the man act as Christ? Because I know Jesus will not take anybody to court.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
Maybe the pastor is he's only stuck to the Old Testament. He hasn't reached the New Testament yet. That could be the reason.
The man is a fake guy. He's only trying to protect his empire. He's looting and stealing from people. That's the problem. I have a friend that the husband went to Nigeria. The wife, they almost had a divorce. The wife told the husband that he must come back with a bottle of water from Ebuka or else she was going to divorce him. It was a big issue. The man is just scamming people and looting. These are all scammers. That's what's so frustrating. Don't get me wrong, I'm a Christian, a true believer, but when I see these fake pastors, it's painful.
Yes. So my issue is this. If somebody say you are a thief, let police, if the person reports, let police pick the person, charge the person to court. If you're going to jail the person on the basis of what he has said. If the person has a defense, then the person will make his defense. If the court wants to release, they're going to release him and he get released.
But the point is, if you don't have evidence, don't attack somebody online. It brings sanity into our system. We can't say because you have thousands of people that think you are a thief, therefore you are a thief. No, there must be evidence to show that you are a thief before any of those thousands can come and say it's a thief. There was a prostitute they brought to Jesus. Something similar was his judgment. So if you are not done it first, you are stone, and they all left. Right? At that point, Jesus could have said, okay, since you have your law of Moses, go and do the way you want to do.
Let's stone her to death then.
Yes. But he said, if you are not done it before, okay, be the first to do. And he knew that woman did it. It was after they left. He now said, please don't do this thing again, because worst thing can happen. Just go. But make sure you don't
Ogbeni, do you know my conclusion so that we can move on? Any pastor you see taking anyone to court, they are not from God. Why do I say? Why stop? Shut up. Sorry, my car is
Correct, Thomas. Correct.
They are not for God because
Yes.
they knew.
Why do you say so?
Yeah. Let me say that they knew they are not. Ogbeni, pastor that is not serving God, they know they are not serving God. They have their shrine at the back of their church. They knew themselves, so they know that God will not fight for them. It's better they fight his physical. That is my conclusion. If any pastor taking anyone to court, they are not of God. That's my conclusion. Yeah, let's go. You can round up with that, then we go back to Ajale Koko.
I agree with you, Thomas.
Okay, well, I have a contrary view. For me, the law court is there for everybody to have access to, regardless of your religion. Bible is not against court. During the days of Jesus, there were judicial institutions. Jesus was taken there and he was tried. He was wrongly crucified, but it became a glorious thing for we Christians today. Whether we like it or not, the judicial service in Jerusalem played a role in what gives us salvation today. So the Bible does not condemn court. It doesn't say there shouldn't be court. In fact, there were judges. Deborah was a judge in the Bible. So as far as I'm concerned, everybody with his own. You decide what you want.
Deborah was a judge as a profession, not as
she was a judge and she was a prophetess.
Prophetess is the prophetess. That's what we even treated at church. Yeah, what do you mention Deborah? That's what we treated yesterday. Go on.
She was a judge. Even Eli's children, the two of them were judges. So the point I'm trying to make is that we don't demonize the judicial system. One of the reasons why people of the other religion have edge over us, particularly in the political space and some spaces in Nigeria today, that we always now make noise and shout about, is we demonize some institutions. We believe it's not meant for us to go to and sort issues. And because of that, we've moved so far away from it. One of it is politics. When we were growing up in the 90s, you'll be listening to different teachings that tells you Christians should not go to politics. We demonize it and we leave it for hooligans. We leave it for people of other religion and others to dominate.
Don't you think me as a Christian now, as I was taught, I'll prefer you cheat me. I'll let it go than I take you to court or fight you. I'll just let it go.
Sorry, Thomas. Maybe we can try and move the conversation around a bit quicker. People have been waiting for too long. So
okay, that's fine.
When you are done with the just something or the other, then yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's my understanding of.
Because I did want to chime in on the Obeni's education of the law. I probably could do it under 2 minutes.
Go on, please.
It's true that he gave the skeleton, but if we're to be educating people on this archaic law, because he did say correctly that it's in more civilized countries, this should be nothing but a civil matter. But unfortunately in Nigeria, it is involves the penal code. It comes under our section 37 of the 1999 Constitution.
some of the things that particular area should deal with. It leaves a lacuna as to our data and our privacy. It comes under this privacy issues. But what he was talking about, he didn't quote any of the operating codes, the punishment, which is up to 2 years in the case of defamation. When it comes to libel, which is the ones that is written down, if you defame somebody, you could do that by just communication. That's 2 years punishment for something like that. And if it's a written material, you can extend all the way to 10 years for that. By the way, that's the operating section in the southern part of Nigeria comes in one document. And then in the north, it comes in two separate documents. But in this education, it should be giving us the sections of that constitution so others can then read about it. And maybe we should start the process of bringing it up from that 1999 to modern times. Because Ijele, who was here on this show, not to show what kind of good guy I am, I have never told him, I told you so, right? He was here defending the government. And right now, he's suffering one of the consequences that we're all fighting for. We say we want a better Nigeria, and he refused. This is going to be my first time to comment on his behalf, and I'm on his side. I believe that he's being treated unfairly. Somebody alluded to, I think it was Thomas, it should be a bailable offense at a minimum. As a matter of fact, maybe put some kind of injunctive relief for the claimant and release him, and they will stop doing it until the case is determined. But anyway, Obeni, what I wanted to say, you are right. That is a criminal offense in Nigeria, but you're not. If you're going to be speaking as a lawyer, you should speak as a lawyer. Talk about the things that others can then go look up. Consequently, right after the show, we have the Criminal Code Act in Nigeria, and then we have the Penal Code Law, and the Northern Nigeria is separate from Southern Nigeria. But wrong is wrong. Under Section 392 of the Penal Code, any person who defames another shall be punished.
Pastor, why are you repeating yourself? You are just repeating yourself now. We have heard that
No,
one.
because Fansad is pretending to be a lawyer, but we understood Benny what he said.
Okay,
We
no problem.
get it.
Let's move it along. This is Angelico's time that Obeni took almost half an hour to comment. If you don't want to learn, now I see why Obeni doesn't do it, right? Somebody's trying to tell you something and you don't want to listen. But go ahead. Bring it up quickly. Thank you very much.
Thomas, can you just give me 1 minute? I have a question for Benny.
No. Let's move that Simba with your indulgence, please. We'll come back to that, please. Let's Ajaliko will continue. One man just say we should continue, please. We'll say that, please. Yeah, Ajaliko, are you there?
Okay, so
Angelico, 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Go ahead.
Ajaliko just started now. Ajaliko, he's joking. I know he's joking. Yeah, go on.
Okay. Well, I think, like I said earlier, Showore is back. Is the human right activism is back. Is fighting for the release of Ijele and Ojukwu, the journalists in detention. So, what they have done to these two guys is illegal. They should have been granted bail if they have anything against them, and assign court case. I mean, court date for them for prosecution or for trial or whatsoever you want to call it. I mean, we can't be treating ourselves like this. The country of law in a democratic governed country, it is not good. I just see that police rascality is becoming it's becoming too
unbearable.
Unbearable. Yeah, thank you. It's becoming too unbearable, and somebody should challenge them. So Shore is challenging them. The police officer, maybe head of how do I say it? Maybe I don't know the particular section it represents, but it said it's
and Ajale Koko, sorry for stopping you. If there is no loud mouth like Showore or people shouting on social media, the guy will just be there lying
the
fallow
guy will
there
be
for
there forever.
days.
The guy
He
will
can
be
be there
there.
forever.
The guy might be there forever. So, but the police officer has assured Showore and others that he assured them that he will get him out. He will do everything to make sure that they get the release. So let's wait and see what they are going to do. And I trust the leader I have, who is Showore. In some few days to come, if they don't release that guy,
He will go back.
he will go back. He will
Very
go
stubborn
back.
guy.
He's a very fearless person, and he's never scared of police or the authority. He will go back, and I believe he will get them released, whether they like it, because Adeyanju is involved, other people are involved. Now they will heat up the system against the barbaric police rascality. So let me leave it there. What's
There's the topic of today. That is by the side. Ajale Gogo, you and your Showore. Well, that's fine. Meghan and Harry in Nigeria. What do you think?
I'll talk about that. That one
You
is
talk about that. Yes, yeah. Nigeria, our economy future looks challenging by MFF, IMF.
Not only future, even present is more than challenging now with what our people are going through in Nigeria. It's horrible. The devaluation of the currency has, it's making life, the purchasing power.
But sorry for stopping you. Everybody that I know, they are doing well in Nigeria. They never complain to me.
Thomas, just stop that.
No, Ajale Koko, no. I know people are suffering. Ajale Koko, wait. Wait, Ajale Koko.
Thomas.
Yeah.
People does not represent Nigerian people. Okay.
Why not? They are Nigerians now.
Yeah, they are Nigerians. What is their position? What is their status? They might not complain. Maybe they have people like you sending money to them, helping them, so they will not complain like millions that doesn't have people in the diaspora helping them. So I'm this kind of argument or what you are trying to say, we shouldn't be saying it. When we are saying that, it shows that we are very insensitive to the situation that our people are going through in that country. It is hard for average Nigerian in that country. Very, very hard. So, look, IMF saying that the future is going to be challenging. It is true. What do they mean by challenging? What is the word challenging? It means hardship is ahead of us in that country. What we are going through now is little. We're going to face more hardship because Nigeria, as of today, we are still a country that is not producing enough to earn that enough dollar to manage our economy. So until Nigeria turns to a productive country, effective, productive country, that is when Nigeria can start to work with. That is when we will have produced a lot in Nigeria for our consumption and enough to export as well. But as of today, we are not producing enough, to satisfy demand at home talk less of exporting to generate foreign exchange. So that is the problem. If we want to talk about the, that product that from which we make, greater percentage of our foreign exchange, which is oil, we are not even producing enough. How can 1,600 or 1,800 allocated to us by
the OPEC?
What do you call it? OPEC.
OPEC.
How could that be enough for 200 million population? Maybe 250 million population.
Hey, Baba Koko, sorry. Even this your argument is I can buy it, but does it really fly? Okay, they allocated 2.5 million to us. How much are we meeting that 2.5 million? If we are meeting that 2.5 million, that is when we can be clamoring for increase in the allocation. But we are not even meeting up with that. So it's not even something that we're supposed to be. When they give you something and you are meeting up constantly, that is when you now have an argument. Okay, this thing is not enough for me. I want an increment. But you are not even meeting up. How many times since independence have we met up with that 2.5 million? Tell me.
Several times in the past, during the time of the military, we met our allocation, and we were even.
Let me tell you, the only time, if you go and look, it's something that you can Google. Let me tell you about it. Something you can Google. The only time we met up with this was in the early 70s. Was only in the early 70s.
That's not
even
true.
during Jonathan.
That is not true. In the 80s, we were meeting our allocation. During the time of Buhari, Babangida, during the time of Fidiagbon, during the time of the military, entirely, we were meeting our allocation. It is when this civilian stupidity of government that we are practicing, that problem are set in, vandalism all over the country. Every infrastructure
quick question.
Everything has been vandalized.
A quick question for you, sir. Should we go back to the military then?
He's not saying that. Let us go to that route. That is not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
I understand him. He said because
don't take us to that. Don't take us to that.
No. Am I free to ask questions?
Military apologies.
Let me ask question, please.
Whereas the fact there that Nigeria economy perform better and work better for Nigerian people under the military rule than the civilian rule.
But Baba Koko, that one also is debatable. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I agree, it's debatable.
It's debatable.
When we are talking of
because let me say this.
We were meeting it back then, and life was our currency had value better than what we have it today.
What you are saying is relative. It's a relative thing. Do you understand what I'm saying? We all know all the dynamics that have set in. You cannot, even the so-called military, you cannot compare our population in 1999 and our population now. The rate at which our population is growing is not commensurate with our earning.
Look, it is because, let me tell you, you see, when people like you come up with this argument, population increase as the problem. No, it is.
No, I'm not saying just wait. I'm not saying that the population is because if you are a country that plan for the future, do you understand what I'm saying? You should know the projection, and we should. I've asked you this question before. Why are we like a mono economy where we only depend on oil? The same amount of oil that we are producing in the 70s, we're even producing less than that. And look at the population, and you say we cannot throw the population, you cannot bring the population. Supposed to be an advantage, but in our own case, a disadvantage.
Yeah, it is when we
because when we even have the money, even the leaders then they were not actually futuristic. when they're supposed to even diversify, invest in other things that will bring money. They were busy spending the money lavishly.
Well, we can say a lot of things about people in the past or military administration, but we've been practicing democracy.
The same military that you said that we are faring better under them, tell me, what did they contribute to the economy of the country apart from this oil that they are just getting freely? What other thing did they even be invested in that is bringing foreign exchange for us?
Abacha loot all over the world.
To me, it's absurd for us to look back and see if we don't even know what happened in that past, and then be painting that past as if it was a rose. No, it's not. We knew what happened during the military. Let's tell me, apart from just getting the money from the oil, what else did they put into that economy that made that economy vibrant? Nothing.
General Thomas, I'm going to sleep.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Ogbeni. Yeah, Ajale let's Ajale continue. Yeah, Ajale, thank you, Ogbeni. See you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah, good night. Yeah, Ajale yeah.
So what I'm saying, I'm not saying that comparing the performance under military to civilian administration, we expected the administration to perform better and to have taken us, to
the next level.
To have taken us, to have managed the increase in the population, to have turned it rather to an asset and use it, for the productivity. Productive means that we transform the economy of that country. But what has these civilian people done? They have looted the worst ever in the history of that country. It is all over. It is not just federal government that is looting. They are looting at the federal, they are looting at the state, they are looting at the local government, and there is no section of the country that is exception. All over. Kakiri. How can they run democratic administration like that? And we are expecting that we'll be better off. They brought us down to where we are today. This management of the resources down to where we are.
Looting in Nigeria, let me tell you, the looting in Nigeria, if you have to be sincere with yourself, is not peculiar to civilian regime. And
let us focus on this civilian. Let's forget about what the military have done. We
can't do that because you are the one that referred to it.
Hold on. They have handed over the governance of the state
23 years. 23
years. How well have we transformed the country, and how well have we improved the quality of life for the people of Nigeria? For military, we kick them out. Yes, we agree.
I wouldn't have. You are the one that made reference, Bajale Kuku. You are the one that made reference to them. You understand? Because you are trying to paint them as if they have done well for the country. That was why we are making reference to them. If you don't mention them, if you focus on the civilian, nobody will make reference. You are the one that made reference to them now.
On the production of
which production?
Production of
those guys. Forget about it. Let's talk about the civilian. They did nothing. They did nothing to help the country. They did nothing.
No, they did nothing. They paid for your school. They paid for your school fees to attend the school. They created a lot of infrastructure in the country. They built all the infrastructure you have in the country today. They built the Tinkan Island. They built what do you call it? They built the national what do you call it? That national theater. They built Militala Mohammed Airport.
You can see those things that you are talking about. That we are talking about economy.
The economy.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you.
We know for Nigerian people But at the
Just
time
wait,
they left,
Ajale Koko.
than it
Ajale
is
Koko.
now.
Wait, before you start, because you
It
always
fared well for Nigerian people than it is now. Are you disagreeing with me on that?
I disagree with you.
Oh, okay, Motibo. All right. Okay.
The reason why, let me tell you, not only Nigeria, we have some other example countries that grew up at the same time when Nigeria, when during that oil boom. We knew what they did for their country. We knew what they used the money for, and they are benefiting from it up to today. They expand their economy.
What
They
has
put a
the
lot of
civilian, hold on, the civilian administration you had for 3 years, for 23 years, what have they done
the issue
with
is
your
that
results?
you cannot use the advantage. Let me tell you, the advantage
No,
those who
what have
had
they
then.
done?
Okay, you can continue praising them. You can
how,
continue praising them.
no,
Continue.
you may not praise them. I'm not praising them, but
You
I
can
am
continue
saying
praising them.
they have done better than the
They
civilian
did not.
administration.
They did not. If
Oh,
they have done well, we will not be where we are today. They will have put that country in a very better and a good trajectory. They were the one that when foundation, if any foundation is bad, that is what you see. They laid all this bad foundation for us, and that is what we are getting today. That's why you are talking. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you
so
this.
they laid,
When wait.
hold on. So they laid bad foundation, and you have been in place for 23 years. You cannot build a better foundation to transform.
The
So
issue is this. Each time
you
we
still
knew
want to
what.
blame the, hold on. Do you still want to blame the military for the problem we are going through today? Do you want to blame the military? You still want to blame the military?
I'm not
for the economic
you
problem
are
we are
the
going
what
through?
you are making them to look like a saint, and that's what that is the impression I
Are
want you to
you
correct.
trying to blame the military for the problem we
We
are
can
going through
blame them.
today?
We can blame them. We can
Okay,
blame them.
that is
We
a
can blame them also. So don't exonerate them. We can blame them. The issue is this: we
23
knew
years.
what Obasanjo did, the way he handed over, and the way he encouraged corruption, even right from he didn't lay down a good electionary process for us. Even in 1979, we knew what happened in 1979 when he handed over to Chagari. Even this 1999 of 18, everybody had been talking about constitution. Who gave us that wrong constitution in 1999? Were they not the military? Who conjure all those useless
Why did your
constitution?
civilian
So
fail?
what are you talking about? And
Why did
then you want to exonerate them from the
your
whole process.
civilian fail to
You can
write another
continue promoting
constitution?
them and be calling them saints.
We are
Simba,
not promoting them. We
Ajale
are
Koko,
just
let me say
comparing
this. Why
one
did your
side did better
civilian
than the other.
refuse, Ajale Koko, why did the civilians now refuse to amend the constitution or even cancel it?
Thomas, ọmọ Yorùbá ni ẹ́, wọ́n ní amúkùn ẹrù ẹ wọ́, wọ́n ní amúkùn ẹrù ẹ wọ́, parí òwe yẹn, wọ́n ní amúkùn ẹrù ẹ wọ́, parí ẹ̀.
I know now. Okay, then wo ìsàlẹ̀ ló yẹ kẹ́ wò. Yes, I know.
Yeah, òní kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú òwe tó ń sọ yẹn, àná àwọn èèyàn yìí fail kò gbà pọ́n fail. Ó fẹ́ máa sọ wípé o máa mú ẹni tó ti lọ tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ní wọn ti kú, tó ti kú ẹ fẹ́ máa sọ wípé àwọn ló ba ìlú yìí jẹ́. So what I'm saying is
àwọn tó wà láyé kan wọn ò jára ayé wọn ò jẹ́rú ọ̀run.
So what I'm trying to say is that, look, for that statement that IMF made that is it bad time or what did they say, Thomas?
They said that Nigerian economy will be facing, they are projecting more challenges in the future. And you were saying that we are already having challenges now, not to be about the future.
We have not seen anything. What we have seen now is just the preamble to what is coming on the way. More hardship is going to come because because number one, you can see the currency, the policy that the administration has put forward, which is the floating of the currency, to get it stabilized. To stabilize it, we have to improve on our productivity and export. So which areas of the economy can we really develop that can propel that productivity? oil and gas. How are we doing now on oil and gas sector? Are we doing better? I don't think so. In the future, I don't know. Maybe we're going to do better. But as of today, I am not seeing us doing better yet. So in other area, in agriculture, we are not doing better. We are not producing enough food for Nigerian consumption and for export because of insecurity across the country. Farmers, majority of farmers cannot go to farm now. So that is what is. It is not the devaluation of the naira that is responsible for the high cost of food in Nigeria. It's because we don't produce enough. So the little we produce, more money go for that fuel, and cost of transportation with regards to, this devaluation as well. So all these things, if we can have insecurity problem solved in our country or bring it under control, that is not going to be a problem to farmers going to farm, I think we can increase substantially the our productive capacity in agriculture and food production. So we don't have food security in the country. And when you don't have food security, you have insecurity of life and property across the country. How would your economy, work? How would it work? Investors will be scared, both local and foreign. If you are limiting area where investors can invest, is it only Lagos that investors should go? Because Lagos seems to be the most secure in the country. Some other part, if you go to Ogun State, it depends on where you want to go in Ogun State. These criminals are going everywhere, killing people. Or, is it in the north that you want to go and invest? There's limited area you can invest. So when we don't solve the problem of insecurity, the economy activities will not improve. And when we don't have economic activity that is working at its best, then we're going to suffer economic setback. So, and when we have economic setback,
Ajanle Kuko, you did for a long time to people to speak, and you just talking. There's a lot of people here.
Can you just stop that nonsense?
You heard one man comment.
Can you just stop that nonsense? You just
Don't
came in and
don't
you want
insult
to
me. I'm
me
saying you're
want
going
to
on
limit
and on for too long.
to talk.
You've been speaking for an hour.
Can you stop
1 hour.
that nonsense?
So you could insult me by saying nonsense.
Are you the moderator?
I'm saying that you should be.
Are you the moderator?
Yeah. Well, Thomas, what are you saying?
You are not the moderator. Yeah, you are not the moderator. So let's wait for your time. Thank you.
The moderator is not listening to the owner of the channel. Try to bring it back so that all of us will participate. All right?
I said, wait for your time. I'm the one moderating. Passat, I don't want to kick you out again.
Kick me out.
Kick people out. So just follow my instruction. Please.
Kick me out. Do the right thing or kick me out. I'm not going to take any insult
follow
from
the instruction
or you.
Please.
I mean, what kind of nonsense is this?
And if you threaten me again, I'll leave. So you know.
If you want to leave,
go
you
ahead
have the right
and
to
bring
leave.
it in. Do what you're supposed to do.
If you want to leave, you have the right to leave. Nobody forced you to come here. Did somebody force you to come here?
Nobody is insulting you. So just
I'm saying one man
yourself.
has already told you
I'll come
to
you next.
bring it in.
I mean, what kind of nonsense is this? You just want to come and cause trouble, talk, disrespect people, talk like person with no brain, to others. What kind of nonsense is this, for God's sake? So, Thomas, I think we are in charge. So, we just have to make sure the administration, if the administration cannot put under control the insecurity problem in the country, for us to achieve economic prosperity, it's going to be very, very hard. So, this IMF, they are just giving us a heads up that, look, challenges is hard. That challenges they are referring to, I think it's hardship. They use the right word so that we not be, but it's hardship. And hardship, the government is going to take several measures to rake in enough revenue so that that can be used to, you know, to fund the economy. So hardship, taxes is going to come in terms of taxes, it's going to come in terms of levy, it's going to come in terms of tariff and a lot of things. But let's wait and see. Maybe it's going to be better, but let us wait and see. Thomas, let me leave you there. Thank you.
Comment on this.
Go to other people. Let me leave it there. Go to others.
Baba Jale Koko, I think the government is proposing about 95% of the informal sector not going to be taxed. So that one is, but they are going to harmonize. But mostly people in the informal sector, they are not going to be taxed. Probably they are trying to widen their tax base to people in the formal sector so that they can pay the right tax. Well, we shall say, but unfortunately, everybody knows that Nigeria has been very terrible for more than 40 years. So this is not something that we can just wish that turn around quickly like that. So many trouble. Go on, Thomas.
Yeah, the only thing I want, Thomas, should I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, then we go to Sunaija. Sunaija is the next. Okay. Just make comment. Yeah, we go to Sunaija.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. The thing I just want to talk about is this. If people think Nigeria is not moving forward, is the perspective from which you are looking at it. You see, moving forward sometimes is this, you can see positive in negativity. How do I mean? The military we want to adopt today, they were the one that brought us to our feet, because we should not forget that the history of militarization of government administration in Nigeria started from 1966. And it brought us to our knee to the extent of giving us the 1999 Constitution. Now, if we look at the 1999 Constitution as constituted today, no matter, even despite the fact that it's not perfect, it is difficult for us to say we are not moving forward. We are only looking at it from I understand we are looking at it from the street angle. But if we look at it from the policy level, we are actually moving forward. It's just a matter of time, just to summarize, it's just a matter of time. The innovation, the policy innovation, will create a situation whereby we are going to have more gain than the corruption. Because something I always strongly believe in, if we focus too much on corruption, we are not going to move forward. But if you look at policy and the type of investment we can attract to our country, we can always move forward. Inside that corruption we are talking about, we've grown our banking industry, we've grown our fintech, we've grown our IT, we've grown our tech, our Nollywood. So just like that.
Sorry, what is the common denominator in all those industries you just mentioned? Non-governmental intervention.
Exactly. That's where I'm saying policy, right? So all those now there are two ways. Now look at it. If we don't have telecommunication infrastructure, look at our Nollywood now. They've shifted. Okay, there was a time that piracy would not let these people perform, right? But over time, innovation caught up with piracy. Today, if you go and invest in piracy and sit at Alaba, YouTube, Amazon, and Netflix will take you out. So it's just a matter of innovation. I know that corruption is creating problem, but
if you look at the issue of country over a period of time, the positive policy that benefited the economy over time just overtook the level of that corruption. So let me just leave it at that. When it comes to my time, I can elaborate more. So before someone will say, I'm not
Thank
a
you.
professor. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Ola.
Thomas, I just want to advise you.
Let's move on.
No, I just
let's
want to
move on.
advise you. Just take a 5-minute monologue so that you can.
Yes, that's what I want to do now. Yes, we'll start with Two Niger. Yeah, Two Niger. Yeah.
Is it to Nigeria or Pansat next? I thought Pansat was here first.
Two Niger. No. Two Niger. I'm going to Two Niger came
Okay.
first. So I want to
Okay.
go to Two Niger first. Then after Two Niger, we go to Pansat. Yeah, Two Niger. He has been silent. I don't know. Maybe he's in other room. I don't know.
I've been listening and I've been away. I've been back.
Because you are not.
Small boy now. If he enters the other room, we'll beat him. He's too young to be doing that.
Yeah,
Not
right.
a small boy. I saw his photo for the first time online yesterday. It's an old
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Two Niger.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for having me. But the discussion, is it about the IMF? Seems to
IMF are telling us we'll be facing a little bit of challenge in the future, and some people are still even telling us that we are already facing the challenges. So it's not a breaking news to anyone.
It's not, and people are concerned. At least now, people are beginning to ask whether the president is being controlled by the IMF, because they advised the subsidy removal, the floating of the currency.
They advise or they back it. Why do you say they advise?
They've advised it before now. They always do. They always advise what you need to do. They don't just only back what you do. And the government followed it. The removal of the subsidy could have managed to survive it, because if you look at what happened, the petrol price got up to £600, 500 something pounds. Nigerians were beginning to absorb it.
Pounds or naira are common now.
Naira, pounds. Everybody will pack up load now. I just put themselves inside the ground. So it's naira. But if it was only the fuel subsidy that was taken off, Nigeria would have absorbed it, and the economy would have been stronger by now. But the rub in the game was that they also did the currency floating that they did, which was a total disaster. Because of that, the naira devalued, which means that the price of petrol needs to go up even further, up to over 1,000, and they couldn't do that. Hence, the return of subsidy again. Terrible advice. And this is so clear that the IMF, they are saboteurs, and our leaders are listening to them and using them to control us. Because if that hadn't happened, with Dangote refinery coming on stream and the Nigerian refineries about to come on stream, Nigerian economy will start appreciating and getting stronger. Coupled with President Tinubu's instinct for collecting further internal revenue, that which would also enable the Nigerian government to diversify. They will be able to start doing other things with the funds that they get. Now, most of that gains have almost been wiped out by that currency floating. And if that is not corrected, and our economy keeps going yo, where the inflation is going up, you have the currency going up and down, how can business function?
So, Tunaja, quickly. So you want us to go back to subsidizing the naira again, right?
Not subsidizing. The naira was never subsidized. That language is wrong.
It was subsidized heavily.
It wasn't subsidized. I don't know why people believe that garbage. It wasn't subsidized. It was basically pegged. That is normal for an economy that is not diversified, for an economy that is not reliant on exports. You don't float your currency.
If it was pegged, then the price volatility will not be there. How can you tell me it was pegged when you go to the black market, you are changing the differential is about 400, 300, 500 naira to the official rate? And even in the official rate, they were selling dollar to different people at different rates. How can you say that kind of it was pegged? That it was not pegged totally. It was not pegged at all. You can't say
So
that.
to reveal to you the fallacy of what they claim to have been happening before, if that was the case, that the naira was being subsidized, and then they wouldn't have been able to sell it for 800 naira, they would be selling it for 1,000 something naira. But what happened when they floated it, which shows that they completely upended the Nigerian economy, was that the official and the black market rate overtook both of the old official and black market rates, overtook both of them and went
No,
way ahead.
I think you did not get it very well. Just let's make it conversational. Actually, if they don't float this currency now, all those development projects that this federal government want to do, they won't be able to do it. That is one. Two, if you do not remove the subsidy, Nigeria will have been a big mess now. Even maybe now we will be talking about an uprising in Nigeria, very heavy. So I think you have to look at where we are coming from and where we find ourselves. We all know what transpired in the last 6 months of Buhari regime before this new administration. If you continue to say, the government said there will be intervention in the price of crude oil. The intervention can be a subsidy, which is okay, because no government will just allow it to just continue to go like that. Because
you are not listening. You are not listening to what
I
I'm
am
saying.
listening to you, but your analysis.
Then let me repeat that again, just in case you are because you are talking about subsidies. I said Nigerian people had already absorbed the subsidies, and it would have been a positive change, because that would have been money in the Nigerian coffers that the Nigerian government could have been able to spend on other things. Yes, but what happened after that? You went and floated the currency and destroyed all our gains. Now subsidy has to be put back in place, and the naira is out of control. Inflation is through the roof. So what has that even benefited Nigeria at all? The damage in the Nigerian economy.
The question you must ask yourself is this quickly, Tunaida. If they don't do this and your country is not meeting OPEC quota,
they don't
you are
do
not
what specifically? You have to be specific.
Listen.
Don't mix things up.
How would they get money to increase allocation to the state so that most of the state can meet their financial obligations, whether they are paying 80,000 minimum wage?
Are you talking about subsidy removal?
No, I'm trying to tell you that you are trying to say that if they don't float the naira, they only remove the subsidy. And then you are talking about if they only remove subsidy, they continue to peg the naira, that the gain, they will gain a lot of money. I disagree with you totally. Because floating the naira and removal of subsidy, because they have to find a way to minimize arbitrage, and at the same time, speculators. They have to, because to be frank with you,
what are you talking about? Do you even know what you're talking about?
Calm down.
You just say words and have no meaning.
Just give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds and relax, and you take back your flow. I see Nigeria as a country that does not have a solid foundation. And if you don't have a solid foundation for your house, you just be patching it up. What Nigerian we have been doing for over a decade is patching our economy. Now we know the true value of our currency. Of course, in the initial stage, we have speculators or saboteurs or whatever you can call it. And I don't blame them because everybody wants to gain the system. So they have to continue to come up with their good policy so that everything will be stabilized in the future. But for now, it's still work in progress. Thank you.
I don't know how you just like to confound the issue. You are mixing subsidy removal and currency and floating. The currency floating, like I said, is where the damage was done, not subsidy removal. That's where the damage was
done. Answer this question: what sector was benefiting from the currency floating or lack of it during Buhari's tenure in the Mayfellers?
The people that benefited mostly from it are the people that had access to the central bank one and the black.
My question is, sorry, what is it? What business or economic activities were they engaged in?
Money
that was benefiting the nation.
The money changing. They were not benefiting the nation.
Okay,
So
so
maybe
if you agree that it will not benefit the nation, hold on. If you agree that it will not benefit the nation,
you can ask
so
questions. There's no need for you to be giving me an explanation. I know what you are trying to talk about. Tinubu reigned most of all those this thing, Bureau to change people up, which was what the Buhari should have done. But maybe because some of the people that were doing most of all those things were his kinsmen, so he didn't approach it. That is the real problem. That is the only thing the Tinubu government should have done. They should have just gone after that Bureau to change people, stop that black market activity. That's it. And the Nigerian economy will be booming by now. But what they did was they floated it, and then they still went after the Bureau de change at the same time. Either way, the problem remains. So the only people making the money now are the foreigners that are foreign speculators. They are the ones making most of the money from the Nigerian economy. Why do you think our companies in Nigeria are losing money? Dangote is losing money. MTN is losing money. We are the ones losing, not and all the foreign partners of the president. They are the ones making money.
Okay, to Nigeria, can I contribute?
Who are those president foreign partner? Who are those?
Foreigners now?
No, no. Who are those foreign
people that belong to where the IMF and the World Bank comes from? Those are the ones that make the money out of Nigeria.
Partner. So IMF.
Yeah, those are his partners. They call them partners
President
all the
partner.
time.
To Nigeria, let me ask you, or let me contribute if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, let me tell you something. What of our economic situation in terms of our debt and our recurrent expenditure as at the time this guy was coming in, Buhari and Tinubu was coming in? What was our situation?
The economic situation, it was
of the country.
It was precarious for two specific reasons. One, the money that we're spending on this is subsidy was beginning to threaten our ability to service our national debts. And secondly, the speculation and demand for dollars was not addressed by the previous government. They left it to fester.
Okay. Now, as at the time of Tinubu was coming in, Nigeria was heading toward bankruptcy because we were already stylishly defaulting in some of our foreign debt. If you remember very well, I compare an example of if we manage to find our situation in Norwegian situation or the Argentinian situation, or what we are talking now will be a child play to what Nigeria will face. And I try to bring the attention of Nigeria to some of us to read that you may even have money in your account if that happens, and you won't be able to access the money in your account if you go bankrupt. Now, what was the contribution? What was contributing to that? Those people that needed money were not even getting that money for business as we like to. If you are not floating your naira and you peg it at a particular situation, any way you see it, you are subsidizing for bureau de change operator, for rank keepers, and as such, because of the corruption in that our forex, that was why we were unable to settle foreign airline operators and were owing them and they could not repatriate their money. So we want to say that some businesses are moving out today, but we are not looking at the foreign airliners that were not coming to the country.
You are mixing things together. The subsidy could have taken care of all that. The subsidy removal could have taken care of all that.
Wait, subsidy removal will not take care of that, because already there are some kind of attraction in that particular our forex exchange thing.
No. What Tinubu? Hold on. Let me address the second part. The foreign exchange will take care of servicing any debt that we had, and also in terms of the speculation that is leading to higher demand for the dollars. The speculators could have been dealt with if Buhari didn't do it. The Tinubu government, they did it. They've already done it. They've proven that they can do it. They should have done it, but they didn't do that.
How will you have addressed all those governors that we convert our naira to dollars? You understand?
You make it illegal. You make it
Wait,
illegal. And any of them that is caught doing it, they are arrested.
Our governors were even round tripping. You are not getting the point. Our governors were round tripping. Even the supposed industrialists, they were round tripping. Then we have we have Japa syndrome too, that we were using our money.
It was Nigerians it was the Nigerian government that allowed it to fester.
Wait now. That's what we are saying. When you say Nigeria allowed it to fester,
what you are trying to do is trying to justify. You are not really criticizing my main point. You are trying to justify floating the currency. There is no justification for what they did. Any economist knows that an economy like Nigeria, you don't float the currency.
Guy, if China want to, because the thing is this, we are not looking at it why we are even complaining that we should be subsidizing our naira. Dollar for our naira.
They are not subsidizing. Do you even understand subsidies?
There is subsidy. You
don't understand subsidies then.
To Nigeria, don't argue. It's subsidy. When your naira is going below the market value, you understand? It's not getting its own market value. It's subsidy. Someone is causing. Someone is providing some kind of support for that naira. Wants to provide support for naira to arrive at a particular value.
That's not how it works.
Okay.
That is not how it works.
Keep arguing. I don't need to argue with you.
The way it works is that you don't necessarily.
Let us go to that.
Yeah, remember it's my this thing. So let me
ask you a question today.
No, Ola, let him just free flow. We'll come to you. We'll come to you. Let's free flow. The interrogation is too much, please. Yeah. Let's continue. Yeah, please.
So his argument is that somehow the round tripping going on amongst the Nigerians, where the value of the round tripping itself, the total value of the round tripping itself, is less than the one that is happening now. The logic is crazy. If somebody is doing a theft that involves around 100 800 dollars to 800 naira to 600 naira. Now you are looking at a gaping hole about 1,300 naira. Yeah, and you think that this one is not a bigger problem. And then when you talk about subsidizing the currency, now let me deal with this issue because people keep misunderstanding what was going on in the economy. When you the dollar is like the value of the dollar is based on demand. Is that period, is supply and demand situation. And Nigeria, normally if nations don't need dollars or they can't afford the dollars, what they do is they discourage the use of the dollar. It's not by force. You don't have to use dollars all the time. Like it's not like petrol that we need. We need petrol to fire our car. Dollars, we don't necessarily need the amount of dollars we are buying. We are bringing into the country. As a matter of fact, even the petrol, from what I gather, many of the petrol that we're buying into the country was going to neighboring countries. That too was not controlled. It's because of Nigerians that caused that problem. So if you wanted to keep your currency down so that you don't even have to use your foreign reserve to service your the demand for the dollar, all you have to do is reduce the demand for dollar. There are a lot of useless things that Nigerians import or spend money on that involve dollar that the government could have curtailed. But they didn't do that. And then they watch their governors convert the naira to the dollar and hoard it so that the value, when the value goes up, then they bring it out again and spend it. All those behavior is what led to this decay. And which is part of what the current government has now had to start implementing. Why is it that they waited until they've destroyed the Nigerian currency further before they go and implement those things? When Emefiele, that is the devil of everybody now, came into office, the naira was around 300 naira. By the time he left, it was around 600. But
it's not true. It's not true.
It is true.
Emefiele, wait. Emefiele, he came in during Jonathan regime, and it was around 100 and something. It was one that devalued it by 2018. It was one that devalued it to 360. Then he also after that he also devalued it to 500 and something before he left.
Okay, good.
So no, because I'm saying this to what you are saying, that the naira was pegged. Yes. The naira was never pegged. You know, and you have to understand why are they moving it up and up and up and up.
Let me speak now. So
no, it was still pegged. For the fact that he moved it was still
pegged. They make
what I'm saying for them to be shifting it, that means they are not, because even I remember that time, one of the reasons why, reason he gave in 2018 when he devalued it to 360 was that they were looking for the right value, that the naira was overvalued. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if
they use that term as a
no,
term,
you know, to Niger, I know that whatever opinion that you have, you are always fixated on it, and then you'll be seeing everything every day the same thing. You are giving example of countries that actually peg their currency against dollar, but it's not the same kind of economy that we have. If you give example of the Middle Eastern countries, even if you give example of Saudi, you know how much Saudi make? Do you know their population? How much of things did they import?
see, I don't know what you are
understand?
trying
So
to say.
if you
Is it
don't
not
have,
common
let me
sense
tell
that
you,
if the economy is
if you
not
don't have
diversified,
enough
you peg it? What
if you
point are
don't
you
have
making? You're just
enough
wasting my time.
currency,
All this kind of argument that doesn't even make sense. You just saying stuff
so
and
you
it
are the
doesn't
only
make
one
any
that's
sense.
making sense.
Yeah,
You are the
because
only one that's making
what you are
sense.
saying has to make sense in the real world. I don't know what point are you making? No,
The
give me
points I'm making,
a
let me
proof
tell
of what you
you,
are saying.
that even if you want to peg your currency, you must have enough liquidity to be able to support it. That's what I'm telling you. So if you don't have enough liquidity, there's nothing, you cannot peg it. It's not sustainable.
Correct, Simba. That's economic principle. Yeah,
So
correct.
what I want to tell you,
Hold on now.
by
You've
shouting
said
and
it
saying it
now.
doesn't make.
Hold on now. You said it now. You've said it. So to show you that what you just said makes no sense, it has nothing to do with what I said. You are talking about liquidity. In other words, whether you have enough resources to back up whatever demand for your currency is going to be. Let's say somebody is demanding dollars. Do you have enough dollars to supply to them? That is what you are basically describing. I already said that. Removing the subsidy would have given Nigeria extra foreign exchange in their pocket that they can use to even service the debt more. And if Tinubu had come in and went after the
Wait,
speculator,
is it? Let me tell you, even that what you are saying now, it doesn't even make sense. Okay, how can removal of subsidy make Nigerian people to have more dollars in their hands? How can removal of subsidy help them to do that?
because the subsidy money is normally this is procured in the dollars. So that foreign exchange now is now available for other things, to service other debts like the airline, the debts, and the ones that people are demanding, the demand for the dollars. However, that is just a segment of the issue.
No,
Because
it's what you are trying to
can you
explain.
just let me
Not
talk?
clear.
Can you just let me talk? Stop stopping me from trying to make my point.
Simba,
Because it just looks like you're not trying to make sense. You're trying to stop me from making the point.
No, I want you to repeat that point. Sorry, I missed your point. I want you to repeat it to understand your principle. That's what I was demanding for me.
So he's
Ola,
saying,
you guys, hold on, Tunaja. You guys will see somebody spending more time. The interjection elongates the time. So I don't mind. I'm here, but it will elongate some people to speak. Yeah. Tunaja, let's jam it
so
up. Yeah.
if you are looking to get more supply of dollars, one of the ways to do that is to remove the subsidy that you have been spending using dollars. You remove that, and personally, I will go after other dollar demand, like the speculators that create the hoarding the dollar to increase the values, and some of the things the federal government did now to make banks and other people release some of the dollar that they hold in their accounts, and also imports. Some useless import that are coming to Nigeria, you put tariff on them, and whenever the money you get from the tariff, you use it to incentivize manufacturing within the nation. And also the people that are speculating, you go and remove all the nonsense. And we all know Tinubu is capable of doing all this because he's done almost all of them now already. Then why float the currency? Why float the currency? The people that have made the money out of it now, because we can shuffle all we want or waffle all we want. Let's look at the people that have lost and the people that have gained. The only people that have lost is Nigerians and Nigerian businesses.
Let me ask you a question. Thomas Joma Binu, please give me an example of.
Yeah, go on. I don't mind. Go on.
Okay. Okay. Can you please give me an example of a production manufacturing country that is actually pushing content into the international community, manufacture products, that their currencies are not floated? Can you give me an example?
You see, now you are going to I think maybe you are misunderstanding me. You are
No,
going to my
no, I just
oh
want you
goodness, you
to
are not
make
letting me
it known
talk. You are not letting me talk.
we want us to educate ourselves.
Listen to what I'm saying. What I said was an economy that is not diversified, that relies mostly on imports, it mostly peg their currency because
No,
they
that's
want
what
to.
I'm saying. It's a prerequisite. That's where I'm driving. My hypothesis is this, or theory is this: when you want to diversify your economy, you float your currency.
No. It's after it's been diversified before you float it, not the other way
No.
around.
I want to quickly make a correction of what you said.
You don't float it. You don't float it before it diversifies.
To Niger, China pegged their currency. They pegged
They
their
didn't.
currency.
China didn't peg their currency, Remy.
They did. That's what
Remy,
I'm telling you.
China did not peg their currency.
Why do you say that?
Because I know.
Maybe you don't know. Maybe you don't know.
Because they
You
control.
don't know enough.
They do manage their currency though.
Let me tell you why.
Remy, I have paper on Chinese yuan. China did not peg their currency. And I'm saying it publicly now for you to know. And I start to be corrected.
So
Please
what
bring the
do
document
they do?
and correct me now.
What do they do? What do they do?
No, yuan is floated.
They mixed
no
it.
longer
It's not completely floated.
They used that's not true. They used
managed
to
float.
peg. Wait now. They used to peg their currency against the US. But as far back as 2005, or even before that time, they stopped it. The only thing they wanted to do in 2011 is this: they wanted to find a way to push their currency even beyond the market value, so that it will even they want to create some kind of artificial way that to make even their currency to be more devalued than the normal current that the normal current value when the America was now challenging them at the trade the world trade.
What I will tell you, Ola, is that you can China use all sort of abracadabra to make sure that their currency remains devalued.
No. They don't need to peg their currency. See.
They used to peg it, and they continue to say it. I'm
Remy,
telling you, they peg it for more than 10
if they
years.
peg their currency, they won't be causing problem for the world today. If they peg their currency, they won't
guys,
be
listen.
causing
And
problem
Remy's
to the
right.
world.
You say China pegged its currency from 1997 to 2005 to the US dollar. So China did peg its currency.
I said since 2000 before even shortly before 2005, they stopped pegging their currency. That's what I'm saying. Remember the recession, the recession that occurred between 2007 and 2009. That was a total game changer for China, because they were still finding their feet then. But during that time, they were able to move forward. So they stopped pegging their currency as far back as 2005. As of today, they do. What China wanted to do before is this: they even wanted to find a way to devalue their currency further.
Okay, hold on. If you can hear me, look, the Chinese policies are not the ones to believe in. They may say they're not pegging, but we can see in actuality what is going on with that currency. So yes, officially not pegged, but it was pegged because they didn't allow the currency to flow. They didn't allow it. So that's Chinese manipulation of the economy, of the global economy.
Peg their currency is a consumer nation. If you want to consume, that is when you want your currency to be stronger, so that you'll be able to consume enough. But if you want to go into production, you want to have an advantage, because the first thing you want to do is this: you want to discourage your citizens from consuming foreign products. You understand? Because if your currency is strong and you are not producing locally, you are likely going to buy foreign products. But if your currency is weak, you can no longer afford foreign products.
In finance, that's what they kind of call straddling. See, the Chinese, okay, trust me, they bought a lot of foreign goods also. They did. But their net export was greater, if I'm correct, than their imports. Trust me, they did import a lot of stuff. The Chinese do import a lot of stuff too. but they have to sell to the rest of the world. So they were trying to find that balance.
You are talking of the movement from the third world nation to the second world nation. You have to get it in. I said, like I told you, up to 2005, their currency was pegged. Get that thing right. But during the reception, it was a game changer. Okay, look at what Trump wanted to do against them. You understand? Like I used to talk of a popular slogan here because I've not been able to have time to even tell fully about that thing. You know, it was because of China that the like of Germany were pushing for Industry 4.0 that is going to create its own problem in the future. And immediately, this guy realized that this thing is against them too. As a matter of fact, China is ahead of everyone in terms of Industry 4.0.
I think you are just still a kind of waffling in the middle. The original point you made was that the currencies are this thing, that economies currencies are floated first before economies diversify. But why in reality is the other way around, because you can't float your currency. What that would do is damage your economy. That's what happens. You have to gain your confidence first.
No, you didn't
that your
get
economy
it.
has been diversified. You're getting the right exports and income. Then you can float it.
To Niger, you see what you are preferring, the what do you call it, pegging. Look, in our own situation, I think it's not possible, because why I said it's not possible is because we don't have enough liquidity in terms of dollar in our
For what again?
Hold on. We don't have enough.
Why?
Hold on, because we are not.
Say it.
We are not exporting enough to give us that dollar.
How about the demand?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Who is demanding it?
Yeah, hold on. We don't have enough. So a situation where you want to peg, you must have enough that can satisfy demand. But in this situation, we don't have enough of it, and there is high demand for it. How would you stabilize it? How do you want to peg what you don't have in abundance?
Okay, now
when you have it. Hold on now. I'm not saying that pegging doesn't work. Pegging work in a system or in an economy that have enough of it, that even the demand cannot overrun what you have in reserve. But a situation where the demand is so high and you are pegging, you will run out of the reserve immediately.
You see the point. Yeah, I don't know how we understand stuff. See, let me say this. Let me just explain. Let me explain it.
See, I thought pegging usually is to actually, we can say, weaken one's currency, because if you don't peg, that means it's more likely that your currency, like the Chinese yuan, will get stronger against the dollar. And because China was so export dependent, they had to keep that currency lower so they can give their citizens a more the rest of the world, rather, to be able to buy their goods. That's the goal. Okay, so pegging was good for the Chinese because of what the economy was based on.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Exactly, because
they are exporting.
We were not exporting.
We are not exporting. How do you want to peg?
No.
Yes.
No, you
How
are
do you
not
want to
understanding.
But Chinaja said you said we have to diversify our economy. You mean like in the next 20 or 30 years or 50 years to wait for our economy to be fully diversified before we float our currency? Is that what you're saying? Or what are you saying?
Are you finished talking? So, to peg the currency basically implies control of your currency, implies control. And what everything Ajan Lekoko just said, the only part of the equation he never addresses demand. Can you ever meet the demand of speculators? When speculators want to meet, can you let me finish talking? Can you meet the demand of the speculators if they want to wreck your currency? Can you ever meet the demand? You will never meet the demand. You will be chasing your tail. Don't you understand? What do you think the government is going after Binance and all these other people for? You can't keep this in increasing pulling your reserve out to service a need that will never be met, because they will be creating a kind of artificial scarcity that will lead for even higher what they call it higher dollar requirements, and thereby you still pull out your foreign reserve to service these people. Then when they are done, they pull out their money, and your economy is left with nothing. These people didn't produce anything. They just speculated in your currency and made money. What you need to do is control demand. You keep
control demand.
I keep saying that, and people don't get it. How can you not understand that aspect of the equation?
Demand. You want to control
the demand of what? Demand of what?
The dollar. You control the demand of the dollar.
So manufacturer that want to import materials from abroad, you want to control his demand for how much dollar he needs to import material for his. You want to control.
You're not listening. You're not.
One thing Nigeria doesn't get is that
they don't listen at all.
One second,
Let us go on our monologue. It's like this thing will not finish. I beg.
Let's please let Tunaja. You guys will keep on coming back and forth. We are not living here. So let him round up. Give him one more topic.
Nigeria is controversial. He's a controversial person. That's what he does for a living.
Because all the stuff people are believing, where has it gotten us? People don't even understand the fundamentals of economies at all.
Okay, Tunaja, if you want to peg it, how much should he peg it to? How much?
The amount that it was pegged before was just as fine as any. The amount it was pegged before was just as fine. What needed to happen?
How much now? Mention the amount.
Hold on now. Was it 500 this in Naira that was pegged before? They should have just left it there. Then take out
why can't we make a suggestion of 250
now?
250.
Because if you reduce it to 250, then you also have to reduce demand to be able to service it. Otherwise, you need a lot of money to be able to service that. That is the question.
Are you aware that even during Buhari regime, they put a lot of control in place? I remember before, you can use Nigerian debit card or our card, MasterCard, to buy things abroad. After a while, they block all those things. They restricted importation of so many things. They call them contrabands, that you cannot import those, just to reduce the amount of dollars that people are demanding for.
No, Simba, that's where Wahala started. That's where Wahala started.
Yes, all those things failed. They failed.
No. Simba, that was where corruption was introduced. Everything was going on well until Buhari gang got to that place, and they started even going for your domiciliary account. Immediately it started, the dollar move up, and everybody started taking position in dollars. So Buhari regime was even the first to even start this nonsense. And that is why that if there was no avenue, if there was no subsidized dollar, they would not.
All right, I went to dinner and I'm back. It's over an hour, so
have you seen the chart that I sent over?
I just try to cut it down so we could go to somebody else. I'm
trying. They won't let me make a clear point.
Passat, it's people that is interjecting him, not really Tunaja. So Tunaja, without him, Remy, please, no, please. Let's stay with Tunaja. Tunaja, I'll give you one more topic. We go to Passat. People have been waiting. It's not really fair on people. It's not fair.
If you look at the chart that I sent backstage to show you the Nigerian imports by percentage, we mostly import mineral resources like petrol and all the rest of it. Vehicle is one of the largest ones, which we do have a sort of vehicle manufacturers in Nigeria. So people like to call them assemblers in Nigeria, that the Nigerian government could have been incentivized to fill some of that gap. Cereals, 3 point cereals. We're importing cereals. Like our forefathers, you had to import cereal for us to survive. But hey, that's Nigeria. Plastic. We're importing plastic. Nigeria can manufacture plastic. We don't need a lot of those things. Those are the kind of things that I think a lot of our demand. All those are nonsense that is not helping build the Nigerian economy. You slap tariff on them and you reduce them. And then you also clamp
No,
down on
tonight,
the
among those
speculators in
things that you
Nigeria.
mentioned now, which one do you want them to slam tariff on top? Is it plastic? Is it serious?
Yes. Why not?
Series. They should not
Yes.
import series.
Yeah.
No,
Can't
So
you
how
eat
do
can't you eat garin in
how do you
Nigeria?
take care?
So that we can move. Let Naija finish.
Why wouldn't you eat?
Okay.
Why won't you
So that
have
we
your
can
own?
conclude.
Why won't you have your own this thing, cereals manufactured in Nigeria? They can. It's not high technology. The only things we should be bringing into Nigeria is high technology that we cannot make, like computers and the machineries that we cannot do this thing. And with Dangote refinery coming on stream, that 33%, which makes up the largest chunk of our imports, goes significantly down. Now you see, the Nigerian economy was beginning to look a lot healthier. Without the floating of that currency, the Nigerian economy will be looking very, very good today. And that's what most of you don't see. If you look at that, especially the fuel is 33%. It was going to come down due to what Dangote is doing. And then you are going to look at the other the machineries and all those things. If they decide to go after it, that's fine. One other thing we know Tinubu can do very well is to go after other Agberos too. So he went after the Bureau de Change, all these speculators in Nigeria. He was able to do that. So why float the currency? Because he was listening to IMF and damaged the Nigerian economy. Who is losing money out of all that? MTN, Dangote, and all. So many Nigerian businesses have lost money because of what had just happened. Do you know how many people have called me? Do you want to buy a property in Nigeria because of all this mess? Why would anybody do anything like that when they had so many other options? And when the environment was looking very good? I had said it before. Tinubu, I've never seen a president that came into office with everything looking up for him. Tinubu is one of them. Buhari laid a
I
solid
think it's
foundation for him.
enough. Let other people go.
Buhari laid a solid foundation for him that he could have used, but he then instead what he did was go and devalue the Nigerian currency, and all the foreign partners had what I call the ultimate round tripping on our Nigerian economy, where they are going to speculate when the value of the naira goes down, and the moment it rises up, they will sell their currency, and they pull a lot of money out of the Nigerian system. This is what has just happened to us, and when you're getting robbed, you don't even know it. That is what has happened to the Nigerian economy.
Let other people.
So, what is the other
Remy,
topic?
please, no, please, Remy, please. You guys are the one interjecting him. You don't let him free flow. So let him have his time, please. Yeah.
Yeah, this is supposed to be calm, really. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
is the other topic?
Oh, yeah, the other topics are Meghan and Harry in Nigeria, and surprisingly, they came with earpiece airline. So, what do you think?
You know what? I was criticizing the way it's okay. I will have to remain consistent. I like the idea that they use earpiece. However, I don't like the way.
No.
What's your
Airpiece
problem?
hold on now. Let's correct this
Narrative.
this narrative, man. Airpiece picked them from Abuja to Lagos. It's not from London to Nigeria. So
So it's not from
Yeah.
London to Nigeria.
no,
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, at least
Okay.
they flew earpiece. They flew it. Yes,
At
that's
least they
it.
flew a
Yeah.
local airline now.
Yeah.
So I guess that is not nothing. But what I find problematic with their visit was the behavior of our officials, especially our military personnel. They were like the guy that was supposed to be, I think, very high ranking Nigerian military officer, and he was like fawning over Prince Harry. I was like, Jesus Christ, it's not your son. I don't know how many times that you have behaved like that for a fellow Nigerian. And what I find, it's not his fault. What I find problematic with that is that it just represents the issue I see with Nigeria, which for me is one of the most fundamental, is that our mindset is designed to serve other people, not our own people. If Prince Harry goes to Egypt, you're not going to see this reaction. You will see Egyptian, they will be like, okay, you're fine. No. Our reaction is when they show up, they are like some kind of ascendant, transcendent human beings. And then tomorrow we will go into a boardroom and negotiate with them. What chance have we got when you have elite class that thinks like this? That is what I have an issue with it. I like Harry. I like Meghan individually. I don't see anything they've done wrong in this world. As a matter of fact, I'm in the UK. I see all the nonsense that they say about them. So whatever I'm saying, it's not personal to their individual. It's more a kind of revulsion at the way our Nigerian this elite class behaves towards these specific people. Actually, it's not towards other people. It's always towards the British, towards the Americans, towards the French. That's how they behave towards them. And our presidents are going to all these places constantly. And this is why our economy will never fully develop, because these people will keep telling us, raise one leg up here and to put the other leg there, and before you know it, your economy will never succeed. And this is something that I've had somebody from this in Babangida regime come and tell us. I think the video is online somewhere. The man was saying every time these people come, they will tell us to devalue our currency. We keep devaluing it, and we didn't know the consequences. But they knew. I believe they knew, because the current ones, they are still doing the same thing. They are still doing the same thing. And you have to ask yourself, why do they agree to do these things when they fully know? Anybody, any else, if you go and ask other countries, they will tell you that is bad idea. But yet our country keep doing it, and nobody is truly questioning them. Why do we not ascend to the point where we question our elites? Why do you fawn over foreigners more than you fawn over your own people? Why do you always listen to them more than putting your people first? Those are because I can talk about security all I want, but the only thing that will still happen is they will still keep listening to other people. The other day I was hearing GD on TV getting angry, talking about how they kidnap our girls, they kidnap this, they kidnap these students. You know the solution already. Anybody that will tell you, they will tell you that they know the solution, but they will not do it. Something that any other country would just do the next day, they would not do it. And until we remove this scale on our eyes to see this problem for what it truly is, we can keep talking about this day in, day out, day in. It's not going to solve any problem. That's why I say about it. I don't have any issue with Harry. I don't have any. As a matter of fact, I love the idea that they use airpiece, and I wish they use it to go back to England just to rub it in the face of the royal family there. But it's all good. But our own people, we need to remove that scale from our eyes so that we can start solving our problems. Because the Nigerian economy can be revived in 4 years. If anybody is serious, it can be revived and it will start heading towards $1 trillion economy. But you have to control your currency. You have to stabilize this inflation, and you have to secure your country. Then the final steps you have to take is just ensuring the rule of law, technological innovation. It's so easy. It's not that difficult. It just needs this stupid scale to come off of these useless leaders' eyes. It's like it's like juju that they do them, that they can't break out of that juju for some reason. Then I'll leave it there. I think there was, sorry, before I ran up, there was a case I saw recently where a leader of the country wanted to, I think it was about the Saudi Arabian this thing. I saw a video about somebody that they put up about Saudi Arabia, how the House of Saud came to be. And it turns out that when the people refuse, the leaders have to follow. Because there was a time that the Saudi house was trying to be a little bit too Western, and there was a group that they were controlling, and those groups felt like they were betraying their cause, and they refused to turn. So what that told me was that if the people don't change, if the people hold their leaders accountable, they can make the leaders change this in course. But in the case of that, the British came and destroyed the people that were opposing the South king. So now you can see what it's like, because you can be governing your people. You think you are the one. Your people will not know that there is a force behind their leadership. In the case of those Saudi Wahhabis, when they were opposing the king, the British came and destroyed all of them for their king. And then he went on to implement everything he needed to implement in their country. But in the case of the Saudi discipline, because they had a lot of oil, they had a strategic location, and these people, they meant business. They were fighting, and those Wahhabis were part of his people. They were very, very strong, and they were very, very big warriors. So the British gave them a better deal than they will ever give us. They didn't enslave them. They never really enslaved the Saudis before. The Saudis are warriors. As a matter of fact, they helped them bring down the Ottoman Empire. So the kind of deal they had with the Saudi prince is different from the kind of deal that they had with us, or the kind of relationship, if you want to call it that. And for me, the relationship our leaders have with these people is toxic. It's as toxic as they come, and somebody needs to shake them up to focus on their own people. That's all. Thank you. Is everybody asleep now or something?
You put everybody to sleep. You know that.
No,
But,
I didn't put anybody to sleep. Maybe
I
they were
think,
just not there.
yeah, go ahead and moderate. And I think Thomas is
Oh,
able to
Thomas is not
contribute.
here. Oh, that's good. So about the economy, do you not agree that the floating
Are
of the
you not
currency was a bad
tired?
idea?
Let Papa Pansa pick it up from you now.
We are talking about this now until Thomas comes back now.
Papa
Okay,
Pansa can continue now.
okay, let Pansa carry on then.
All right, thank you. Shame on you, to Nigeria. Somebody had to make you be reasonable. I defer to you to go ahead and moderate. I still say that until Thomas somebody has to moderate, and you have the experience. I'm not interested in the topic you guys are discussing, and I believe you've covered extensively. I don't know if it was sensible. We all agree that these actors from outside trying to impose strategies on us, punitive if we don't follow what they're saying. That sometimes the UN and all kinds of bodies try to suggest things for developing countries so that you can follow that pathway. But nothing that is imposed, and if we don't do it, then we face punitive measures would work. So what I would do, since you've talked about those and with Allah and others, with numerous interjections, so hopefully the viewers got something out of it. It's not me alone that should be concerned, but I'm trying to say to the panelists here, the discussion we had earlier with Obeni and others, that we have to be rational when we're dealing with Nigeria, talking about Nigerian issues. You have a lot of people who know a whole lot more than all of us here put together in Nigeria. It's not lack of knowledge. It's not lack of what to do. It's not knowing the right thing to do. That's the problem in the country. So coming on platforms and trying to solve economic issues and just throwing out layman ideas, it's a waste of time. For example, when Obeni was here discussing legal doctrines and ideas, he didn't really talk about our constitution and stuff like that, but just his opinion. It's interesting. It satisfies curiosity, right? But we have to get down to the fundamentals. What good is it if we have all these highfalutin ideas and solutions, but on the ground, you've got people with guns who are saying, we want these resources, we want to collaborate with capitalists from outside the country, and some of them are enemies who don't want us to do good. And they're saying to them, come on in, we've got this population under control, you take whatever you want, but you have to give us what we want. Selfish interest. That's basically what we have in that country. You have some strong men, maybe they put a face on one of them that is palatable. But make no mistake about it, that's a cabal. This is not conspiracy theory. There's nobody here who doesn't know that. It's like somebody coming to your house, kidnap you and your family, your wife, your children, and it's telling you what to do. And you keep coming up with solutions on how to cook better or do this or save money with them. It doesn't make any sense. It's a cowardly. We have to deal with the fundamental issues. If we are able to pick our leaders, because we do have good leaders, they don't have to be 100%. I know that one of the problems I had when I go to Niger Watch, for example, one particular incident, it's the chairman of the Labour Party, right? So he's accused of malfeasance, financial corruption, that kind of stuff. And I was saying, look, those are allegations, okay? But if those who must come to this then must come with clean hands, the equity. When you have an election where people buy votes or spend money to facilitate that election. And a chairman of a party is not a pope. He cannot be held to account for all the money, because some of that money might not have been spent in the way a normal law-abiding country would. If you have political parties, his adversaries, spending money buying things, buying votes, buying transportation, and they're not held to account, and he went into that battle with valor, and he won that election. People who are not members of the party cannot be coming in there talking nonsense and say, come and account for this money, and that money, it has to line up. No, I was against it. There is no way he can do that. For him to be any kind of chairman worth his salt, he had to go into that battle with a gun. If it's a gunfight, it's not going to carry a pocket knife or a Swiss Army knife or something like that. When the people you're dealing with, I don't want to be extreme here by calling them terrorists and all that, but I'm going to say that they at least they buy votes, they don't account for their money, and the Labour. I'm not a Labour Party member, but I'm saying that idiots who come and say, "I support Peter Obi, I'm a Peter Obi supporter, but I'm not a Labour Party member," fine, then stay out of it. Now, I'm sorry, stay out of it. If you want accounting, if you want anything that has to do with the party, you have to be a member of the party. That's all I said. And the proprietor of the platform, like others, like Ajan Lekoko here, and a few others, Remy, Simba, I don't see him here now, start mounting off because somebody's trying to tell Nigerians the right way. If you catch him doing something, yeah, prosecute him, but don't go having him account anything for you where you're not, it's not something you're doing for the rest of the parties. So I'm saying that we have to be open to reason on these platforms. You have to be educated in whatever you're talking about. You just can't come here like two Nigerians practicing here. Two Nigerians, okay, we were on a platform yesterday together, and I gave my mind on certain things, but when he comes out here, he's okay because you got extremists here. So to Niger then sounds like a reasonable person. And when he's not here earlier, Ajan Lekoko was a reasonable person because to Niger wasn't here and I wasn't here. And he was holding down the fort as a real Nigerian. The only time he goes off is when he sees normal people come in like me and to Niger. Then he switches over, knowing that we got his back. And I'm saying that we should be applying reason, have to be equitable. And that goes to General Thomas as a host. See, Nigeria is not going to be turned into a civilized country just after these leaders, we appoint angels in that country. That's not what's going to happen. Why we have rules and we have laws is only because nations are not populated by angels. That's the only reason. If we were all angels, there'll be no laws. People are going to do the right thing. So I have to be measured with that, knowing that we're never going to get that. I'm not perfect myself, but I'm way up there. So I'm saying we're going to be decent. Ajan Lekoko and others here, when nobody else is here, or no matter who is here, we have to be reasonable. We have to be intelligent. We have to be wise. We have to be level-headed. Now, we have to be fair. Now, that's one of my most cherished virtues. I have a lot of virtues, if you haven't noticed that. One of my most cherished is fairness. We have to be fair-minded. We have to be just, equitable. Now, we have to be practicable. We have to be sensible, suitable for whatever purpose. When we're on a platform, and we come here quite a lot, every day in this case here, Dr. Damages is every week, and numerous other platforms. Do you know how many Nigerians we have? Because this is the test. You got a platform here that's everybody knows about us. One Man Went to Mo show. He's ubiquitous on the internet. How many people are here? Now, when I say this, he normally gets mad, and I expect him in a minute to pop in here like a ghost, a spirit. We should, with our population of over 200 million, this place should not be less than 50,000 people every day that we're here. So the market is telling you something. The market makes those kind of decisions. Now, I may be cut short now because I'm talking in the abstract and asking for reasonability or common sense. It's not sexy. It's not delving into something I know nothing about. So I'm saying let's be wise. In that case, whoever's still up and listening, I will leave it there. But also we do have to excise, remove, cut off like a tumor anything that will prevent us from doing this, because the solutions could only make sense if those people, those leaders were making these suggestions to, and our fellow citizens are dealing in good faith. If you're not dealing in good faith, you just tell me. It's analogous to you getting a basket and using it to go and fetch water. That's exactly what it is. We're dealing with people who are, first of all, they think that we're conquered people. So when we're talking, they're laughing, taking all our resources. So now what you're here fighting about is how to do the job of the CBN and try to regularize things with crooks, selfish people who have no such intention, and they know these things. Don't get me wrong. All our people. I was talking yesterday. They had a guest at Dr. Damages, and I was saying to them, "You see this guest here? If you go to say Aba Motopark and you pull one of our people there, or you go to Shagamu or anywhere, you pull any Nigerian and put him as a guest, he's gonna sound just like that guy, or even better." Our people are very smart and very clever. So we to Nigeria, I will conclude with that. I thank you guys for indulging in listening to off topic, something you're not interested in. Because I know all of you here, you're not interested in what I'm talking about. That's true. But to just cap it off, to Nigeria, I'm challenging you to a debate. I made that known almost a week now. But since you're here to hear me, I know you heard me then too, because you're all over the place. I'm challenging you to a debate on security. I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to say in that debate, we have to frame it. I don't know who's going to host it. Okay. I want it to be a really clean-cut debate. And I believe that when you are preparing to battle somebody like, say, Western powers from exploiting Africa, for example, or Nigeria, that you have to understand a country such as the United States, right? They are dealing in neutrinos. And what is a neutrino? It's at the subatomic particle level, like a fermion. And it only interacts in the weak gravity, weak force, right? For example, if the Soviet Union tries America today, America could neutralize all their nuclear weapons, right? They could do that because as you sit there right now, to Nigeria, with your mouth agape, you have to understand you have millions of neutrinos going through your body. It does not interact. It has no electrical value, zero. This subatomic level stuff that America has, I can assure you they have it, right? Can neutralize nuclear weapons. It doesn't interact with matter.
No, it cannot. They don't have any neutrino-based
I'm telling you.
Even.
I'm telling you. Just take my word for it. But you save it because now I'm challenging you to debate, and you could make it happen. So let's sit down and have a real world-class debate, so I could disabuse you from highfalutin things and stick to taking our country back, not by a military action, military force, but we need an internal battle that will involve war if they don't want to let us get to it. But you have to concentrate on taking the country back, the people taking the country back, and then putting the right stuff in order. The language of God is mathematics. So when we do this debate, I want it to be comprehensive. My main aim is to have you come down to earth, join the new Nigeria forces, and let's take our country back first. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I wanted to
Thank
ask
you,
a
Pastor.
question.
Yeah,
I, wa-
morning,
I,
you
everyone.
want, I, wa-
Nigerians, you see that
I wanted to
you have
ask
a
a
challenge
question.
now. Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
always
you could take
trying
the
to
rest of my
challenge me.
time and ask questions. I have at least an hour that I'm yielding back, but you can take some of it.
An hour.
I accumulated it from my John Lekoko's time, equal time. So go ahead and ask your question. I'm here.
So, yeah, the question is, do you think or do you agree that the Nigerian government does listen to the Nigerian people when they actually make their displeasure heard, this in known? An example of what I'm talking about is when they talked about the palliatives. The Nigerian people groaned that they didn't like it and they pulled it away. And the student loan one, they pulled it away and did it again. And now the cybersecurity levy, they've now gone ahead to put it for review again. Because of that, do you think the Nigerian government does listen to the people?
Oh, my thing was muted. Now, look, Nigerian government, you have first, all you have, this noise coming from, I believe it's Thomas. Thomas, could you mute for a second? Let me just answer this. I'll try to keep it short. First thing you have to determine is the people you're dealing
Thomas,
with.
mute yourself, Thomas. Thomas, mute yourself. When Ajale Koko was talking, you were not having this problem. So.
All right, hold on, Niger. Let me ask you this. Why do you think that why has the Naira lost so much?
Someone's a step away from his system. That's why.
Oh,
Don't say when
okay.
Ajande Koko is
When
talking.
Ajale Koko was on, he.
Why
Okay, he's back. He's back. He's back.
Why has the Naira lost so much of its value over time?
All right, here is what a government, and it starts at Ndama cattle right there. The government has to be concerned. It has to be avoiding deceit, right? A government that's deceitful, all the stats we'll get from them and the reason for this are all lies, because they could easily, placate you, say you want them to remove. This government goes to the extent that it could tell you they've removed subsidy, and it's questionable if they did or not. Now, some people are convinced that they have not removed subsidy, but they could tell you that they removed the subsidy. It's not even a budget.
The question was whether they do listen to Nigerians when Nigerians.
I know. I'm starting from Dama cattle to go to you because that one is an easy one, which also ties in with you. It's a duplicitous government. It's a fraudulent government. Chicanery, hoodwinking, duping, cheating, tricky. There is nothing anybody like that. If let's say you go to enter into a business deal with somebody, your partner. So you marry somebody, and that person has those attributes I'm telling you right now. How are you going to be able to judge something like that? That question, to me, is rhetorical because you know the answer to that. It's the government who's going to put out those data. Sometimes you could do by rule of thumb, right? But who is in the Nigerian government, this one and the last one, since APC came into office, that's reliable? So they're unreliable on even their ability. They may not even have the ability, but let's give it to them that they have the ability. They are liars. They're deceitful. They don't care. They have no empathy for anybody. As far as somebody's going to put their own self-interest, now I could actually say selfishness. Self-interest is some kind of cutesy thing that a capitalist could have, and it's okay. We're created to have self-interest. And usually, when you notice when I define evil, I exclude those who have something to gain. If you're doing something horrible, but you have even murder, and you have something to gain from doing it, that's not evil. It's bad. It's against the law. But if you're doing something like our government does, where they absolutely have nothing to gain from doing what they're doing, and it hurts somebody else, which is that third component, then that's evil. It's an evil government. They could take money. You could be corrupt and put money in your pocket. You need money. The country is not fair. They're not paying people enough, even civil servants, right? Even the president. So if somebody takes money in that case, if they catch you, that's against the law. It's not evil. But when you go around and see how much abundance we have, and you could take as much money as your grandkids, at least for generations, to be well off, and you still don't even fix the roads, have them have water, clean water, have those in the north. Even some Africans who come in because there's desertification over there. You don't make any kind of plan for them. You let them just roam around killing people, and you have the ability to stop that. Now, how are you going to go trust in such a government? How could you even pose that kind of question to anybody? It means you don't get it. There's nothing good about the government, but the basic thing is, how do we get it back? We can talk and talk on these platforms and tolerate people who come here to defend the government, such as Obeni, for example, right? And they just come here and they don't feel the heat. They could just come here and take the government positions. Talking to somebody who's in the United States, for example, because of social media, it doesn't mean that I'm here in the United States. No matter what you studied anywhere else, when you're talking to somebody in the United States, you're supposed to keep your mouth shut and listen. We've got a lot of.
Who is this man? Who is this man? Who is this man?
It's pants out. It's pants out. It's my turn. It's my turn. So what I'm saying to you is that is that because we're on social media? I'm here in the United States. What are you going to be teaching?
And what? You're in US. We make you what?
Yeah, please. When it's your turn, you talk. Okay, you can poke holes in what I'm saying. We got.
Why are you listening? Why are we listening to this?
$30 trillion economy over here, right? And we have a lot of power over here. So when you come on because of social media, you could get on with me here. I know when I will come home to Nigeria.
Who is this guy? What is this saying?
Thomas, could you mute this guy here who's trying to interrupt?
You are not making sense. That's what I'm telling you. You're not making any sense here.
When it's your turn, you make sense, right?
You are shaking the table now. We are responding to you.
No, what I'm saying, when it's your turn, if I say something here that's not true, I'll be making a fool out of myself, because you're going to be
can't be wasting our data to listen to this useless conversation that you're having with us this morning.
You're spending data just to get on.
You are too arrogant. You are too pompous. You think you are more than everything.
Yeah,
I can't accept this.
Please meet this guy. He's in Nigeria. He's paying for data. That's it.
You can't.
You come in here to tell me I'm fighting, so you don't have to pay for data.
I'm also fine. I'm also fine like you. Forget about all this you are saying.
Please,
are you feeding anybody here?
Please mute
stop
the guy,
all these things. You are too arrogant.
Almost anybody could just talk. Don't you have a job to do here? Mute the guy. Let me land. He's in Nigeria. He's not even. You're supposed to get a visa before you talk to me.
I don't need visa. Forget about that. I don't need visa.
Okay, so please mute him. Let me land. I'm almost done.
I'm doing more better than you. I'm doing more better than you.
Yeah, but you did.
What do you think you are?
How come you don't have any manners, right? You don't have any manners.
Who doesn't have? Who is the person between me and you that doesn't have manner? Who is it between me and you that doesn't have any manner? It's you. You talk anyhow. You talk like somebody who doesn't have home training.
Co-host General, meet this boy here. Let me finish my. I'm almost done. When he gets his turn, he could.
Let's pass out Lamb, then we'll move on. Lamb.
Could you remove him until I'm done? Could you remove him from the platform? He doesn't have a visa.
You speak. I can't remove. You don't tell me to remove it. So you speak. Then we go to the rest of the people. Yeah, go on, pass out.
I was saying that anybody who comes here in this moment when a dollar is like 1,500 naira, that it's making a fool of us. If you want to tip somebody $10 at a wedding, not only is it against the law now, but you have to carry boxes to tip money, and they're laughing at us. I mean, anybody who comes here to defend this government should feel the heat here. He should be uncomfortable. because it doesn't matter what the person claims. Because I bet you the person gonna have a thick accent, doesn't know his ass from his mouth. It'd be like when I left Nigeria, and I first London and Frankfurt before I came down here, and I'm looking, and I was the sharpest guy in Nigeria, if you know what I mean. Very sharp, very smart guy, handsome, right? And when I got to my destination, I was out of place. A bomb is smarter than you are. A bomb in America is smarter than a governor in Nigeria. Got more class. That's why they steal money like idiots. I mean, look at their state. You have no patriotism, right? Because when I got to
we have so many words.
I round it up.
Is it because of what one man told you that was why you are tolerating this kind of thing? You know, the guy is just it's not making any sense, just talking rubbish, and then you say it's land what?
Simba, Pastor, please hold on. You were here when all the trouble happened. Yeah, and Pastor one man told me we have to allow him to talk. I'm not the owner of the platform. So you have one man.
The question I want to ask you now, how many minutes have you granted the Pansat?
No, I don't grant anybody minutes. When Tunaja was speaking, I didn't grant him any minutes.
He has finished talking. When he discovered that you are not there, that was why he continued talking. So stop him and let another person talk.
It's more than 5 minutes.
Let's
you are not there. You are not even listening to what he was saying.
All right.
I was listening. What did you say? I wasn't listening. I was listening. So let him finish in 2 seconds.
According to Thomas, according to what Simba said, Pansat actually finished everything like about 10 minutes ago. But when he didn't have something to say, he started.
No, but I was asked a question on. I was. But anyway, Thomas, let me by the way say that when you're good, you're really good, right? When you listen to the other platform and you're trying to
move to another person.
So what I want to say, what I want to say is that if you looked at the rule of thumb I gave you earlier, right? I said those who are in Nigeria, such as this Falabi, and then those who are in countries less than Nigeria, such as Simba, I think it's in Saudi Arabia, where he has no rights, zero. He can't even talk.
Thomas, is that what you want to be listening to? Thomas, you said you are listening to. Is that what you want to be listening to?
What do you want me to do? I don't want this platform now. I didn't want this platform.
Anyway, I'll go ahead and I'll yield back to Niger. I want you to have a debate with me, and then I'll yield back the rest. I was gonna lash Simba, you and Saudi. I'm here in America, and you have the temerity.
So what is so special about
you better don't go and waste your time with this guy.
All right, so I yield back, and Folly B, I want to flog you next time.
You know the guy that's living like a slave in America. He's in America and he feels on top of the world.
You know them when you see them. You know them when you see them.
Those are the people that have lost. They have been lost. He's not doing well. You can see him now.
I know you back, so they're just talking now. Thomas, I yield back.
I'm not saying you are somebody who has done anything for yourself, even in the America you are talking about, because you don't talk, you don't even talk it.
What does he even have? Don't mind him. He's just the only thing he has is just to come and be flying all over the place talking on
even the brain you don't even have.
Pansat is a millionaire. So
to hell with his billions. Who cares?
See, Folly B, let's leave Pansat alone. I know.
Leave Pansat alone. If you are dancing to Pansat soon, you don't know what you are doing. Just leave him. You don't need to have learned to leave Pansat. Pansat is a special.
Yeah, but we can't be listening to somebody who we already eradicated now. You should not be allowing me to come here.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
B is drawing you out intentionally, so that's why I was laughing. So that's Pansat for you. So just
don't fall into his trap. Don't fall into his trap. Just let him be. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, let's go to Ola, you have the floor.
Okay. Like personally, what I like to talk to is, you see, one thing this forum is for us to educate one another and to learn from one another. when people are saying we are not progressing as a country, like I was saying the other time, it depends on where you are looking at. Yeah, we have some very negative pattern emerging, and we have positive patterns somewhere emerging. It is true that the politicians seem to be more corrupt because they outnumbered the military people we had those days. You know, you can just imagine when we have, like, say, 36 military administrator without the state assembly, when we have Supreme Military Council or I think Supreme Military Council or Armed Forces Ruling Council. I don't know the one we had under Al-Salam Abubakar. So the thing is this, the number of people benefiting from that corrupt practices, they seem to be limited. That's why we believe things were not like this that time. You should not lose the focus. Those guys, as corrupt as they were not really contributing anything meaningful to the country. So that's why that despite the corruption, we find it difficult to move forward, even though we still notice that, okay, IBB tried a little bit to do some things that still favor us today, but we can't dance on that. Because people should not forget that it was under that military administration that you will leave your house in the morning, you might not come back in the evening. Someone somewhere in the name of picking up road guy, maybe they don't pick you, just send you to one kind of send you to Kirikiri without even committing anything. I know some of those people started coming out after several years to say, okay, some of them were even on death row without committing any offense. So when we try to honor all these military people from their bravery, it's like we seem to have forgotten the damages those guys introduced into our economy. We forgot that the same military that we are talking about, they are the one that brought us to our feet, and we are still trying to get out of that situation. So that's it. You see, one thing about this floating of currency, it was an argument that, I know that sometimes it's difficult for people to recognize what they call subsidy. Subsidy simply means that anything that government is introducing to force a particular services or particular services or instrument traded that is supposed to be traded at the normal market value, you force that thing below its value. That's subsidy. Whether you like it. Subsidy can come in form of tax holiday. Okay, you were supposed to be getting this thing for 300, for 800, and it's selling for 500. You are compensating. You are losing something somewhere, and that is subsidy. In the real sense, we were subsidizing our currency for some people to become overnight millionaire, and we are saying we don't want to float that currency. Okay. And some are even saying, okay, we should have put this in place before we do that. Since how many years have we been talking about putting things in place before we do? We talked it during the time of Shagari, and nothing was done. Okay, Buhari, IBB, Abacha, Shonekon, Al-Salam Abubakar, then Obasanjo again, then Yar'Adua, then Jonathan, then Buhari again now, now Tinubu. We are still talking about, oh, we should have done this thing. Come on. Just imagine someone that was born in 1981. How old is the person today? If you continue with, we should have done this thing that you never did before, you will continue till all of us will spend our time here and we hand over to the next generation. Someone has got to take that decision and do the right thing. Okay, people believe that, okay, when you take decision now, oh, people should start enjoying. No. It is the pains of today that will become the gain of tomorrow. That is what we don't want to face, and we are not even looking at where we were even coming from. We've quickly forgot what happened and the damages that Mr. Buhari did to our economy. I keep saying this thing. Me and Buhari, we know they mix. So just like Rational Mind and Tinubu know they mix. We know they mix because I feel the impact of Buhari. And I know the implication of my support to my people based on Buhari again. So I can tell you that I've experienced Buhari within 2 generations of what that guy did. And yet, we didn't know how this man crashed our economy the first time, and he did it again, but we are losing the focus. The question you ask yourself is this: how did our dollar get to the point that even Tinubu made that? And I said, okay, we have to. I should not forget one thing, that as corrupt as Tinubu is, he still knows how to take some corrupt people out of the system. You know, one thing is this: corrupt only. There are some thieves, they know how to catch other thieves. Not because they love you or others. It's just because they want to restrict that stealing to themselves. And when you have 1 million thieves and you reduce the 1 million thieves to, let's say, about a few hundred of thieves, you can only steal few. Anywhere in the world, as we are speaking today, Trudeau, my prime minister, is doing his own. His own corrupt this thing day, and the guy is even afraid to even call. That's what the elite do somewhere, everywhere. But am I saying that's the right thing to do? Am I saying we should support what is happening in Nigeria? Well, we should not support what is happening in Nigeria, but at the same time, we should be realistic. We should be realistic. The only way you beat a corrupt system is to have some facilities in place and some kind of processes in place that we weigh heavier or outsmart the current corrupt system. E.g., it has happened before. I can't stop mentioning this thing. The e-governors in Lagos State, or the Oracle and all those kind of things. You understand? The reason we are having a level of revenue we are having in Lagos today. Otherwise, those money will be going to individual purse. You understand? Does that mean we still don't have corrupt people within the Lagos State government? We have. There are plenty. But over time, you find a way to keep eliminating, because Nigeria's situation is not different from what used to happen in other advanced nations. But they learn over time. That is why you don't want some kind of good for nothing coup plotters or whatever to now come.
Can I just slow you down a bit? Your assertion that decisions have to be made and people have to go through difficult times, I think is sound. Nobody would, any reasonable person would not disagree with that. However, when you try to compare the actions of President Tinubu in Lagos when he started taking in more revenue through Alpha Beta to the currency flotation, I can give you one clear distinction between them. On that one, he was taking in money into the state to help the state, and we have seen the good that has done. But on the currency one, he has taken the money out of the state and given it to foreigners. That is the difference.
To Nigeria, I don't understand the principle behind your narrative, but narration. So the thing is this: why was the dollar, the forex market was heavily corrupt, and how come that the dollar forex was the major factor for looting our treasury and to the point of almost destroying our monetary institution? We should look at that. Something is attracting people there. Okay, you said something the other time, oh, we should be defending our naira. Now, yeah, if you want to defend our naira, there are other ways you can defend the naira, but the question is this: do you have surplus, like Ajale Goku Ali said the other time, to even defend the naira just to start with? You don't. Okay, you want to do this. You want to say, okay, tariff on foreign goods coming to the country. We are not looking at the impact. Okay, let's assume, okay, you are importing rice. Okay, you now say, okay, 200% tariff. What will happen to the rice when they come to Nigeria again? It is going to be expensive.
Yes.
Now, you are not addressing an issue there. You've already created. Wait. You've created job for smugglers. When you
Then
are
we
doing
deal
that,
with the smugglers.
wait, no. We are just saying we deal
Those
with
are
smugglers.
downstream problems. You
Wait
deal with those
now,
problems. That's the process.
Farabale. You are saying we deal with the smugglers. The question is this: we already have some security challenges at hand now. We've not been able to deal with them. We've been having smuggling for years. We've not been able to deal with them. You say we should improve. See, all the time we are talking about what we call a control. Damage control is not the best way. It's the preventive control that is the way for us to do things. You look at the enablers. What is this thing that is enabling smuggling? First of all, you remove them. If you make smuggling not lucrative, the smuggler will not invest in infrastructure for smuggling. Even as we speak today, advanced countries like the US, like Canada, they've not even been able to battle the problem with smuggler fully. So now we are now talking of a situation. We are not talking of a situation in Nigeria whereby even the corrupt officers, even our police today, as they talk now, they see they collect maybe they've moved away from 20 naira now to 100 naira. They are still on the road. They're still collecting. You've not even been able to resolve the issue, the one that people can even see on the streets. We are now talking of the one that you will see in the bush. Okay, you are talking of we should deal with this smuggler. All those kind of arms, a large cache of arms that we have in the country today. How did they come to the country?
You can deal with them either way, one way or the other. You still have to
I
deal with them.
don't want a hypothetical situation.
It's not hypothetical. I've always said that we needed more security in Nigeria.
We can is what we'll be saying for a
How
very
do you
long
think
time.
other countries manage it then? Have they got 10 heads? You do exactly what is already established.
Now, okay, look at it this way. Look at it this way. When Buhari came to power, right? When Buhari came to power, how was he fighting corruption? Oh, you are guilty until you are able to prove yourself you are not guilty. Put everybody. Did that solve problem? When they even introduced capital punishment for anybody that would do some kind of corrupt crime, did that resolve the problem? No.
Actually, it would have resolved the problem if we were following the
but
law.
what resolved the problem is
you are reaching conclusions that are not merited, and that is a problem because you are building one error on top of another error. That
it's
is
not a matter of building error. I'm in Nigeria, so you are not talking to a foreigner. You are not talking to a foreigner.
You deal with one issue at a time, so you don't build up too many errors.
Wait now, they can see people. Okay, now people up till now they've not stopped corruption, no matter what you introduce. Right. That's why I gave you an example of Lagos situation.
Because the person introducing it is not even sincere.
It doesn't matter. See,
if you want to fight an equity, you have to come with clean hands.
That's not even the issue. See,
it's part of it. That's the foundation.
See, Foley B.
Yes,
Jesus
sir.
Christ had 12 disciples.
Mm-hmm.
Inside that 12 disciples, we see find Judas.
But the Judas perished. Judas perished.
Now, wait now. Now look at how many Judas you can find in over. I mean, what do we even call our population at 200 million?
If one Judas can be perished, we perished because of destruction of ground. If you have a million of them, all of them will also perish because of the.
All these kind of hypotheses are the extremist hypotheses that are never.
You are the one that just mentioned. You are the one that just mentioned Judas here, and I'm using that same way to talk to you.
What I want, the way I want to
control anything evil in a system should be condemned.
Okay. Okay. Look at it this way now.
Okay.
If the police want to control the speed limits on highway, they don't have to wait until they start arresting. How many people are going to arrest for overspeeding? Mm-hmm. They just put a radar there. The radar will be cornering you, catching you. That's a system. You know that you cannot argue with that system. They will immediately you are seeing police already, you are slowing down. So with that, they are able to prevent a lot of things like unnecessary incidents, unnecessary fatality, and there are consequences for that. I am a system person that I believe that I don't want you to even go and do this thing to start with, so that I will not spend my energy. I don't want to wait till the time you are going to even see 5 billion. I will be buying lawyer with 2 billion to just make sure you wait. I don't even want you to have access to that 5 billion to start with. Because there are consequences to the money you stole that they are getting back from you. Okay, we are still getting that Basha money now. Maybe that money, you should have used that money to build hospital like 20 years ago or 25, 30 years ago.
And
Those are the consequences.
Babangida money is still there. It's still lying down there. Obasanjo money is still there. Nobody is collecting it back.
We are now telling you what we are now telling you these days is what we are now telling you is this. When we talk of all this floating of naira, this naira we are talking about is creating corruption. Subsidy is creating corruption. Just like when we used to have United and that we were pumping money
subsidy. Subsidy is to a specific industry that you give this thing. For finance, it's not described as subsidies at all.
Okay, I don't know your background. I can only talk about my own limited knowledge. Sorry about that. I use subsidy because I know what subsidy is. So, the thing we are talking about. So, as we are talking now, you understand. Why do we have heavy corruption around our forex and our monetary institution? Emefiele almost collapsed our monetary institution. It's just because of this forex. Now, why is this forex? Why is the business of relation so attractive? Because when you know someone within the government, you can become billionaire overnight. Okay, you are not saying, okay, so because the thing, let's clear this thing. Let's clear this thing right. You think, I've said this thing over and over, that the issue of this naira floating is not a short-term thing that you start seeing. You understand? That you start seeing the results. It might take 2-3 years. It's a long-term thing that once this problem is resolved for once, even if anybody want to introduce this kind of thing tomorrow, even Nigerians will rise up against the person.
What are you talking about?
So Nigeria, you talk your own. Let me talk my own.
See, hold on.
No, I'm not holding on. I'm not holding on.
On mine. You were able to interject fully on mine.
No, I interjected you just once. No. Don't bring me back to this your theory. Let me say my own. Don't bring me because all we are talking about. See, you were talking as if you were.
How can you be fine with what is happening now, but you are against
you were talking. Wait now, you were talking like you are a finance expert and economics professor. I hear you.
Common sense. I'm not using emotion to agree with somebody.
Is not a common. It's a common sense to you. So let me talk from my ignorance, okay? Because I have right to talk from my ignorance. So the thing is this: take the root cause away. We've told you why. Okay, Mark. This is my popular example. Mark told us that telephone was not for the poor people, and government was pumping money into Nitel, and poor people were unable to get phone there just because government was there. And the root cause of that is that whenever government handle things, you push money there, people will be eating it. You took it in a way, you gave it to the private people, and today what do you find? Even the poorest of the poorest can still afford telephone. Even if they cannot buy, someone will buy and give them. Because you take the root cause. Why is it that we don't have NNPC refinery working before? Just because the root cause of that thing is a money-making machine for some people. They will sit down there until you take that thing away from them. Why do you think we don't have power in Nigeria? Just because it's a money-making environment that when government is keep pushing money there because it's a national cake, you find people there that are sitting there. And I'm telling you that the same thing applies, because this thing we have pattern applying across every situation in Nigeria, but you still want to look away and still find some kind of theory that never existed somewhere to bring it. Well, the major purpose of floating naira is just because you don't want to give that kind of attraction that is pushing people now be say, oh, I borrow the shame. You understand? So the thing is, it's going to take time for you to be seeing the impact. But people believe, okay, once you take once you float Naira, everybody knew, even before Naira was floated, there will be argument that there will always be, in fact, inflation. What we have in Nigeria currently, although that stagnation started even before Buhari left. I keep telling you that the only thing I have against this government is that they should have increased minimum wage as they are doing that. That's where they had problem, because you let the inflation eat into people's income and you didn't do anything. That's where they committed error.
That's the only problem you see. Wow. You know what? I really wish I was ruling over you. Then I will con you and you will not even see it happening. If that is the only problem you see. Let me just give you two numbers. Let me give you two numbers that will jog you.
You are not different from the reason I went against your
Let me give you two numbers that will jog you now. Like when Buhari came into office, currency was 300. By the time he left, 500 or so. When this guy came into office, and that was 8 years that it took to get to 500. When this current government get into office, within a year, the currency has devalued even more than that. And you are saying they are the ones that are making the right decision. That tells you everything you need
what
to know.
do you get for
you are not getting
8 years rule also? What did you get? You guys are
the 8 years was what the 8 years.
Well.
Let me see. You can say whatever you like about Buhari. You can say whatever you like. The area Buhari failed was security and dealing with this currency speculation.
Failed on security and economy. He failed.
Hold on now. The part of the economy he failed, I'm specifying it. The part of the economy he failed was.
Many things
he failed in security. He failed in currency speculation. He failed in that. He failed in diversifying the Nigerian market as much as possible.
Both our fiscal and monetary policy were not handled very well. It failed totally.
He did quite a lot of things right with the economy, actually.
If you don't know today, you will know now.
What do you know? What are you? Okay, now let's agree. Hold on. Don't worry, you get your chance to talk. Let's just agree on the premise we are talking about. Now, if we are going to be talking about whether Buhari's economic policy was beneficial to the economy, you will specify the area that it was bad and what it did to the economy. So we are specific, so we are not just talking over each other.
Both on the fiscal and monetary policy, it was a total failure.
See, that's general. It's vague.
I will give you. You won't let people talk. At least I give you a chance to talk. Just listen for some minutes. Are you not tired of talking for about 6 hours?
No, we've been talking for about 6 hours. I talked for about 20 minutes. You said 6 hours. Go ahead.
No. Are you not here before? This is the first time I am coming. It fell woefully on both of these fiscal and monetary policy. And Nigerians were borrowing money for recurrent expenditure. Nigerians were borrowing money to pay salary. Everything, we are borrowing money left and right. And we can say that the issue about fiscal policy by Mefele was not maintained very well. There were disparity in selling foreign exchange to different individuals at different rates. There was no single rate selling to the majority of the people. When you now compare with the black market, the difference is huge. So the fiscal policy is also not very good. So when you look at that one, for 8 years, no visible investor coming to Nigeria because of several factors. Not totally Buhari, because there's also the COVID era was also there. So unfortunately for our country, we do not put our people. Insecurity was also there. We are not farming. We are not doing what we are supposed to do. And when you guys just complain, I just wonder how you guys complain. Your country have insecurity problem. Majority of people that do agriculture, that go to farm, are from the north. They were unable to go to their farm. What do you expect? You are not producing anything. And majority of you from the south, instead of you to go to the land and till the land, you are busy doing hustling job around, doing Yahoo, scam and drug and the rest.
The way we are talking is not going to get us anywhere. We are mixing too many things
okay, can I get my
too many things together. We should be dealing with one area at a time.
Can I get my time back, please?
Please get your time back and don't let him target
you. No, you see, to Nigeria, where we are not.
Oh my God, Remy. Yeah, are you scared?
No,
Are you
to
under
I'm not
the
scared
bed?
because you won't allow people to
Are you
interfere.
under the bed? Are you all
No,
behind the
I
door?
just
What
want
is going
planning.
on?
I just want planning because during your own time, you are given enough opportunity by Thomas to talk for a long time.
What you fail to understand is this, and I've tried to. You claim to me that you are an economist, Abi, that you are very
I
strong
am
in
not an
economics.
economist. I'm just common sense.
There's see,
I have no
common sense.
sentiments to
Wait
support
now,
any candidate.
you see, some technicality. There's nothing like common sense. Some technicality, whether you like it or not. You have to know the basic principle of how things work. You understand? So what I'm saying is this: why are you not looking at the situation in Nigeria as necessity that should lead to invention? An invention we are talking about, people believe that it's only when you create machinery and your invention can your invention or innovation can be when you start finding unusual way of solving problems. The problem of that country when we have currency, when things were not expensive, was that we love foreign goods. The other time I joke, it's not a joke, it's not a funny thing, though, because for those people that are impacted, that Japa rate has reduced as is speaking today. The United Kingdom universities, they are feeling the impact of less Japa. Although both that one has something to do with both their policy and the strength of Naira too. Because people that could even afford those money before now, they can no longer afford to Japa the way they want to, because the people are Japaing through school. So it's not only affecting the UK school. That's why I'm saying it's just part of their policy. It's affecting Canadian school. Although Canadian too, they have their own policy, is affecting American schools. What do you think is responsible? Because when people have that money, please, this one doesn't necessarily mean that I'm anti-people. Let's get it right. It is the principle of economy that when you have stronger currency and you have more money, you are likely to consume foreign goods more than the one you produce locally, especially when you think the one you have locally is inferior. You understand? We used to eat Uncle Ben's and some other thing at a particular point in time in that country. So what we are saying basically is this: the demand for dollar when we used to have money was too much than what we could earn. And the one that was coming to earning was being used, you understand, for round tripping, and was being used for subsidy. It was not doing something for common man. Instead, it was increasing our debt because we were borrowing, you understand, we were borrowing the way we like, and it got to a state we find it difficult to service our debt. The fact that we find it difficult to service our debt because we're rechanneling our money to subsidy alone will have created another problem. We look at the problem that will have happened if there's no floating of Naira, and we think floating of Naira is the reason we are here. We could have had another problem entirely. But that problem is that you can't measure the implication if you are not aware, if you do not take this example of where it has happened before. That is why we are talking this way. Okay? So, to me, there's nothing wrong in floating of Naira. What is wrong is not increasing the worker salary that are being impacted. What is wrong is not accelerating the CNG conversion, whatever, for that to compete with gasoline. Like I keep telling you, they've removed subsidy from diesel for how long? Were people shouting? Is the industry not adjusting? In that same country in Nigeria that we say we don't have electricity today, those people that are really serious, that are really after production, they are finding way to even do that. Because Obasanjo, I remember, he did policy that any power equipment you are bringing to Nigeria in excess of 1 megawatt, tariff-free, duty-free, that to the extent that even 500 kVA generator that time was almost more expensive than 1 MVA generator. Okay, today, We have Afe Babalola University that have its own independent power project to power the entire institution. That's an example of someone that really wants to do something in the country. We have Dangote, we have Bua, and we have some local manufacturers that are investing in power for their own projects. But we have some people that went to Ghana, the like of Unilever and Co, that ran to Ghana because they wanted to take the advantage of the tax holiday, and they wanted to be producing in Ghana and be bringing to Nigeria. And we start talking now that, oh, we are not subsidizing currency for those people. The question is this: the job they should have given us here, they are giving to Ghanaians, but they want to be dumping their products here. And we want to be using our dollars, we want to be enjoying strong currency to be buying from those people when we don't have jobs here. So, as I speak today, in the face of this, people are still going to Ogun State. But unfortunately, those people that are going to Ogun State to invest there, there are people from Lebanon, there are people from China, and they are the Indian people. Because they are seeing the advantage of our situation. I think what should be done in that country is there should be mass education, and not only mass education. What I can suggest to the government that there should be a scheme to do some kind of mass education in entrepreneurship. That is what we need now. Because it is time for us to be sewing garments and be sending out of the country. It is time for us to be producing our tomato locally. How many people? Because I've said it here, if you know the cost of producing tomato locally in the country, in Nigeria today, if you know what will take you to manufacture tomato locally, it's what an average Nigerian can do. It's only that you need to put some effort in marketing it. Those are the things we should be looking at. But you still want us to have foreign currency, a strong currency that will now be importing tomatoes from maybe China. And as we speak today,
you are
I was
beginning to say some of the things I'm saying that I've already said, and these are the things they were supposed to put in place.
I'm not saying the thing you are saying. You still don't want the naira to be floated. That's the problem I have with you.
You don't float it until it is ready. You don't float it until you have all these things that you're talking about now already done.
See,
oh, they've been saying in the 70s.
It hasn't been ready.
What do you think the floating of the currency actually does? You're acting as if it's some kind of great stuff that happens. It's not great. You have to still control it. If you want it to be good for your economy, you have to control it, because the ones that are bigger than you, they are the ones that will benefit from it. You are not going to benefit because you are smaller. They can influence prices as they see fit. You know, I don't understand how you can not see that.
There was a time that this American bank said that our foreign reserve was around 3 billion. I know that technicality there, I know it's difficult for people to understand, because this thing is all about dynamics. You understand? You look at so many things, you know, the type of you look at so many factors to actually calculate what your exact foreign reserve is. If it was true that at that point in time that our foreign reserve was around 3 billion, look at it this way: were you going to defend naira into a negative foreign reserve? So you will defend naira to the point that will be, let's say, minus 30 billion foreign reserve?
Hold on. What do you think has happened during these governments in office? Why do you think they were borrowing money to defend it? The so-called defense that you like to call it. In other words, meet the supply that the speculators are putting in the market. They borrowed a lot of money to do that. If you check the borrowing of this government, it's probably higher than the borrowing of Buhari's government in the first year.
They borrow money. No, they borrow money.
You are making excuses for failure. And carry
this
on.
one is not. There's a big difference between excuses for failure and just talking of different things. If you are talking of performance, it's another thing. But when you are misleading people, it's another thing.
Everything you criticize the other government for, this government has done it.
No. If I want to blame this government, I know how to blame the government, and I will tell you how. Recruit 2 million. That is how to blame the government, because I will owe them, because you are saying you are going to employ millions of soldiers. That is where I will blame.
Yes, 1 million soldiers and 1 million into the other security forces.
What will they be eating? Cassava, again, all those things. You are not doing all those things. That's the way.
But he didn't do it now. But he didn't do it.
But this one you are doing is not the way to criticize. Because I'm looking at the program that is going to do, but not this one that you are doing that only benefits
the way you talk, it's scary how we can think like this. Although I'm not going to blame you because maybe you are just ill aware of some of all these things.
Let me tell you this thing.
Let me talk now. You've been talking for a while now.
No.
You've been talking for a while. It's not like you have been talking for more than 10 minutes already straight.
This might you that talk for more than 1 hour. You are telling me that.
No, I did. Who didn't talk for more than 1 hour? Come on, you know that. You guys will let me say 2 sentences without interrupting me. You know that. Let me say this. See, you see, the thing is, everything you keep saying that this government has done, this in the previous government did wrong. This government has done all of them, like borrowing. They borrowed probably more than the previous government in their first year. They depreciated the currency about 8 times faster. They have this thing impoverished the Nigerian people 3 to 4 times since they got into office. First, they hit them with the petrol subsidy, which raised price by at least petrol by 3 times in one go. Then, because now they devalue the currency, the petrol price needs to be raised about 6 times to catch up, but they dare not do it because they know they will implode the country by doing that. Then they have to return subsidy again. So what they are accusing the previous government for, they have to keep doing it again. So everything that they try to they claim that they are trying to improve, they made it worse. That's they went back to the way it was before and made it worse at the same time for Nigerians. So, and when you say that this stuff is going to get better without managing the currency, because personally I see manage float and manage this thing pegged as basically similar stuff. In other words, you are controlling the way the currency is manipulated. At first, they floated it and they went back to manage float. And even that managed float, if they are not careful, it's going to keep. They are going to lose control of it, like they're already doing now. The currency is already depreciating again because they cannot control it. You have to peg it, because think about it. If you're a business, just put yourself in the shoes of businesses. Why would they come into such an economy? And he's going around the world begging people to come into the economy when the economy is doing yo-yo. The currency is like a wave, a sea wave going up and down. And the inflation rate in the country is through the roof. You can't invest in such an economy when the people in the country are the ones destabilizing the economy themselves.
See, I got your point. Look, get me right. Everything you said about the impact of removal of subsidy and floating of Naira, everything you said were true. I'm not arguing. My argument is this: your solution is what I'm telling you, that what has failed us for more than 40 years, we can't go back there. Now, you remove the subsidy, you float the Naira. You are talking elite, all those things. It's going to affect the poor people. Even though when those things were not removed, poor people were already suffering already. The question I'm now saying is this: where our problem is, I first of all said something. I said increase worker salary. Do you know what in the part of increasing the salary, worker salary means? You are increasing the money in their pocket for them to buy things. That's my solution. Then and I'll say all those agbado cassava again, that you say you are going to recruit a mass. You recruit people that do not have job. I'm simply telling you that you boost productivity. Forget about all this jargon of forest or this thing. See, spend more on productivity. For people, take care of people's hunger first at home. If you are able to produce more and you build value chain around this, whatever you are producing, then maybe in 3 years, 4 times, start pushing your product into the international market too. And that will compensate for whatever you are saying now. But what you want to see today is this: you still want dollar to be strong so that you can be importing your egusi soup from London and you be importing Indomie from United States of America. I said no. No. Wait. Because you are not getting it.
Why would you have to do that?
You told me you are a financial expert or common sense expert, whatever you are talking about.
I'm not a financial expert.
Wait now. Let us go back to, we are not going back to secondary school economics now. That is what we are trying to say. Our problem as we speak today, we are stagflation era. That is what we are here now. Unemployment situation in the country is not improving, and our currency is going through aggressive devaluation. And I'm telling you that aggressive devaluation is not necessarily a bad situation if you do the basic things. The basic things we want to talk about is food production, healthcare services. You go to the poorest of the poorest and make sure that you provide job for people, you provide security. You know what it means when you know what it means when you employ 2 million soldiers you want to employ. And if you deploy those people to the farm, you know the implication. By now, maybe under 6 months, in fact, in a year, because if you have some kind of irrigation that all those Shagari people and Awolowo people were trying to do before Buhari dabaru everything in the name of that kind of aggressive kind of situation you are looking at now. Now, by now in Nigeria, we should be producing agbado at least 3 times in year round, because it's almost a year now. That's what I'm expecting. Even if it's just emergency borehole, you create for people everywhere, you secure their farm, you let them be producing. If people are eating, if people are able to eat, they will think less about this kind of dollar you are even talking about. Even if people are able to even eat properly and they can pay their rent, they can do some other thing locally, people will not even be thinking of Japa or whatever. That's what I'm telling you. This is the time for the government to invest in agriculture, invest in retraining the people to build the local economy. So start focusing on this, your dollar. I see. The thing is,
what
it looks
you keep saying I should not focus on the dollar when it's at the core of the problem of the economy. It's what is driving inflation higher and higher.
It's driving inflation because we are focusing too much on importation. If we are not focusing on
then you discourage importation. Then that's what I keep saying, and you discourage use of dollar in the Nigerian economy itself.
One of the best way to discourage importation is you float your naira. One of the best ways.
How can you say that you use floating the naira to stop importation? Who does that? That is not how it works.
Okay now. When you float the naira now, what happens to the commodities that are coming from overseas? They are more expensive, right?
Yeah, they are more expensive. Yes.
Wait, sir, they are more expensive. If we are buying agbado, if you are buying agbado from UK for $1 before, so why will you spend that? If that your $1 now can no longer buy agbado, you cannot no longer raise money to buy agbado from that place. But the same $1 now cannot buy 20 of that agbado locally.
Yes. You see what you said there. What you said there makes sense. Let me show you where your error is.
I'm not saying anything so special. It has
Let me
always
show you where your error is on that specific explanation.
You don't want to allow other people's perspective.
Let me explain your perspective now, so that I will point out where you may want to consider. Like you said, because our naira has been devalued, it's going to reduce import because it's now more expensive to buy things from overseas. It may not necessarily reduce import, but let's say it reduce import. What do you think that is doing? It's not increasing manufacturing in your country because you don't have the capacity to manufacture, which the government is not doing. It's not you know that what people just get poorer, but they don't have any way of buying those machineries that they need to manufacture stuff. Which means if you still have to, because you still need those things that Nigeria cannot manufacture yet. This is why you wait until you are an exporting economy before you do this. Because you still need those things, you have to go overseas to buy computers. Now they are going to be doubly expensive. You are going to go overseas to go and buy machines. They're going to be doubly expensive. And we are still buying fuel. It's going to be doubly expensive. Everything is doubly more expensive. And then if you take into account the up and down of the currency, foreign speculators are harvesting a lot of resources from Nigeria. The reason why anybody that sells foreign currency don't like currency that are stable, because there's no money to be made. It's predictable. But when there is your currency is going up and down, what do you think they do? They come in, they take money out of your economy, and who is losing? Your big businesses. MTN,
Dangote. You remind me, because I wanted to speak into that space before, to that space rather. You see, this is where government too can go aggressive on all this kind of Bitcoin or whatever. You understand? That's kind of innovation that is not necessarily good for a developing economy, because those are one of those areas that is putting pressure. Those are one of those things that are putting pressure on our naira. So it is left for you to find a way to deal with that. But like I said, if I found myself in the government today, especially in the area of Ministry of Education, I would take advantage of globalization. How do I mean? Many young guys now and elected today, what are they doing? They are working for companies overseas. That's where government should encourage them, because when I say government should encourage them, I'm not saying you just go after them and start taxing them. No, don't do that. I want to bring you into a program. I want to batch you so that when I'm doing that, I'll be able to capture your data and support you to even get that foreign job, so that I can tax you and get tax from you, because you are going to be a source of forex for me, just like India, just like they do now. When that, I'm always an apostle of human capital development. So I want to focus more on that aspect. You understand? So, but if I come in
Yeah,
and
let
start,
me let
wait.
me make an input there before you go to your conjunction. I think you said so. You're probably about to get off that topic. The thing though is that you are both right, right? The way you look at a currency, or what makes a currency worth something, is the value of a currency. It's like any other asset. It's determined by supply and demand. Increase in demand for a particular currency will increase the value of the currency. Increase in supply will decrease the country's value. The exchange rate of any country is a relative thing. It's nothing that is operating on its own. It's a comparative thing, respective. It's correlative. Do you understand? So a little bit of what you discuss here, a little bit of what you discuss there. But what I said when I spoke to you earlier is that inside the government itself has other interests aside from making that country, if they want a strong currency. Because in some countries like China, they try to make the country to be worthless like ours, because they're manufacturing stuff. Their industrialists can then benefit from that. So the relative is the key word, right? It's a correlative kind.
Who's
Yeah.
trying to make China worthless? Which
The Chinese don't want a strong yen. Do you understand? To them, it's an advantage for it not to be that strong, right?
Yeah,
So
I agree, but
That's
I think
correct, answer.
I
That's
thought he
what I've
said
been telling
somebody.
you, Niger.
Yeah,
That's
let
correct.
me land though, because I'm about to land. I'm just borrowing a couple of seconds from Ola. So it's a relative thing. The strength and the weakness of a given currency is versus a rival. It's influenced by a number of factors. The most common ones are interest rates of each country, the trade balance of each country, and the perceived stability of the currency. And then, of course, the stability of the government itself is inclusive. So a currency is classified as strong when it's worth more than another country's currency. That's what we mean by it's correlative. For example, if we use the American dollar.
Out of all those variables, which one has preeminence? Which one is topmost?
A stable economy, low inflation, interest rates
Not
that
perception.
are attractive to foreign investors. You understand? It's a correlative thing. The inflation, the interest rate, that's where the central bank, that's their main role. So the value of currency, like I said earlier, it's like any other asset.
Hold on. China on paper is a communist nation.
Yes.
They manipulate their currency. They are not transparent.
Right.
They steal intellectual property.
Right.
So all those bad attributes can be linked to China, but China is successful. So again, what makes China successful, and what are the true variables that really uphold any strong economy?
Yeah, but you commingle in the terms. If they're successful, but you're talking about currency, right? And you've already said they're manipulating their currency. They don't manipulate it to go up. They manipulate it down so that manufacturers will be, they're going over there to go and produce stuff. And the cost of production, I mean, what they pay their workers over there is like peanuts compared to what, for example, is being paid in the United States. So there are a lot of things that make them successful. Their currency is not successful. So we're not discussing that. Do you understand what I'm saying? They don't have
I disagree.
Okay, then let me land. I'm on time. I haven't heard you speak.
No, you
so.
can speak freely. This guy's
No,
been talking.
I do
Speak
want to
freely.
hear from you. If the things that I'm giving you are not my opinion, those are facts. So I don't know why you want to disagree with it. You're gonna do that at your own peril because you're usually somebody I have regard for your input. So I'm gonna give you my opinion and conclusion. Let me borrow a few more seconds with you to say that the economic and political factors affect the currency stability. What we're talking about is stability. I don't care how high or how low that we're talking, but it has to be stable. Actions of the central bank is important in relation to the exchange rate. And of course, things that are beyond their control, that such as decisions of international organizations affecting the economic issues in Nigeria, inflation, and so on and so forth. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the value of a country's currency rises and falls relative to currencies elsewhere, in line with the laws of supply and demand. So when it comes to my turn, then I will expatiate on those and give you my opinion. But what I've given you now are facts. Do you understand? They're not something you're going to be able to argue with. The currency is typically strong with a stable economy, low inflation, low interest rates, which will attract those foreign investors. So I'll yield back on that. But after you speak, you could cover some of the things I've said now, but I have a lot more to say after that when it gets to my turn. Thanks, Allah.
I think I agree. That final conclusion is correct. Low interest rates.
Chime in.
This is
Okay.
stable
Let
economy.
Prince Daddy. Let me use to Prince Daddy. Okay. I'll talk Prince Daddy.
What I was going to say, anyways. Yeah. So I was going to engage Francis. So there's so many variables, that can make a country strong economically, be it a currency or the overall economy. For example, we know the United States has a lot of debt, and our manufacturing not the best compared to 20, 30 years ago. So my point here is that we don't have to achieve the best marks or results in all these variables. There has to be one or two, maybe or three variables that can bring together that represents a country. But one thing I realized also, just like the stock market, is that perception is gold. Is gold because the way investors, people generally, even non-investors, see your country, see your currency, really determines your worth. So it's a highly speculative and relative. Case in point, China. Case in point, United States. Economically, we don't get to the bottom of it, but the United States has been reckless, extremely reckless financially, economically in a lot of ways. But we still carry a lot of goodwill when it comes to the dollar, the economy, perception, and all those sort of things. And there are some other countries, perhaps in America's situation, that that are in terrible states, terrible condition. So when it comes to economics, it's an art, right? ART, right? And nobody has a damn answer. All these damn economics and economists and all these so-called analysts, from Bloomberg to all these, institutions, they don't have a clue. And that's what they realize. They have great models. They have this and that. They do. They're smart. I'm not saying they're smart. They're super smart. But let's not pretend that they know truly what is the determination of the economy.
Prince Daddy, they know. The thing is this.
Know what?
When they tell you that, given that other thing being equal, you understand? See, they lay factors on ground. And they will tell you, say, okay, if you make this factor, because whatever they are telling you always comes with condition. Okay, look at China now, for example. If China were in a situation today, they will be happy because they will be pushing their products to the market. But do you know why we are not happy and many Nigerians are not happy? Because we don't have infrastructure in place to back our weak currency. Now, look at Republic of Benin now. It's even a good thing that our currency is weaker than that of Republic of Benin now. Assuming we have our power situation is okay, that Prince Daddy, Pansa to Nigeria can have production facility in Nigeria, I will be producing, I'll be pushing to Republic of Benin because this time around, product coming from Republic of Benin is more expensive than the one that we're going from Nigeria to the Republic of Benin.
I don't want to analyze. You know, I was when I
No,
opened the show.
I'm just telling
Hold
you that.
on. When I opened the show earlier with
When
one
you
man,
say those
I
people are
said,
not
hold
correct,
on.
I'm saying they are correct. It's not necessarily that they are correct. It's just because if you do not follow the detail, if you do not follow the blueprint, that is when you think they are not correct.
Oh no, okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you know, when I started the show with one man, I said, look, this people, you know, like me telling you, I'll like go back to the pick and buy it at the cheapest amount you can price you can find it, and take it to the market and jack up the price and you make profit. It's like you know, okay, big deal. What I'm not telling you anything new. I'm not even giving you any useful information. So to the point, and that goes for many of these analysts. What you're telling me, it's almost a given. Yeah, you know, if you have a good manufacturing base, you export, of course, with a weaker currency, people will buy your goods, you have reserve in your currency, all this other stuff. Yeah, that is fine. But when I'm saying when situation like really complicated, when we need the expert, the so-called smart people to bring about solution, they don't have no clue. That's what I'm telling you. They have no clue because when they tell you do this and do that, and if you do that, they tend to last for a short period. But there's a uniqueness to every nation, and Nigeria is one of those nations. I guess just like many other nations, that's unique by itself. The success of Nigeria is beyond this European or whatever American economic models. We have certain things that's really crippling us as a nation that
Right.
we're not addressing.
Let me, Prince Daddy, I'm addressing it. See, let me ask you first of all, what are give me the top 1, 2, 3 highest currencies in the world? The highest, which currencies do you think are high in the world? The highest?
British pounds, Kuwait, this in currency.
Kuwait, no, forget about that. It's the pounds, the pounds, dollar, and euro.
You see, that's the thing. See, he was right. You have Kuwaiti dinar. It's number one in the world.
See, you have to base hold on. You have to base it on other factors. Don't tell me who's spending them Kuwaiti dinar.
I'm gonna tell you because, like
as
I said,
I'm concerned, it's a useless currency.
Hold on now. It's not related to that outside trading. That's not the way it achieves that status. It's been like that for a while. It's number one. It's a Kuwaiti dinar that's subdivided into 1,000 other, fields, what they call fields. It's 1 to 1, one Kuwaiti dinar KWD is equal to like $3.25. Then you have the Bahraini dinar, you have the Omani real, you have the Jordanian dinar. All these are higher than the euro and the US and the British pound.
Don't tell us textbook stuff. Don't tell us textbook stuff.
No, listen. These are facts. Okay?
I'm not denying it. No, I'm not arguing with you.
Euro, which is $1.07 to the dollar, they come in like 8, 9. You have even the Gibraltar pound, it's $1.25. So you have to understand. That's what I was trying to tell you before. It remains the highest currency in the world, owing to Kuwait's economic stability. That's what they have to sell to achieve that. Now, Nigeria should be exactly on that list because, first of all, we should be higher than these people because we have other things they don't have. We are being undermined. Our oil, which is our main export, is owned by a bunch of crooks. It's not even owned by the government.
Before you condemn Nigeria, hold on. You need 3 currencies. So please tell us, educate us by telling us what is upholding these currencies? Why are these nations doing so great?
I'm going to tell you the number one answer primarily is oil exports. Right? It has Kuwait has one of the largest reserves. It does not impose any taxes at all on their working people. So that's, I mean, it's a very simple thing. You see, economics is not all that complicated. They try to make it a science and try to make it, it's not complicated as far as I'm concerned. I came here and I said to you earlier.
Based on your submission, you have to take interjection. So there's Kuwaiti. You didn't tell me, oh, Kuwaiti manufactures this and that, and they export. You didn't tell me. So it is in the interest of Kuwaiti that currency to be strong, because it sounds like they all do imports. That's what they freaking do. And that being the case, of course, the stronger the currency, even stronger than the dollar, the better for them. And because of the weight of that currency and the volume in the international market, it doesn't do nothing for the global economy. It is in the interest of the Kuwaiti state to have that situation, which is great for them. But I'm not seeing any value in Kuwait that you're talking about. Why shouldn't I?
You answered your question. Implicit in your question is the answer. Number one, they don't manufacture things to ship out there so that their manufacturers would have a weak currency to compete. They are exporting oil. They have a lot of oil, just like us. They have a lot of reserves. Do you understand? So their currency being strong is good for them in that sense. But if you then go to the other end of it, somewhere like China, where they're not importing oil, they're not exporting oil, they actually import, then it's for their own good that they manipulate the currency down so that they can then attract foreign people to come in, bring all their stuff and manufacture over there, and they're going to steal all their intellectual property rights and pay their workers very little so that people are going to come over there to manufacture stuff. So you could approach it from both sides, but you have to be patriotic. You have to be looking out for your people. Anywhere in that equation where you have a scoundrel, somebody who doesn't care about our country, they could just sell us down the river right there. Because there's a lot of scouts, capitalists, and then countries such as Britain. I mean, do you know that?
I would not call Nigeria a scoundrel. That's not fair.
No, I didn't call him. I'm saying I'm saying, like Tuna says sometime, that Britain used to rule more than half of the world, right? These are the people who are who converting our stuff. These people, they know how to colonize. They are very good at it. They colonize continents. Even the United States at some point, when it was just 13 colonies, albeit, they try to take credit like they did that to the entire United States, and they did not, and they could not. Even just one state is bigger than they are. But when we were 13 colonies, they were doing it, and that brought about their downfall. Now they're glorious in the past. But look, you cannot, what you should do is to pick up a book or go online and check the relation. And this is correlated stuff, right? It's not, it's a respective thing. In some cases, reciprocalness is required, but we don't have anybody looking out for us. So to make it short, the answers that I gave you before, they still stand. You have to understand that the euro and the US dollar, those come in 8, 9, that kind of thing.
Okay, I got you. See, the reason why that's I love it. By the way, I love the Chinese people. I love the government, not because I encourage communism, but I love people that actually take the time to study other people and know what is good for them. There you are rattling strong currencies around the world. That means nothing. Useless currency as far as I'm concerned. Okay? It shows like it tells that maybe you don't understand fundamentally what is going on here. See, I said it earlier, each nation is unique. Now, you've not provided to me the uniqueness of what you're talking about, be it Nigeria or these other nations. Having a strong currency means nothing. Okay? It means absolutely nothing. if you can back it up with real economic activities that is diversified, let's put it that way, in the case of Nigeria, which what we need, right? So again, I like the Chinese people because they understand. They've taken the time. They take the time to study the Western economy and how to approach it. How to approach it. They don't go about stupid models about you do this and that. You have a strong currency. They don't do that. And that's why some economists in America don't like the Chinese. They call it the manipulators, and they are, because they're smart.
Yeah, they're not smart. They're not smart. I disagree with that.
You can't say they're not smart. You can't say that. That's fine.
Manipulate. No, they look. What if Nigeria just adopts what Gibraltar does, right? Because the trick. We have the most vicious of
Gibraltar. Tell me about Gibraltar. I didn't know much about it. Tell us.
I'm gonna tell you because I believe that's if I'm president right tonight, the first time I'm gonna do is what Gibraltar did, right? I would pin my currency like they did. It's fixed at par with the British pound sterling. Period. The central bank just pins it to it 1-to-1. Do you understand what I'm saying? So all they do tourism and e-gaming. But they pin the now. Who's gonna come telling somebody like that's why you have to have.
Have you seen the common thread? Hold on. Have you seen the common theme or trend in all these countries that you mentioned? They seem to be one source revenue economy. You see, so have you seen the trend? They export oil. The tourism nation. They're not diversified in any way. They're not. So they can have a high currency or peg the damn currency to the pounds or the dollar, and it may work for them.
No, it's
well, it's not like you don't have a clue or an idea on how to approach Nigeria's problem. You don't. Not like I do myself. But don't pretend.
Yeah, but Prince Daddy, you're just talking, right? Which you can. Everybody have a mouth, right? So you just talk. What I'm saying to you, sometime I give you the lowest in the case of Gibraltar. Now we have other things on top of that. So your argument is confusing because you're confusing me. If I'm telling you, hey, somebody has $1,000 and is able to do XYZ, and then you say to me, okay, they have $1,000, that's why they're doing it. But in our case, we have 5,000. What kind of argument is that? I'm giving you somebody.
Well, I didn't make that argument. You made that argument.
No, that's what you're saying.
Again,
hold on. I don't know. It's not really you. It's just your voice. Your voice is irritating.
This is funny, man. I think it just carry on, but I'm liking it.
Listen, we're talking. I'm having a conversation. Listen. Hold on, I'm having a conversation with Pansat. Hold on. Who's talking? Who's talking? Hold on. Hold on. I'm having a conversation with Pansat. He's a friend of mine. I would like to call him a friend. When he's cornered, he has no clue about what he's talking about. It goes ad hominem. So I'm used to it. It means nothing. It means nothing. See, I cornered him. Hold on. I cornered him. He has no clue. Hold on. He has no clue about economics. He mentioned all this damn country with strong currency. He talked about some damn Gibraltar. Like, who cares about Gibraltar? Oh, they tourism. So you don't have a clue what you're talking about, Pansat. So you may like my voice or not. It's totally relevant. Give us something. Give us something meaningful. Give us.
Hold on. I'll take that back.
If you have something to offer, online, you need to come online. Let's just.
Okay, hold on.
Come back online because this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Come online, talk, please.
Please, that is crying now. He's crying. Take it easy.
No, I just want to ask you. Okay, let me ask you tonight. All right. If I say, first of all, let me know if the analogy is correct. If I say, okay, hey, look, Gibraltar has $1,000 and they can do XYZ with it. And then he comes in to say, hey, okay, why are you making such a comparison? Gibraltar only has 1,000. We have 5,000. That means that we can do a lot more because we have that 1,000 in common with Gibraltar, right? So if he's saying these economies only have one or two products that they're dealing with, and then we have a whole lot more, we have everything. So we could do a whole lot more by pegging, right? But what these politicians do, they go and have our leaders get elected, but they give them conditions. Say, look, we're going to support you, but here's what we're going to want, because Britain is one of our biggest trading partners. So how they want
Are you
our
done with
currency.
your 5,000, 1,000 analogy? Because that doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
What does
so
that
let
mean?
me. So one, to Nigeria, does that?
You went from there to our politicians. We have 5,000, they have 1,000. Okay, fine. What does that mean?
So what I'm saying then, if you're gonna say, hey, look, the reason why they're able to do it is because they only have 1,000, right? Then it's a confusing thing.
Stop.
We
You
have
don't know what you're
5,000.
talking about. Stop. You don't know what you're talking about.
Now you are not letting him
What
talk.
I
You're not
told
even
you is
letting him
that
make his point.
it doesn't make, it's not making, just like you to Nigeria, it's not making any point. You go around in circle, you don't have a clue what you're talking about. So let's get all that back into the conversation because,
You just make comments, and when you want to hear somebody make a response, just because it's not within your
he
belief
repeated
structure,
himself
what
three
you
times. He
then
repeated himself
you
three
just
times. It didn't make any point.
Yeah, but I've
He
been
needed
listening to both sides. He's quite clear on the position. The first question you asked him, what does it require? He listed all the things that is required, which were clearly very accurate. Then you went on to start describing currencies. You got the currency wrong. You talk about currency manipulation when America is the biggest currency manipulator in the world. They literally print currency. And I don't know what I don't understand the core of where your economic principle come from.
See, your idea, to Nigeria, you're a quack economist anyway. You pretend a lot like you know what you're talking about. You got to prove yourself.
I'm a common sense person.
It's that America is a currency manipulator because they print a lot of currency.
Yeah,
that's your definition of currency manipulating.
On. Yes. What do you think that is?
No, it's so simple. American USD is the international reserve currency. So
that others don't have a choice on. You know how it started. The French and the
don't give us history. We don't want to get into history.
If you know how it started, then you know that it's clearly a manipulated currency. They print as much as they like. They pull back as much as they like.
To Nigeria, why America is the situation today is because dollar is the world reserve currency. So that's why that, for example, the debt they're having is not really overbearing on them, because if they really want to pay your debt, they can decide to print dollars and give you back your money. But that
electronically, they could print one coin. Or if they want to go through
it. That's why they say the world economy is dollarized.
It's based on what they make of it. It's not based on any reserve, nothing.
Yeah,
it's
but
a currency.
They're soft. By the way, Ola, I do want to respond to you on the Bitcoin kind of thing. I want to talk about that in a minute before I got distracted. But President, let me just tell you that since the currency that we're talking about here, the world's greatest, highest value currency, the Kuwaiti dinar, right? Since 1960, when it was introduced, it has consistently ranked as the world's most valuable currency. Consistently. Since 1960.
And why do you keep bringing it up? That's my question. You just want to tell me something that you know. Why do you keep bringing it up? What is the value of that? I keep asking you. You haven't told me yet. Apart from they have a strong currency.
Okay, well, what I'm going to do is I want to pivot and answer more important, because you're not listening. First of all, you didn't know. You thought it was a euro, and because we're in America, we think about it that way, and I'm with you on that. I don't quite agree with the way they're assessing the U.S. dollars money. The United States is a hegemon, not only militarily, economically, right? They have a lot of. Hold on.
Answer the question.
No, because like Tuna just said, I sat here and I poured my heart out answering your questions. I just tossed it in there.
It didn't answer my question. Maybe you were speaking earlier.
Hold on.
No, Nigeria has as much understanding of economics as you do.
You're not listening. Therefore, I am not going to dwell on it. I don't want to insult you, so let me just ignore that and then go to why I believe
you can insult
if
me.
Nigeria,
if I
not just Nigeria, President, it's enough. Okay, it's enough. Now, why?
Hold on. Why are you talking? Let Allah talk. You talking about? Hold on.
I'm gonna respond.
Hold on. You've been talking. Let Allah talk. Allah was talking. You have nothing to offer. Hold on. Allah talk.
Before Allah talk, I should talk. Because everybody is talking. I have not said anything, and
I want to answer. Allah said that cryptocurrency.
Hold on.
Is one of our
okay,
problems.
hold on.
Hold
Prince
on. You
Daddy,
need to hold on.
you're disappointing me. You. I don't
No,
know.
you're
Drunk?
disappointing me. I said,
Are you
so hold
drinking
on.
or something?
You know, I'm nice to you. So hold on. If Tinaja has something to say, he can say something, but I'm not sure he's going to be saying. But
You want me to
if
say
you have a
something?
comment,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, let me say something.
No, but I want to respond to that cryptocurrency that he mentioned
And
before
that,
he
hold
talked
on, I
again.
said, hold on. You gotta hold on. You can't dominate the conversation.
No,
It's
I'm
not
not.
possible
So,
that you have the knowledge that's superior. It's
Prince
not
Daddy,
possible.
please don't be nice to me from today. Don't be nice to me, right? Just
Okay.
hold your peace. I wanna let me find out
talk.
from Ola. I want to respond to your cryptocurrency comment, and then I'm gonna pass it on. So be quiet, Prince Daddy, please.
I just told you let Nigeria talk.
I'm not going to.
Let's allow Pansa to talk. Then I can
I'm not
talk.
gonna.
Hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. If you have something to offer, hold on, Pansa, hold on. You're not talking to Angelico or all those people. You know that.
No. Like I said, don't be nice to me. So,
I enjoy superior argument, and so far you have none. Hold on.
From
I
today,
enjoy superior argument, and so
what I
far
have
you
to
have
say.
none.
You're being
Therefore, I'm going to
disrespectful.
allow Tunaja or like to speak. Then you can come after them because you don't
I'm
offer me anything.
I'm not gonna do that. Tunaja has yielded to me to respond to that cryptocurrency. So shut your mouth. You don't tell anybody when to talk here.
Don't say you're an adult. Hold on. You're in a classroom,
so be
Pensac.
quiet.
You're an adult. No,
Prince
hold on.
Daddy,
You
just begin to talk.
I don't know if you're
listen.
joking. Why are you gonna be
You're an
silent for
adult.
somebody?
Hold on. You're an adult. You have to
They
talk
yielded to me to
properly.
talk. Why are you talking?
Hold on. You're an adult. You have to talk properly. I don't have to tell you how to speak in public. You don't talk like that.
All right, thank
Don't
you.
tell me to shut up. Okay, you have to behave yourself. You're not dealing with Angelico and these other guys. I think you know better. You have no argument. You have no knowledge. You have a
Will you
superior
be quiet,
argument.
Thomas?
Okay.
Thomas, are you here?
If you okay.
Let's get the host.
Don't say that. Don't say that to me again. Don't tell me to be quiet. You don't talk to me like that. I think you know better. You absolutely know better.
Let's make it reciprocal, right?
Okay. Before you continue, apologize and move on.
No. Get the fuck out of here. Apologize to you for what?
Okay.
Can we try to be civil now? Come on.
Thomas,
we are supposed to be trying to understand each other, not to be posturing, really.
When civilized people get together to have a
conversation.
I
just told him to apologize. Okay, guys. I want to check.
I'm not gonna apologize. You go to hell.
No. Pansa, you have to apologize. I don't do that. I don't play that.
Apologize to you because number one,
Pansa, you have to apologize.
You're a kid and you are wrong, and you just want to be noisy on this platform.
Okay, Pansa, apologize, and we can move on. I don't care about what you're saying. All the stuff. It doesn't matter to me.
Prince Daddy, you were the one that wanted Pastor to talk. Now you don't want him to talk anymore.
I said he's done talking because he has nothing to offer. His argument is so childish. It's like kindergarten.
You can't tell people when to talk and when not to talk.
Telling me that I'm wrong. He asked me
a bunch of questions. I don't even care about that. Pansa, apologize and let's move on.
I don't want your apology, but I want you to shut up. Let me finish my statement.
No, I said no. You should apologize to me and let's move on.
I'm not going to apologize to you because, first of all, you gotta be out of your mind. You're here behaving like an idiot, and you want me to apologize to you. I answered your questions only because I thought you're a reasonable person. But then, after I answered your question, I first posed the question to check your aptitude. What is the highest valued currency? You don't know. You mentioned number 8 and 9.
Apologize and move
Instead
on.
of you learning something, you're getting a tantrum because you've watched others do it here. When they're talking to me, they try to filibuster.
No.
And
I've been talking to you cordially. I don't.
Don't talk to me cordially. I wanted to come.
No. You're not the one to tell me how to talk. I'm not going to insult you.
The only reason why
I'm not going to insult you. I'm not going to do none of that. All I'm asking you to do is apologize and move on. I don't care about this other stuff. I don't care.
Thomas needs to meet you. You're getting away with murder here because they play that game where they have two people arguing.
Apologize and move on. I don't care.
Go to hell. How's that? Go to hell and go get the apologies in Otunegi. Go and get it from there.
Okay.
Don't respect me. Just shut up.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be a childish. You know, that's hold on. Hold on.
Don't do that.
You think? Hold on. See,
I can take it.
Hold on. Okay. See,
wants to be
So
obstruction.
you used to dealing with people, and if you don't get your way like a little child, you lose your cool and start insulting people.
No,
that's not the way adults behave. Hold on. Let me talk.
I'm talking
to you as an adult. I'm talking
talking to you
Why
as
should
an
I talk
adult.
to you?
Hold on.
Why should I let you talk?
I'm
I shouldn't let
talking
you
to you as
talk.
an
That's
adult.
your
Okay.
method is
Now
to not
you've
to let
made a
somebody
mistake like
talk.
we all do.
So
You made a
why
mistake like
would
we
you?
all
Why would
do.
I? Why,
And
I
I'm
mean,
asking to
you're a
apologize so we can
hypocrite.
move on.
You're a hypocrite. You don't want me to
Okay.
talk, and you want to talk,
No,
right?
you behaving like a
We have to
child.
be civil
You made a mistake like
when
we
you
all
talk,
do,
and I
and
talk,
I'm
right?
asking to apologize so we can move on.
No,
That's
you go
it's
to
that
hell.
simple.
I told you where to go get the
So you
apology.
keep
Go to hell.
insulting me. You don't talk like
To
that in
Niger,
public. That's the way people
to
talk.
Niger.
Yeah.
I guess I'm done with this.
This
This
no,
idiot.
apologize before you leave. You need to apologize before
Like
you
I
leave. That's
said,
that.
what I'm
What
gonna
do
do
you
with
expect
you?
him to truly apologize? Come
I
on.
mean, Prince
Look at
Daddy,
what
what
has
I'm
just
gonna
happened.
do is that I'm gonna approach one man so that you're gonna have to behave yourself when you get on a platform. Just because
I guarantee you, next time you come to this platform, you have to apologize to me before you move on. I'm telling you, because
okay,
I'm dealing with you
how
as an
much
adult. But
how
then you
much
are throwing
how
a
much
tantrum,
you
insulting
wanna
me.
bet? How much you wanna
No,
bet?
I don't care about that.
Okay,
Apologize and move on. I don't
shut
care
up.
about that.
If you
See, you keep
don't
insulting
know,
me. You
what I'm
keep
saying to you
insulting
is
me.
that when they watch back this tape, they're gonna see what's causing this foolishness here. Is that you just decided to make it a foolish conversation.
No,
You
no,
don't want people to
that's
talk,
not the point. See, we
right?
all make mistakes. We all make
No,
mistakes,
no.
and
When
that's
they
not the
trace
point
it
here.
back,
Why does he have to degenerate into these insults?
No,
We are
what?
men here. We
Okay,
can relate to each other without
okay.
we
To
can learn
Niger,
something.
did I insult him? Yes or no?
You didn't insult him, but you wouldn't let him
Okay,
speak.
good. So, but he insulted me. It's an adult. I don't have a conversation. If you don't
Yeah,
get your
but
way,
by
only
blocking him from
children. Hold
speaking,
on.
is that not an
Only
insult?
children do that. They don't get their way. They insult the other person or
But you
insult
were
people. That's
blocking him from speaking. That could be
no, no, no,
misconstrued as an
no.
insult.
Calling me a
That was
child
not a
is not
sufficient
insult.
justification
This
for
is
him
somebody
to
that won't
insult me.
even open his mouth
That
in front
wasn't
of
a
my
sufficient
sons.
justification for him to insult me.
If
So
I
I'm
have any
asking
of
him politely,
my sons who has
Fanta, I will consider
6'8",
you a
right?
friend,
You
and I'm
cannot
asking politely
talk.
to apologize.
Cancel
I
the
consider you a
friendship
friend.
because people who have respect, if
No,
you
no,
respect
I'm
yourself,
I'm
you would
I'm
not be
telling
telling
you
somebody
politely
not
to
to talk.
apologize so we can move on. I don't care. Apologize and we'll move on. I'm not going to get into the gutter trying to insult you. I'm not going to do that. It's not going to happen. You know that. No matter what
No,
you say to me, I'm not
you
going to
can
insult you.
you're borrowing a book from Ajahn Lekoko yesterday or so where he won't let somebody talk. That
I
doesn't mean
wasn't even.
anything.
I don't think I was even
You're
here.
learning the
I don't know
wrong
what happened.
things, and I thought you had more class than that, but you have no class whatsoever. You
Yeah,
in
of
a
course, of
conversation,
course.
you're trying to make
See,
me yield to
Pastor, when things
somebody.
don't go your way, don't insult people. That's just a childish thing to do.
You
You
know, if
calm
you're in front
down.
of me, you
Hold
wouldn't
on,
say that.
hold
And
on.
I'll
Let me talk.
flatten your
You
nose.
calm.
If you say that to me in my
Yeah.
face, I'll beat the hell out of you.
Okay.
You know that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
all I'm
All
saying to
right.
you
I
is
don't
that
care.
if
I don't care.
in a committee of civilized people having a conversation, you said let Two Niger talk. Then I go to Two Niger, said Two Niger, let me just make a statement, and he yielded to me. You said let Allah talk. I went to Allah,
Well,
and
well,
he said okay.
you've talked. You've talked.
And
You made your
then
point.
you
You talked.
said
You made your
no,
point.
that Two Niger should
But
talk.
no,
Where do you get an authority though?
that's in the past. That's in the
And
past. See,
and
I
then
don't
if
have
you
to get
just keep
authority from.
quiet right
I
now,
don't
we'll
have to get
continue.
authority from no one.
Okay.
But no, you keep insulting me. By the way, the evil word that you use, don't think I don't understand. That's a joke. I understand 100%. But this is the problem. It doesn't have to deteriorate to this point that you and I, because you and I disagree, then you have to insult me. It
We
doesn't
don't
work that
disagree.
way.
You're disagreeing with the facts. You're not disagreeing
Okay.
with me. I told you that. I haven't given you my opinion.
So
Now I'm about
I
to
disagree
give.
with the fact.
I want
Okay.
to give my opinion now. What I was really not for you before are a currency that's been number one since 1960.
No. Before you go further, you're gonna go ahead and explain. You need to apologize first before you go further. That's what I'm asking you to
You
do.
can actually have the platform. Obviously, you borrowed a book from Ajahn Lekoko. You go in. I'm not gonna let you top it, only because
No. I'm just asking to apologize. I don't care all about that.
I'm not gonna ask for an apology. What I want to do is to pray that I see you one day, right? So we can have that conversation at that time. But for right now, good night. Have a good time. Allah, I'm also
Okay.
taking.
Well, I'll take my apology next time. Good night.
You won. Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye. Hey, Allah, you there? Or what you call it? Thomas, you still there? Or you can just end the show.
I'm here, but because I don't have any power to, I don't even have any power to regulate, so I just have to decide to keep quiet. And and you know, well, I think by the time one man review this thing tomorrow, I think he'll be able to do something because personally too, I will tell you, I don't really appreciate insult because we are here to educate people, and when we are trying to educate people, we should live by example. So not for us to be doing exactly what we are blaming our leaders for, and just to, so because this is supposed to be, because one thing I've learned over time is in an intellectual discussion like this, there should be no, except you are doing something like is so scientific or is mathematical. There's no wrong answer and there's no right answer to the point of people trying to prove that I'm the best or whatever. You just try to convince people. You try to let people see the reasoning from what you are saying. That's the way I see. But me,
I agree.
I don't
I agree.
understand all this insult, to be honest.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why anybody should insult anybody. You can disagree on the point. I mean, we have superior knowledge. Nobody does. Yeah, we can differ on opinion, but there's no need to be insulting people because they don't agree with you or they don't see things your way. That's not the way it goes.
Exactly. So to be honest, I don't really appreciate what happened tonight. I have to, and I don't know why two Nigeria ran away because because the thing we are talking here about our country is we just have to be positive about the situation. And I know that if we don't understand the history of the country, if we don't really understand where we are coming from, then we don't even understand where we are going to. So I've seen people criticizing the policy. For me, any policy that has benefited the elites without the same thing benefiting the poor masses, it's not what we should support. So that's why I keep saying floating of Naira is not wrong. What is wrong is that now that we've done that now, because when you float Naira, people will now start looking for some kind of alternative for gun. You start dropping your SSCs and you start looking at the critical things this time. But then, within that economy, if you train your people to identify opportunities and you give them the right scale of meeting those opportunities, we should be talking of how to increase our productivities, not how to start defending Naira for the rich. Because it seems like we don't really understand that if we defend Naira today, we are defending for the rich. The poor man are not going for tourism in London.
Okay, to that point, and that's what Emefiele and Buhari's administration have been doing. They've been defending the naira for the rich, and just like we found out, right, from Cardoso, right, many of those backlog of dollars that they had to settle were based on fraudulent transaction or non-transaction, just people turning papers for whatever, and they have a claim against the reserve. That's what's been going on. Okay, the common person don't really get access to the benefit of this defending of the narrative that was going on under that administration. So
Yeah.
and we need, we need to resolve our immediate problem. Obviously, we need immediate solution to the problem. This long-term solution is not going to solve the problem right now. We can embark on it, but it's not going to solve that problem, the problem that we have right now. And when people like Nigeria goes on a tirade of this explanation of what we need to do or this and that, it shows that he doesn't have a clue, about what to do. And not like I have the clue, but the people doing it, we have to analyze what they're doing and see if it makes sense or if it's making any impact. And we know the impact that we're looking for is not going to be immediate. It's going to be something that's going to take a while. But all these people are impatient. They want Tinubu and his administration to do magic in less than a year to get into power. They're just unrealistic. I mean, to me, they pretend, but I can tell from their voice and their leaning that they want the administration to fail, not because they care about their policy really.
That's one of fortunate thing about being a citizen of a country. When people don't know how to be a good citizen of a country, there's a difference between you not liking a politician and you not liking your country. Because what people are doing here, especially those people that are against the government, is they are doing that against the country, and it shouldn't be like that. I will give you an example. A Canadian will separate Trudeau from Canada, for sure. Like I said, we know what Trudeau is doing here. Myself, I didn't even find out until friends started pointing me out to some kind of contract award. I was like, wow, wow, wow. You know, the way this guy was just giving some kind of contract to to his cronies, you know. And as I speak now, the guy is even afraid to call for an election because he knows that definitely that it's not going to be easy for him. So when we are saying this, our situation is this, where I think Tinubu is failing. It's going to be a year in, like, say, how many weeks from now? On May, that's like in 2 weeks from now, it's going to be 1 year in power. I can't say this thing enough. Recruit, recruit, recruit. I've not seen those recruits in mass the way he talked. Oh, cassava, agbado again. I've not seen all those things. I want to, yeah. I appreciate the coastal road, of course. Coastal road is going to bring a very long-term impact. It's going to create some kind of activities. See, when you even have so many road infrastructure too, it's going to reduce insecurity. That's what people don't know. Because for anybody to start creating some kind of insecurity, then you must have capacity to start blocking all the routes. So, but when you don't have that capacity, then it's going to reduce insecurity. So that one there. Then we should look at, okay, good for us now. They've deregulated power. Where will I call the deregulated power, or they make the power issue to be concurrent? But I think that power situation too need to be fully deregulated. We have to start giving incentives, you know, to those people that want to set up local production facility. Like I already said,
I thought they already deregulated the power sector. Am I mistaken? I thought now each state can go about generating or distributing their own electricity. No.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's full deregulation though. I'm not, because the thing is this. It's almost a year now, and I've not heard enough people that have got license to do IPP, because I was okay. Look at I think my province alone. I can't remember. I think we are generating close to like 60,000 megawatts. I don't know. I don't want to give wrong figure. And my province that I'm talking about, how many are we in the entire province? Maybe about 5 million or thereabouts. You know? So then, if Nigeria now, if really want to take care of our population, and we really want to start doing what we are supposed to be doing as a country, I think we have that capacity of reaching like 100,000 megawatts, let's say in the next 10, 15 years, if we are really serious. So look at it this way. People don't really know the cumulative impacts of what is happening in Nigeria. As I speak to you, I know how many of my former colleagues, my schoolmates, that sent the people to Canada. And these are the people that were not even ready to come to Canada like 10 years, 15 years ago. When they believed Nigeria market was okay for them, they were investing seriously in Nigeria markets. But when things changed suddenly, they started sending their wives. I'm not even talking of 20, I'm not talking of 30 people. Okay, please look at it this way. Someone is making money in Nigeria and is paying for school for children attending grade school, private school in Canada. You know what it costs? You know, grade school can be more, for international students, can be more expensive than when you are even attending colleges. That's the situation we find there today. Now, where do you think that those dollars are coming from? It's part of the pressure on our this. So these are the things people want us to be defending. No. How does that affect the common people on the street? If this money is given to someone that is going to buy machinery, and you are trying to establish factory, then it's understandable. A local manufacturer complaining about dollars, about those things, that is understandable. But someone not producing in Nigeria that just want to have a stronger naira to be able to procure foreign services, it's not doing not any good. And you know one funny thing we do in that country today too, is that even you would think that our banking sector, for example, you would think we don't have, because when people who are saying Nigeria, we are not creating, we don't have that capacity. That is just some kind of lie from the depth of the from the depth of hell. In the sense that even as far back as the early 80s, no, the late 80s, the early 90s, local softwares were used by some banks. But today, we are buying foreign. I'll give you an example. When I was in the banking industry, there was a situation that was supposed to make presentation for a software that the total cost of ownership will be going to almost $6 million. And we had a guy that eventually solved the problem that one could not even solve for less than $20 million in that country. For less than 20 million, for less than 20 million naira. That 20 million naira that I'm talking about included 5 years service term. You understand? So, but some people still prefer to go for the one of foreign at $6 million. So it's just a funny situation in that country. So if we continue this way, because I keep hearing, oh, we are supposed to get this thing right, we are supposed to get this right. When they introduced SAP to us, like I keep saying, SAP was not a bad policy if you look at the document. Okay, the document said, okay, Nigeria, you should improve your manufacturing by providing power facility. When you borrow, you use money for this. We borrowed the money we embezzled. And we are saying, oh, SAP was not good. SAP was not the problem. Your military administrator that embezzled, that didn't follow through, was the problem. Because had it been that we've implemented, because as an 1986, 85, you wanted to buy there's this white garment that there are some cloth there that will say, okay, because some teru, we will prefer the one coming from Nigerian textile to the one coming from China. Because we're still doing fine when it comes to our textile industry then. But along the line, we forget to take care of those things that will give us, and empower us. So what any normal masses on the street of Nigeria should be talking today, because I see that people are being misled to be talking about, oh, dollar is expensive, fuel subsidy is expensive. No, a common man on the street of Lagos should be talking of food, should be talking of shelter, should be talking, and all those are supposed to be local solution to our problem.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. See, I came in because of what you were talking about. Only when what's it called? The other guy was complaining about the naira and all that. You see, these people, yeah, they will not stop, because all what they want is for this government to fail. No matter what Tinubu does or anything he do from now on till the end of his time, they will not stop. They always look for downfall of that country. They don't love Nigeria. That's where I see things. When they come here to rant all the time, they know the truth. You know what I mean? When dollar was, I think 600 naira or 700 naira, we all know that they defend the naira with a lot of money, which poor people are not benefiting from it. But now the man is not defending anything. They're still complaining. I don't really know what we want in Nigeria. Seriously. Also, we always complain about president, federal government. What about the the governors? What are they doing to help, to help the masses? I've never seen anyone that come to the platform complaining about the governor. Look at I'm from Osun State. Look at the other guy. All he does is dancing around like a lunatic. You understand? So we should know where to to focus our energy on. We should be talking more. Personally, to me, I think we should be talking more about the governor, because presidency, they are not the only one really in Nigeria. They have little impact in this. State governor, they are the one messing up the only the country. You understand? That's where we are sitting. But when people come here and ranting, complaining, somebody like that guy that sells things in Alaba, that guy know nothing. All what he wants is Tinubu to fail, so they can say, yes, we told you guys. You know, so, and by God grace,
I got your point. You see me, one thing I like doing is this, because I like to think that we should suggest solution, even not at the level of the government, even for individual to do something. That's why what I think this forum is for. I will give an example. I once told a brother that, okay, you went to school, you studied agri science, you studied agri science. He was saying you don't have a job, all those stuff, but your father has more than 200 hectares of land. I said, okay, why don't you look at, because that was when the people were accusing the Dangote of monopolizing the tomato market. I know me for sure, I will tell people, say, what's your business with Dangote? How is Dangote impacting you? You've not even had a tomato farm, and you are here discussing about Dangote. I said, why not let us do this one? Go to the farm. Even if you are just going to start with 2 plots, size of 2 plots of land there, try to plant tomato. Let us look for the machine that will be able to crush and process the tomato. And let's even start with just some small deep freezers or refrigerators. And now find a way you are going to get plastic pellets and preserve all those. Try to find someone that you work together, you market, because marketing is what that is needed. Now, do you know what it means? That if you can do that, you are taking the burden of people even buying fresh tomatoes, taking it to the grinder to do that one. You are supplying these people fresh, but you are preserving all those. Now, this guy took that advice from me. Actually, you know what he did? He went to the farm, planted those tomatoes. He now started waiting that thing with can. I gave you the idea, but you didn't ask for further question from me. So he now came back to me after like a month. He said, after like 6 weeks, he said, I planted those tomatoes and I went. I said, how did you do that? He said, I just can. I said, look at yourself. You study agri. You are a graduate of university.
Oh no. What did he use?
He was using the wet can. He was wetting, saying the tomatoes died. I said, no, you got it wrong. You took that thing from me. You didn't even allow me to give you everything. I said, okay, the farm you are going to, you have a stream around that place. 2 things you can do. We can dig a well. As at that time, I had 2 pumps because there was a pump. I bought 2 pumps then. I didn't use the other one because I used that one as a pressure pump for my in my house for my tank, so that one will be pushing pressure to the shower. So how much did I even buy that pump that time? I think I bought it for like 7,000. And I had like 3 generators that I could easily give this guy one. What I said, what I demanded from you is, because when we were young, we used to go to that same farm and we used to sleep there. You don't have anything. If our grandpa and some of us, we used to go to the same farm and we sleep over there, nothing stopped from you guys. What are you doing on the street when you don't even have money?
My brother.
What I was expecting from you. Let me quickly finish my story. Sorry, I will use for you. So What I was expecting that time is this. If you had told me, I would have given you money to buy hose and jets. Then give you my generator. You have enough hose. What you just need to do, because you are into agriculture, you are supposed to understand this better than myself. So when you lay all those things, once you pump like this, you can be going there at intervals, like intervals of 1 hour, 2 hours, just like they will do irrigation there, and you just pump water there. I'm not an agri, I'm not into agri, but I understand how they do all those things. That's the essence of you reading when you determine to survive. You see, it is easier to see. You may take this thing for granted because I know it was easier for me in Nigeria than here, whether we like it or not. I'm speaking from my experience. If you know what to do, or if you see someone to tell you what to do, it is easier to survive in some cases in Nigeria than here.
Of course.
If you build a product now, okay, go continue.
Sorry, I just wanted to chip in something because I've been listening to what we've been saying since morning. It's somewhat a sad day for me actually. Throughout last week, it was very sad because something happened, and sometimes when we continue to blame our government, I feel that we are not doing ourselves. We are not doing the favor, yes, by blaming. We should blame ourselves. You understand? Sometimes, you see, when Buhari said Nigerian youth are fantastically lazy, people shouted. I looked at it and I said, "This guy is not." He said they are lazy. Nigerian youths are lazy. You understand? Then he now said Nigerians are fantastically corrupt. Both statements are correct. Now, what happened? On Monday last week, I lost two of my colleagues. Though they are not colleagues in terms of CADA, but they are contractor staffs for my company. You understand? And these guys are drivers. What happened? They were driving cement to what's it called? Enugu State. So they got to the border of Enugu State on Sunday. So they now decided that, okay, let us quickly make it into Enugu before broad daylight and park there in front of the customer. Because of this, their sit-at-home thing. Do you know that these guys were blocked? A driver and motorboy. These guys were blocked because of their sit-at-home. They were pied.
Really?
They were pied, I'm telling you, because of their sit-at-home. They were pied and the two trucks were burnt down.
Jesus.
Wow. I thought they stopped the sit-at-home thing. I thought they stopped it already.
I'm telling you now, this is something that has gone global. Because normally when these things happen in my company, it's a safety, it triggers safety. And once you have one fatality from the company, you lose all your bonus for the year. So now, at the group, they are considering it as if a safety issue. So the whole of Lafarge staffs now have lost their bonus for this year, just because of that. You understand? It's not that pains me, but the fact that two people are working hard, driving over the night to deliver a product to somebody that needs it urgently in your region. And you said because you are doing sit at home, you buy them. It's the motor boys that ran away that had to give the information back to the, because you know it was easy for the motor boy when he saw that the two of them saw that they were going to block them. The driver could not just leave the steering and jump out. The two motor boys fled. Now the drivers had to say, okay, nothing will happen. Let me just park this car and talk to them. Those guys were parking the car, and those guys were slaughtered. You know,
Can you imagine that?
like goats.
Can you
And
imagine?
somebody will come on this platform and tell me that they are doing something for the right cause. They are doing this. And in fact, I came in because I saw Fansat and 1, 2 Nigeria on the program. I'm pained. I don't know why our people are like this.
Sorry, I'm so sorry for your loss too. I'm so sorry. You know,
I don't know. At least, okay, you sit at home. Just tell those people, okay, you cannot go inside, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. Leave, even if you are going to vandalize the property or what they are taking, you want to take it, live their lives. You have children.
Have you always, as a company, always tried to avoid going there on that Mondays or on the, what do you call it, the sit-at-home day?
You know, it has never been an issue. They have never run into these guys. You understand? Yes, now that's where the safety department is taking it from. Like, okay, they should not have even gone in at all. You know, it's once after there is an issue, that's when you can never win when it comes to safety, because there are so many rules and policies, and even the one they will just make up in front of you and say you should have used this, you should have done that. But the bottom line is, should you have even paid those guys for what?
honestly, it's totally wrong for them to do that. Honestly, when those guys come from that region, come to this platform and start ranting about looking at that, they
It's a
don't talk
connection
about.
problem, but the driver and the motor boys, are they from that region?
Now,
Or they
and
from
this is
that
where I'm
region?
going to. This is where I'm going to. Is one from Niger Delta, the drivers. The other is Yoruba. Now, and this is what I'm trying to say. By the time we have a riot and people from these zones decide to retaliate, that is what they will see. And they will now start shouting victimization, because that person has his own family. Tell me how the wife of the children of those people will ever like anybody from that zone. Whoever. You can imagine. And I know soon that thing might happen, because you cannot keep losing your family members, and the rumors or the news keep featuring around in the southwest, and they will not react. They will react one day. And when they now react, you now start talking. You say they have planned to kill all of you, or they have done to this, or they have done to that. I don't understand these people. And that's why I'm even happy that this coastal way is cutting them off. If we can cut them off and just remain as Nigeria, let these people go. Let them go. Now they are fighting for Ikwere people to join them because they need access to ports. Let these people go. Let their 5 states be. What is their problem? I'm tired. I'm really angry this morning. I'm really angry. I've not had the courage of joining all this while, because it was just painful. These are guys that I know. These are guys that, in fact, it's annoying. It's annoying.
Well, God will save us all.
I don't really see how this one is different from what Boko Haram and bandits have been doing. And this is just so unfortunate, because
There's no difference. There's no difference at all.
it's so unfortunate, to be honest. I don't know. I can feel your pains, and I can feel your, because if I say, because if you've worked in bank before, we even understand the pains of what, when you see something happen to your colleague, especially those people on delivery on a bullion van and all. or those people that were caught by all this kind of Boko Haram situation, I can feel your pain. It's just an unfortunate situation. See, this is the problem we masses, we don't really understand. Even for those people that are agitating, you are agitating against bad governance. And you are now attacking a poor man like you, or someone that is just trying to survive like you. It doesn't make sense. You can't even move closer to the elites that are causing you pains. Even to now have insult to injury, the elite that are causing you pain, if they pass through that place now, you start ailing them again. You want to do everything to just get their favor. And look at innocent people, look at the common people now, look at what they've done to their life. It's so unfortunate, to be honest. It's so unfortunate.
Well,
So to
it's
me,
unfortunate and most regrettable. I mean, I can't put words to it. How do you explain that to anyone? And just like you just said, how do you explain that to their family, their children? I mean, some things, some things you're like, oh, that's understandable. Some things you can't just wrap your head around. It just no reason for it. It's just barbaric in every way, shape, or form. It doesn't even make any sense. I don't even know what to make of it. It's so sad. That's what it is.
Exactly. Maybe these common people now, maybe they are even struggling to pay their rent. Maybe they are even struggling to eat, just like you. And they are the one you are scapegoating. My goodness. So, whether we like it or not, to me, I brought fact to support Tinubu, innovation, and all this thing. But to me, at the end of this month, I'm saying this thing publicly so that it's going to be documented, and I believe some people are very close to the government, and they've got to do things. All those promises, you understand? I can see policies, no problem. I understand. When I see policies, long-term policies, I understand. Naira floating, there's in fact the best time to float Naira was like 10 years ago. Because if we done that like 10 years ago or earlier, I so much doubt it if Buhari and his crook would have messed up, and if the like of Emefiele would have even had that opportunity of destroying our economy up to this level. I knew our economy was I was seeing before 1999. I knew it took almost 4 years or more for Obasanjo to regain that economy. And I know how those things, because those days we were even jealous of people coming from overseas. You will see now, okay, maybe you'll be working for a company and you find yourself like one common floor guy, and just one younger guy from you will just come from UK, whether I didn't even attend that school or whatever, they will come and become your manager. What am I saying? That people were returning home. People were returning home. So the pressure of our dollar that time was another thing entirely, because people were returning home. Even people that will go to school, then they will come back home. But today, people are trying to japa, carry your dollar, carry your everything. But while doing so, like I said, I can't say this thing enough. Truly, people will think, oh, Nigeria cannot think. Let me tell you one thing. Even we here too, when we are in economic recession too, we may not be able to think. Despite getting all this employment insurance. Because the first pressure that mount on you is, if you are paying mortgage, how am I going to pay my mortgage that the bank will not take my key away, will not take my this thing? That's what you think about. So you won't be able to think straight. But the government will say, I will take
that was the traffic on that road.
So the government will say, I will take you to a program and give you your job back. I remember sometimes when there was a recession like that, my garage was bungled.
You have a bike. You can be going to school with your bike. You don't want to go to school with your bike.
Can you please mute your mic if you can, please?
Sorry, my brother. Sorry. Sorry.
So that time they bungled my garage. They went away with my this gasoline, no gas, pressure. Sorry, what's wrong with my brain? Maybe I'm even stressing myself.
Well,
With my
pressure
compressor.
washer,
No, with
compressor.
my compressor. They went away with my welding machine and my helmet because I work on my car myself. And that time too, if I bought some car from an option that I want to say, I will work on them on my own. So they went away with my welding helmet and screen. They went away with my compressor and some other tools in my
You
garage.
mean in Canada?
Yes, in Canada. They went to my garage. They brought it out. The compressor they took away from my garage was 20 gallon compressor. 20 gallon. And spot welding machine too. So it's telling you what can happen in any economy, because that time too things were tough. One thing is, oh, go on, you have to be creative. Some people will be doing garbage removing, for some of us that have truck. Some of us will quickly look at, okay, what's the purpose of this truck that I have, say, when the economy is in recession? You understand? Some people can quickly think, okay, let me put something online and start doing garbage removing. And then we go to what do we call it? There is this people that used to lease car to move things around. They will quickly go and get some kind of a trailer. They will put it out, be doing truck removing. Some people will be doing house cleaning. Some people will turn themselves to some kind of, they'll be doing that. People don't just get to know that. It's just because of the influence of the government of how to. Now look at what is going to happen now. My son now in high school now, for example, will be learning mechanical job. We'll be able to be doing auto mechanic right from grade school. Already in their school, they have 5 cars. They have 5 vehicles that they will use. That's the equivalent of secondary school in Nigeria. I know that when I was in secondary school, though, we used to have introductory tech lab. Even those our teachers then used to use that into their own advantage. They will make furniture for themselves. You understand? They didn't really teach us. So that's one of those corruption we talk about in the country, because people think corruption is only when you steal money alone. Those things were meant for students to learn skills. But some teachers now will now sit on that. They will use the lathe machine. They will use the sewing machine, everything, to be doing their own job without teaching all those students. But yeah, secondary school. Now, the first time I will experience mechanical job there was we got our order on DC then. I first of all bought a sport track. That sport track, they have problem with bearing. And one Pakistan guy just saw it for me. No, this guy just say, I will give you half an engine. He just told, I said, okay, see, I don't even want problem. Take this thing, take it away. I sold that thing at a loss of $1,000. And he repaired that thing and came back to me that if I can just add 4,000, just because I bought it from you, I can give you. I said, wow, this is how I lost money. An insult. I just came to Canada at that time. The second time, when we bought under Odyssey, that under Odyssey was just smoke everywhere. And they say, what will I do now? I took it to a mechanical workshop. They were charging me $9,000, $10,000 with just 3 months warranty. I said, this is the second time I will be doing all those things. All those things, I was not even buying because I just came. I was not ready for a new car. Because that was the period that I was even afraid of even getting anything on finance. Because as someone coming from Nigeria fresh, I wanted to run away from anything debt. So when they started, then I now saw small boys. They were even doing some kind of engineering. Some of them will change the muffler, they will change the silencer, change the engine, all those things. I said, what's wrong with me? I went online. I bought manual and the training materials. I went to the garage myself. I went to buy an engine from the nearby city. I could still remember at that time $500 or $600. I bought an lift. This eye lift hydraulic. I bought that one too. it was on sale. I bought it for $180. I went to Enterprise, got around 1,500. When I brought the engine, I bought transmission lift, and I bought jack. All those things that I bought, I told you everything that completed that car from. The only thing is this: normal mechanic will work on it on a day, right? I was working on it gradually. The total hours I spent on that, I think I spent like about 18 hours. But that saved me $9,000 or $10,000 they were demanding from me. That's how I became an emergency mechanic. We drove that car for years before someone eventually said he needed it, and we sent it to Nigeria. So why am I saying all these stories is this? Where am I talking? Okay, you will look at me at the type of education I have. You will naturally believe that why should this guy be doing all this rubbish? No, every dollar means a lot to me. When I was doing my tax return my corporate tax return, I know it's not personal because I do my corporate separately, I do my personal separately. When I have all this QuickBook, when I'm doing my accounts, some people say, I say, because you don't understand. If I give this to an accountant, they are going to charge me like $3,000 because of the level of transaction I have. It's not a regular transaction like maybe you are just a contract employee. If you're a contract employee, it's so straightforward. But because I have QuickBook, I document my things. I track the mileage that I even drive to clients. I put everything. When I finish building my list, I will even present my statement of accounts, my balance sheet that I will submit with whatever I'm filing to Canada Revenue. How did I, although, yeah, no, my situation where maybe because of my background, maybe I can do that. Okay, fine, no problem. But what is that of mechanical? Okay, what about these guys in secondary school that can put the engine down and replace the engine? Why am I saying all these stories? These things I think are possible in Nigeria. My uncle used to be proud of himself as an industrial welder with Ajakuta. It was when Ajakuta was not working again that he went back to school to get bachelor degree in banking and finance. I became a teacher. Till the guy died, he preferred his job as an industrial welder with Ajakuta.
My brother, you see, most of these things you're saying, it's not as if it's not practicable here in Nigeria. Because, for instance, even I myself, I used to have a BMW 3 Series then, and there was no mechanic in the vicinity that could work on the vehicle. All these Nigerian men, it's not something we know, it's not this and that. They
will tell you that, this is not good.
They said it's not good. So then I just had to
work
start.
On my V8 now. I work on my Chevy.
I just had to start reading into it, learning into it. You understand? And since my job is electronics, that gate, why is it not open? Sorry. Okay. So sorry. I just, my job is electronics. I do.
What's someone doing now?
You can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see. can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
Listen, you can only see, but you will never want them. You can only see, but you will never be there.
You can only see, but you can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
These recent elections, it's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also, and then it became a regional party more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send some of the hardliners, were going to send crowds, young people into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit. These recent elections,
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to the gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter Obi, I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know. The man that he's now fighting, you know, remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about, what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No? Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No? Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No? But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did Peter Obi finally explained how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor. Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? Why? It must be an omission.
Tense. It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.